Okay. Okay, great. Welcome, everyone. We have a full house, and we love to see that. Thank you for partaking. Welcome to City Council, or to City Hall and Council Chambers. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Our invocation will be given by Reverend Claude Axel with Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church. Reverend.
Shall we pray? Most gracious and most wise Heavenly Father, we come to say thank you for your grace and for your mercy, which endures to all of us, and to God be the glory for that grace. Now, Lord, we would ask and petition you for your blessings upon this distinguished council, all of the members, as well as our mayor and city manager. I pray, Heavenly Father, for unity and your sweet spirit to dwell there in this meeting, not only on today, but the spirit, your spirit, would be among our council members throughout the rest of this year. And, oh, Heavenly Father, in 2025, we pray for Corpus Christi to be leaders, not just in this city, but they would be leaders throughout the state as well as nation. Continue to protect us, continue to protect them. And we also want to say just a word of prayer for our first responders. Oh, God bless them in so many ways. This is our prayer in your perfect name. And we say thank you and amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States flag and to the Texas state flag will be led by Leslie Rose Davis. She is a 12th grader at West Oso High School. She is top 10 in her class, the president of Student Council, and she is on her way to UT.
Hook 'em and go Bears.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Leslie, and good luck. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Eric Cantu. Gil Hernandez. Kaylin Paxson. Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Bond. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. And before we begin today's meeting, I would like to take a moment to honor the life and service of Municipal Court Judge Mike Alanis, who served our city with dedication for 20 years. Judge Alanis was a compassionate public servant known for his dependability and tireless work during the late night shifts, which few could fill so admirably. So his generosity lives on through his gift of organ donation, continuing to touch lives even in his passing. So we will deeply miss him, and we send our deepest condolences to the family. Please join me in a moment of silence as we remember Judge Alanis and his remarkable contributions to our community. Thank you. We'll go ahead and move to Section E, and that is our city manager's comments, update, and to update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, and members of
Morning.
the council and our community. We do have a couple items on the city manager's report, but I think we're going to begin with our Emergency Refuge Center update or recap. We know that just a few days ago, we closed our emergency shelter that was open for 6 days straight. The weather has improved, and so we want to highlight, as we have done in the past, what we did and who is involved here in the city to provide these critical services to the community. So I'm going to do a quick introduction, and then Chief Wade is going to speak just for a few minutes, and then Jace Johnson, our Emergency Management Coordinator, will do the majority of the presentation. So beginning on Friday, January 10, that was 9 days prior to the cold event that happened last week, the city began coordinating weather briefings with the National Weather Service, which is a partner with the city. These briefings included numerous city departments engaging in calls and developing what we anticipated to be a cold weather event for the region here in the city and surrounding areas. And as a reminder, that was 9 days prior to the shelter actually opening on January 19th. So at the beginning of last week, the National Weather Service still had some uncertainty in terms of how cold it would get and what type of conditions in terms of precipitation would we see here in Corpus Christi. But once it became definitive that the weather would be pretty bad, pretty cold, with chances of freezing rain, we activated our plans to open an emergency refuge center. And we reviewed the opening of even a second center back then. We knew that this center could reach capacity and we would need a second center as well. So the city, just as a reminder, I'm going on 6 years here with the city, but prior to 6 years ago, the city wouldn't have done this. We wouldn't have even contemplated opening a shelter. The first time the city opened an emergency shelter was 4 years ago or so, with the winter storm Uri in 2021. So that's the first time this city opened an emergency shelter. The first emergency shelter was located at the Corpus Christi gym, and when the capacity exceeded the gym, actually this is for the center that we just opened up. Our first emergency center that we opened last week was at the Corpus Christi gym, which is adjacent to the natatorium. And once that reached capacity, we opened up our backup site, which was known as the FEMA Dome on the Heritage campus of Del Mar College. So we want to thank them. Between both locations, that being at the gym and the FEMA Dome, we served 168 clients. So 168 people would have otherwise been in these extreme cold and dangerous conditions. We also helped 7 pets. So we had 7 pets at the shelter as well, including cats and dogs. The emergency refuge centers, as we call them, were staffed by 258 city employees from across all of our operations, and this is normal business for us. We're in a highly prone hurricane area, and we know that in the last couple of years these cold fronts are getting more brutal, and so we have a great business plan here at the city of Corpus Christi. I think some of the best in the state of Texas in terms of emergency preparedness, and what that means is we don't have 258 people waiting for an emergency. These 258 people that served the community are full-time employees doing things like accounting, municipal court work, parks and rec work, the budget analysts, and so they reactivate or they use their time and skill for an emergency situation such as this. But we can't do it alone, and you can tell that today by the audience that's here. We had over 20 community partners that provided resources and support as well to take care of that 168 individuals. So I want to point out before I turn over to Jace the difference, so the community knows and especially the council knows, the difference between what we do or what we did and what a temporary or permanent homeless shelter is. We don't have a homeless shelter. We don't have staff that provide emergency homeless shelter services. What we did was an emergency refuge service. So kind of the differences are shown here. This list is probably even longer, but a homeless shelter, whether it's full-time or part-time, offers things like case management, ID recovery. A lot of times homeless individuals don't even have their ID with them, so ID recovery is a pretty common thing. Transportation, and they help with permanent housing, eventually a road to recovery with permanent housing. Homeless shelters can offer child care. They can offer job training and life skills management. They can offer transportation to jobs or to medical assistance. They can provide legal services for homeless people. They can provide housing counseling, and then there's a whole list of mental and health services that a homeless shelter can provide, including things like mental health services, dental services, even services for your body and stuff. So our facility here in the city was a refuge center. It wasn't a homeless shelter. Now, we're not unfortunately, in the homeless services business. We don't have any full-time staff to address homelessness. We have no local dollars for homelessness. We have a total of about $500,000 that we use from the federal government and state government to provide homeless services, but we delegate that money, or we appropriate that money to partner agencies, to places like Salvation Army. So we don't use any of that money ourselves. So our budget essentially is $0, and we have 0 staff when it comes to homelessness services. And we can look at, and we will look at in the budget process, the difference of other cities, and is this a priority for this community to start budgeting money or adding staff. When I left San Antonio 6 years ago, their budget out of their general fund for homeless services was about $7 to 8 million. I checked yesterday, it's doubled. It's $15 million now. The general fund monies out of San Antonio, the city of San Antonio. So they allocate in their annual budget process $15 million out of their general fund for homeless services. And then on top of that, they have about $15 million in federal and state grants. So they're allocating annually about $30 million for homelessness, when this city, we don't. We have 0 in the general fund and $500,000 in our grant funding. So that's just to provide context. What we provided last week was a very different business operation and a humanitarian operation than a homeless shelter. And so with that, we're going to have Chief Wade come up and just do a quick recap, and then we're going to have Jace Johnson, who's our emergency management coordinator, many of whom you know. We'll go over the kind of the after action report so the council and the community knows what we did. Chief Wade.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, Council, Brandon Wade, Fire Chief. Peter, thanks for the opportunity for allowing us to present with this. So I just have a few opening words, and I'm going to pass it over to our Emergency Management Coordinator, Jace Johnson, to go over the presentation and some of the more details that we had with it. So back in around 2005 was the first time that I've taken part of a shelter and evacuation center in my previous line of work, and with that was with Hurricane Katrina. So at that time I worked on the floor as a firefighter and EMT, just helping people that were into the center. And since then I've been part of operations to set up shelters and centers, from everything from logistics, operations, the incident command, to supporting from an EOC or department advisory role. When I got to our center last week, early last week, what I saw there, I was very proud of what our city employees were doing. They were taking care of people. The effort, the energy, the time commitment, and the compassion that they had for individuals just was really humbling to see what they were doing, and I was extremely proud of that. You know, as Peter mentioned, we had planning that was going on with this for quite some time, and the moment that we recognized that we're going to be activating a center for our community, you know, the plans went into place. And while the mission was to establish a center for folks that homeless or not homeless but needed a place to go, we knew we had several objectives that we needed to accomplish, and that was to provide shelter, warmth, transportation, food, safety and security, sanitary, and some medical help, emergency medical help with that. And I'm proud to say that our city employees and our partner agencies across the city did that, and they did that very, very well on a level that I have seen in other places, and even greater as they transitioned into that role. So as always, I'm very humbled. I'm very proud to be part of this team. And that doesn't mean that when we did that, there weren't challenges that come up. There's challenges in every operation that any of us will run into our day-to-day business. But what was good was when challenges arose and were identified, leadership took, the forefront. And what they did was help identify solutions and implement solutions. And I saw that from everybody from sweeping or cleaning facilities to the city manager being present and helping come up with solutions to make the center operate better. So I would be very proud of our city, our partner agencies that worked with us. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Jace to give us some more details, and then I'll stand by to assist with any questions that may come up. So, Jace.
So good morning, everybody. Council members, Mayor, thank you for having me. Sir, thank you for having me. Again, those that I haven't met yet, my name is Jace Johnson. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator for the City of Corpus Christi. And over the next couple of minutes, I'm going to give you an overview of the response and ask for a little bit of grace because there's still some numbers that will flush themselves out over time. But in the weekend that we had to put together, we tried to put all the numbers and costs together as much as we could to give you guys a general idea of the proximity of the number of man hours, et cetera, of costs that went into the operation. But pointing out up there at the very top of the page is the word emergency response. And whenever we have emergency response, a lot of times we are doing the very best we can with what's before us, and we're flexible and ever-changing and working together as a team to make that happen. And so I think that's really important to remember as we go through these slides here that this was an emergency refuge center that we put together. But in the planning, like the city manager mentioned, this started many days. It was still 70 degrees outside, and everybody was in shorts running around wrapping their trees before this time came. But we started having meetings on January 10th, and you see up there where it said over the time of the response, we put together 9 meetings with our partners, and that includes the Weather Service, our different departments, the state and federal agencies, all the stakeholders that may have a role to play in this response. And a lot of times it expands and contracts as the situation develops. But on top of that, also we had 6 regional weather briefings that were provided by the National Weather Service. And I might note that every meeting that we have of the 9 that's listed up there always opens up with a briefing from the National Weather Service. Because as you guys, I'm sure, watch this weather event unfold, it changed hour by hour by hour. And so we really had to stay on top of that. And they give us critical information to make sure we have the information we need to make the decisions. But our considerations included, as we worked through those meetings, the emergency center activation, our continuous daytime warming centers that are the libraries and the senior centers, the MLK parade that happened on Monday, the 20th. We kept in communications with the folks that sponsored that parade, road safety. For all of the roads, not only within the city, but those that are supported by DOT in and out of the city. The bridges would be a good example. The 911 call center, making sure that they have the most current information available to make that available to the public should they need information. Water and gas, utilities, meals for seniors, making sure that no matter what, should we have to close things down transportation-wise because of road safety, that we thought ahead and made sure that the seniors had the meals and Meals on Wheels all the way through Wednesday. Animal care services, not only for the warming for the refuge center, but also just within the city itself. Making sure they put out communications on proper pet safety, et cetera. And then airport operations. We had some flights that were coming in that last evening before the storm. My daughter was actually one of them. Fortunately, she was coming from Dallas, not Houston, so she made it in, and I'm thankful for that. Sanitation services, the city holiday decisions had to be made. Was it safe for city employees to come in on that following Tuesday morning after the holiday? And then non-essential city services, making sure that the building here and the non-essential folks, what is it they're going to do and what are those decisions. But all of that took place from Friday, January 10th, all the way up through this past Friday. Like was mentioned earlier, we had over 20 regional partners, and again, that's state, local, federal, all of our supporting organizations in our community. Anybody that's a stakeholder is in and included in all of those meetings. Communications, as always, we end these meetings with communications to make sure that we're covered on our news releases, media outreach, utilizing all the social with Facebook, X, LinkedIn, et cetera. And city website and 911 center, again, are they updated? Key focus on sharing the closures and updates and safety tips and resources. So you can see that's, again, that message expands and contracts and changes every day. But as you saw in the press releases and the social media posts that went out through all of our groups, they were always up to date with the latest bit of information that we possibly had. And then just making sure, again, that everything is continuous and accurate. So with regard to the Emergency Operations Center, as mentioned earlier, we had 2 centers are opened, and the CC Gym was our primary. We had determined, working with Fire Code, that 120 cots was our number that we could safely shoot for, making sure that people get out, that they could be cleaned, get in between those cots, that it wasn't too overcrowded. But again, that's taken and put inside our TVs and put inside other things, and making sure that we utilize safely every bit of floor space that we possibly could in the gym. And then our contingency backup was the Del Mar FEMA Dome. So community impact. We had at the Corpus Christi gym, between Sunday and Friday, approximately 140 individuals. Like I said, we could sleep safely 120, but some came and went. So over that time, we feel comfortable saying that we served around 140 people. And then at the Del Mar, during the time since we activated on Tuesday night through Friday morning, about 28 individuals. One group, to give you an example of the clients that we had, was a family that was just taken out of an abusive situation and needed a place to stay. And again, we're in that situation. If there's nowhere else to go, if there's none of the other centers or services, then we absolutely take them because we turn no one away. But that gives you an extent and a range of who our clientele were during this event. And again, the number of pets between the 2 centers was five great dogs and 2 cats, and all of them were very well behaved. So they were actually kind of a blessing to have around. And then total meals provided, approximately were about 725 meals, and that's with the city providing lunch and dinner, and then working with the Salvation Army, city providing breakfast and dinner, Salvation Army providing lunches, snacks, and that's, everybody in the community pouring into all of those resources, including the food bank, the Coastal Bend Food Bank. And we're very thankful for those folks. So operational highlights. So the city police department, they provided security and transportation anytime the buses weren't available. Throughout the evening, the police, anytime they came across individuals who needed a ride, either to the center or from, with overflow from one center to the other, they were there to provide that. And there were some that refused. Some that did not want to go were provided blankets. But the effort and the resources were there. Fire department, we had medical support at both facilities. I will say the fire and the police support started out at one medic and 1 officer the first night, and then once we got to capacity, that was increased to meet the need to 2 officers and 2 medics at a minimum at each location 24/7 through Friday morning. Parks and Recreation provided a meal program, coordinated breakfast, lunch, and refreshments at the refuge centers. And as I mentioned earlier, there was also the Meals on Wheels that they covered, meals for seniors. Very big thank you to the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority, who provided, as always, transportation to folks needing to get to the centers throughout the operation. We're very thankful for that, and including not only 2, but you can imagine the last day when we started to get folks back out in the community, made sure that we had buses around the clock starting at 8 a.m. to get them where they needed to go. And in addition that, for the few days there in the middle, to get folks to other partners that provided showers for individuals that chose to take advantage of that opportunity. Salvation Army, again, provided snacks and lunch and a lot of coffee that we went through at the event. And then other additional local providers helped us with hygiene, clothing, and additional items. And there's a lot on the list, and I'm going to touch on that at the end and give you a time to look at that over so we can make sure that they get the recognition that they deserve. So again, the Regional Transportation Authority estimated about 500 free pet-friendly shuttle rides during this response. The police department ensured that safe transport at any hour to the CC Gym in Del Mar and the FEMA Dome to the front doors. Our partner facilities for showers included the Good Samaritan Rescue Mission, Mother Teresa, and Dismiss Recovery Center. And it's important to note that when I point those out, they paused their overfill population that they had going on at the time to make a window for us to bring folks in, and the average is 15 minutes a person to move those through. And if it was through lunchtime or they needed additional clothing, medical, all the services that they normally provide, they provided during that time. So we're very thankful for them to have answered the phone, take that phone call, and do what they can to make way for that and make that happen. But showers were offered to every individual in both facilities, and the number of slots offered of 90 shower slots, not all of them were chosen to be used. So transportation partnerships to our two emergency centers, the gym and the dome. Sunday transportation, when the event began, was a Carroll stop on, I can't pronounce that road correctly because I'm new here, so I'm not going to butcher it. Crossroads Road, there we go. That's just right across the street from the Refuge Center. I'll work on that one. And then Monday through Friday, transportation dropped off at the CC Gym on the Del Mar FEMA Dome right there at the sidewalk in front of the building. They rerouted their normal, I believe it's Route 16, and made sure that they stopped by. And anybody who was needing to be dropped off or was waiting there to be picked up was taken care of. So looking at city resources, and this is where I ask for a little bit of grace. Feel pretty comfortable with these numbers, but things are going to keep coming in as P card receipts come in and all that. It'll change just a little bit, but we're in a very good ballpark here. But we're looking at over 160 civilian employees involved in this response, 78 police officers, and 20 firefighters for a total of 258 approximate city overall employees that were utilized during this response. And if you look up here on the right-hand side of your screen, these are estimates of what those hours and a few expenses there up at the top, that for an approximate total time of 2,775 man hours or labor hours, the approximate estimated cost today is about $119,841. But it's important to note that during this time, from day one of the meetings till this past Friday, this went on with the help of city employees and other staff, officers, EMT, firemen, and at no time were any other city operations affected in any way. Everything continued as normal, given account all the freezing and everything else that was going on. Here's a few pictures that I'd like you guys to see of not only the centers, but also some of the city employees that, like was mentioned earlier, wear two hats. Every employee here for the city is essential. All right, they are all, every spring we go through and with human resources and assign these folks to response teams. For this event, our major pool was our refuge teams. And what that looks like is including in meetings in the beginning, and they get on the phone and they start calling their people and setting together rosters to make this happen, working with their directors on, because the workloads never stop, right? And so all of the teams pulled together effortlessly. They all did their part. Were super respectful and kind, and it was mentioned to me that as an example in a potential interview, someone's like, well, what about the hardships to the employees for this happening? What about all of that? But the reality is it's a privilege, right? It's an honor to serve our community, and we gladly do it. And I think majority of the other city employees that I had the pleasure of working with feel exactly the same way. A few more of the pets that we had in the center. Again, everybody behaved well. Okay, some of our staff, and as we got into capacity at the gym, we had to move all of our intake and our snacks and our meals out in the hallway to make sure that we could maximize all of the floor space that we possibly could at the Corpus Christi gym. So I'd like to take a minute to thank our partners that helped make this happen. I got 2 slides here because there's a lot of them, and I wanted to keep it legible, but I'm not going to get everybody. And I don't want to leave anybody out because there's some out there, and we appreciate everybody that helped pull this together, and it takes all of us to make this happen. But we're going to look Good Samaritan Rescue Mission, National Weather Service. Always we start with them. The Transportation Authority, electric, again, because it's potentially a freeze event. TxDOT with the roads and the highways. TDM, Emergency Management, we're with them in communications all the time, that if this was to get to be a more serious situation, they're a phone call away of anything that we possibly need. Mother Teresa Shelter with clothing and showers. The Salvation Army with meals. As I mentioned earlier, the Red Cross with cots, used all the cots that they had because there were other centers open throughout their region as well. The Coastal Bend Food Bank providing snacks and food not only directly to us but through the Salvation Army. The City of Robstown provided cots for us. Texas State Aquarium. Deaf and hard of hearing, we had an individual that was on call and available that if we got in a situation that we need interpretation or that they were going to be there for us. The City Hope House, Nueces Center for Medical Health and Intellectual Disabilities, the Independent Corpus Christi School District with an auditorium, and they were very gracious, very patient with us, and a great partner. Mission 911, the Dismas Recovery Center, helped us with showers as well. Metro Ministries, some clothing and meals, and resource help. Nueces County provided cots as well. Del Mar College with their space. And then Chris 6 News and Channel 3 News as well, helping us to stay current and keep the message out to the community. So looking ahead, there's a lot more that I could put on this slide right here, but I think this gives us an overall idea that we continue always to monitor the weather situation. You know, at any time, any hour of the day, any reason, I can call the National Weather Service, and they talk to me directly, and I report on my findings up the chain. But we strengthen partnerships and refine the winter weather plan. Okay, we're always, after everything we do, we're reviewing after action reports, putting together, getting comments from everybody involved, and always adjusting our plans as we go. Evaluate the emergency response team's performance. Again, part of that after action review that'll take a little time to put together. And then evaluate and enhance our public communication strategies. That's something that's always changing, right? Keeping up with the new generation, how technology, but we have a very solid communications team that our Office of Emergency Management works with to make sure that we're the most up to date, our messaging is coherent, that we're working together to make sure that we stay on top of this, and we do the very best job we can to include everybody, every consideration in our community to make sure that they have the most updated information available, and it's something we chase and try to do the best we can every time. That is the end of my presentation. I'm open if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Jason. It is 12:10, so we're going to go ahead and break for public comment, and then we'll come back with any questions or comments. That way we don't prolong it any further. Jace, thank you for the presentation.
Yes,
like I
ma'am.
said, we'll come back after public comment.
Yes, ma'am.
For any
Thank you for
questions or
having me.
comments on it. Thank you very much. So as we proceed to item F, public comment, I'd like to take a moment to emphasize the importance of this business meeting. We handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our City Council policy, which has been in place for 30 years. Public comment serves as one of the avenues for communication, but it's certainly not the sole method. You can also reach out to members of this council by way of phone call, emails, or even setting an in-person appointment. So with that said, let's proceed with public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and the adherence to this policy. Before we begin, I would like to ask our city attorney, Miles Risley, to review the rules of decorum, please, and they'll be displayed on the televisions above. Mr. Risley.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority over non-residents. If you'll please state your name and city in which you live before beginning your comments, that's what most appreciated. You have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First is at this present time, and the second is when the item is actually heard, so please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And a visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. If you have a petition or any relevant information, please present it to the city secretary prior to speaking, and she will pass it out to the council before you start. So with that said, we will start, and we have quite the list today. We have, just so everybody knows, looks like 55 public comment today. So we'll start with Mr. Tony Reyes.
Good morning, Mayor, City Manager, and council members. I'm Tony Reyes. I live at 5905 Harvest Hill in Corpus Christi, 78414. I want to thank the staff and City Council for what they did during this winter freeze. Individuals could have died out there, but you took the time and the effort to make sure individuals were warm, were fed, were clothed, and had transportation. And for some, they needed the assistance of the pets, and they were able to bring their pets with them. I commend you for that. The thinking of for them, not for yourselves, but for them was shown there, and I appreciate that. The other thing that you got to understand is the mindset of some of these individuals. And you're taking some of these individuals out of their environment where they just don't want any help. They just want to be left alone. And you put them in an environment when there was 120 or plus at a place of a warming center. And guess what? There were no fights. No dogs were biting people. That means you guys did something right. We could have very easily reported, or the police could have reported, you know what, we had to arrest X amount of people. And you didn't, because it was run correctly. So your timing, the way you were thinking, and how you were helping people made a difference. And not only the difference in the people that you helped, but also our community of understanding that you are compassionate for those that cannot help themselves sometimes. Now, the other thing that I would like to end with is this, is that you got to understand that we cannot all send people all the same funnel, okay? There's different individuals how we would love to help them. I would love to sit down with the city council and the city manager and the mayor of just giving you a better understanding of the mindset of an individual that goes and struggles of poverty or homelessness. I've been doing this for 25 years. I think I have a good understanding. And guess what? We have great agencies that have a good understanding. So let's partner up together. Let's get a better understanding of how we can help these individuals. But bottom line, you did an excellent A+ job. And my heart goes out to y'all because the way you did it, Mayor, City Manager, council members, thank you. Thank you for stepping up for those that really needed it.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Daniel Resley?
Daniel Resley, District 4, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm asking that you give your wholehearted consideration to the appointment of the candidates Marcus Haas and Samuel Fryer to the Corpus Christi Library Board. We need people like them who have a good moral compass and have strong ethics to do what's right. Placement of reading material with sexually explicit content in the adult section where it is not easily accessible to minors isn't too much to ask, in my opinion. There's other candidates that believe sexually explicit material should be available to all ages. I believe that is unacceptable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Resley. Patricia Anderson? Then we'll have Carol Murphy, Claudia Michelle, and Alan Rickardson after Patricia.
Oops. Mayor and City Council members, my name is Gail Anderson. I live in District 2. I would like to recommend an alternative approach to our library board. First, a little background. When I was growing up, sexually explicit material was considered sinful or taboo. You couldn't buy Playboy or Hustler in public places. The magazines were not in our grocery stores, our bookstores, nor in our libraries. You had to go to some secret seedy place to buy them. But let's be honest, would any of you carry a Playboy into your church? If you're not willing to take sexually explicit material into your church, then why are you making it available to our children? I was delighted. I was here for your swearing in on the 14th, and I really appreciated how you all gave God the credit for being on the city council. So our Lord and Savior, he loves his children. And please think about what Jesus said in Matthew 18:6 when you get ready to vote for the library board. And it says, if you cause a little child to stumble, it would be better for that person to hang a millstone around their neck. The current board members, Alice Upshaw Hawkins and Dora Wilburn, have made it very clear. They don't want to move these books, these pornographic books, out of the children's section. Therefore, I ask you to consider two other candidates in their place. Mr. Marcus Haas and Mr. Samuel Fryer are both Christian men of the highest character and are eminently qualified for serving on our board. For years, we've had only women on the board. So my alternate approach is, if you want diversity, wouldn't it be nice to have a male perspective? Besides providing a fresh perspective, Mr. Haas and Mr. Fryer have many admirable qualities, like wisdom, common sense, caring, commitment, as well as the ability to work well with others. I've served with Mr. Haas on a CEF team at Wilson Elementary. CEF stands for Child Evangelism Fellowship. The kids absolutely love Marcus. Well, for that matter, everybody loves Marcus. We would be very fortunate to have somebody of his caliber on the board. Likewise, I worked closely with Mr. Samuel Fryer at the last couple of years and have the utmost respect for his hard work, wide-ranging knowledge, ability to research and communicate complicated issues. He would be another valuable asset to the library board. So lastly, I like the idea of bringing new people on our boards for fresh ideas and having a diversity of male and female viewpoints. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Carol Murphy?
Good morning, Mayor, City Manager, Council. I want to give you a A quick, listen quickly, because I have a lot
Can you
of
state your
good
name and
news to
city,
give you.
please? Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you state your name and city, please?
Carol Murphy, and I live at Good Samaritan Rescue Mission at 902 New Aces Bay Boulevard. And Good Samaritan topped out at 311 occupants during the freeze. And no other shelter, to our knowledge, was accepting folks for weather. Mayor Paulette initiated contact with me on January 9th. And I told her what we would need, and the first thing I complained about was water bottles. And the calls went out at lightning speed. I didn't make any calls. Within an hour, I had the largest pallet of bottled water that we had ever received. H-E-B Moore Plaza had delivered it by the fire department. Then the library showed up with winter clothing and blankets. And then Officer Art Brown drove in with blankets and much-needed cots. We really needed them. H-E-B also donated $1,000 in gift cards. And as we approached 300 people, we have beds for 200. As we approached 300, she called the city manager, and they immediately opened the CC gym. Chief Mike Markle supplied CCPD around the clock so that the close quarters, because it was too cold to even go out and smoke cigarettes. So they provided police for us so that the craziness wouldn't turn into chaos. I went to the CC gym and to the FEMA Dome, and they were on top of it just as much as anything could be. But I want to say the city is not responsible for housing the homeless. That's the responsibility of the shelters. That's why we exist, is to house the homeless. So the city took a situation that they shouldn't have had to deal with and did an amazing, amazing thing. They had the RTA bring their refuge residents to Good Sam and to Mother Teresa's, and I believe one other place. And they took showers, and we gave them clean clothing. And the bus would wait and then take them back. And this was happening every day. So no one was denied shelters, denied showers that wanted showers. When the city reassigned some folks because of budget cuts, it did not cause a problem. The boots were on the ground. Jennifer Buxton, Art Brown, and Jace Johnson. It was the best cooperation I've ever had with the city, and things went exceptionally well. We don't have to meet regularly with the city. What we did is we put a thread up. What Mayor Guajardo initiated the contact, and we set up a thread on our cell phones between our managers and between the city, and we all worked as one team. And I was so grateful. We've never had boots on the ground before, and you should be very proud of your team. It went smoothly. I didn't even know what all was happening behind the scenes. But Good Samaritan, we love you, and we thank you for all the help that we received, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you so
Ms.
much.
Murphy. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Claudia Michelle?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Claudia Muschel, and I live in Corpus Christi. I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed Inner Harbor desalination plant and specifically discuss the threat it would pose to our migratory duck population. The coastal bend is home to 75% of North America's redhead duck population from October through March. The drought conditions we've been experiencing have already put these ducks and a host of other migratory waterfowl species at risk. Once these ducks complete their journey down the Central Flyway, their diet switches to foraging in the shoalgrass meadows found on the hypersaline flats along our coast. They ingest a lot of salt while eating, though, which drives up the salt concentration in their bloodstream and requires them to fly inland in search of fresh water, which has become more and more scarce. Then, when a desal plant discharging 68 million gallons of toxic brine into the bay every day enters the picture, it doesn't take much to figure out what the result will be. An already hypersaline system becoming even more salty, to the point of creating hypoxic zones, in which no plant, animal, or shoal grass can survive. In a bay system with an incredibly slow water exchange rate, the waters within Corpus Christi Bay would quickly become inhospitable to the near million redhead ducks that we count on to return every fall as their food sources disappear. Every day I'm out on the water during duck season, I see or hear more duck hunters than I can count. Whether they be guides making a living, people who have chosen to spend winters here so they can hunt, bolstering our economy, or people like me who rely on these ducks as a sustainable food source. It is a very special set of variables we have here in the coastal bend that has resulted in these ducks returning year after year, and it takes only changing one to upset the balance. Additionally, the Inner Harbor desal plant will not quote-unquote relieve water scarcity for Corpus Christi water customers, as the Corpus Christi Water website states. It would merely make enough water available to give the green light to the development of more toxic industry in the area. It happened in 2016 when the completion of the pipeline from the lower Colorado River to Corpus provided the city with 40 million additional gallons of water a day, and city leaders gave every gallon of it away to industry with zero notice or input from the public. Nothing now leads us to believe that you will not do the exact same thing again. As your constituents, we are saying in earnest to listen to us. Listen to the science. You have been elected and given the privilege of representing the people of this city, and you play a part in making decisions that affect all of us, whether we like it or not. You have to make the decision for yourself what your legacy is going to be. The people, fish, and birds that make this place so special deserve more than to be ignored in the name of profit once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. I want to remind everyone that clapping or shouting or any disruptions during public comment is not allowed. And that just goes to allow voices to be heard. So I'll ask you, please refrain from any clapping moving forward. Thank you. Alan Rickardson.
My name's Alan Rickardson. I live in Corpus Christi. I thank you for the opportunity to address you all today. First, I would like to take this occasion to congratulate Ms. Paxton on her new position. My wife and I are very happy she's representing us on the council. I'm here today to inform the council that I have sworn complaint against Ms. Alice Upshaw Hawkins with the Texas Ethics Committee related to Texas Title 15. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Rickardson. Jesus Wong. And then we'll have Shannon Ross, Rachel Caballero, and Robert Schmitschel.
Hello, City Council and Mayor, City Manager. My name is Jesus Wong. I reside in District 4. I've been living here in Corpus for about 5 years now. I am a proud member of the LGBTQ community, and in my time living here, I have developed a lovely community and have grown to really appreciate Corpus. And because of that, I have a sense of responsibility to speak out when I see injustices. So I stand here before you to express my concern regarding the Library Advisory Board meetings, or the board. I urge you to appoint Jennifer Anderson, Carol Matthews, Dora Wilburn, and Alice Upshaw Hawkins to the library board. These individuals have demonstrated accountability, a strong sense of responsibility to the mission of our public libraries during these public board meetings. Unfortunately, as I have observed at many of these meetings, there are those that seek to undermine voices and seek to entertain nonsensical arguments regarding the LGBTQ community. Many books are labeled as pornography for children, but that is nonsensical. No one wishes to have that sort of imagery imposed on children. Our communities are labeled as such by many individuals, but in reality, that's not the case. We don't want books removed entirely from our libraries. We want them to be relocated to a different section, or have parents make those decisions for their children. We don't want information removed from our libraries. And of course, there is a common solution for that, and that is why it must be discussed at these library board meetings with the library board members and with members in our community, so we can come to a proper conclusion and show ourselves compassion and empathy. Again, it is imperative that you appoint these 4 members. I will repeat their names: Jennifer Anderson, Carol Matthews, Dora Wilburn, and Alice Upshaw Hawkins. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Shannon Ross?
Hello, Mayor and City Council members and City Manager. My name is Shannon Ross. I live at District 2. First off, I want to thank you so much for your hard work towards the well-being of our city. Scripture says that all elected officials are appointed by God. What a tough but honorable calling you have. Please know that many are praying that you will be able to do your job well. As you well know, there's a worldview collision occurring at the libraries here in our city, and so I want my voice to be heard. I want you to know that I would like the children's section to be for my grandchildren what it was for me when I was a child in the libraries here in Corpus, and what it was for my children when they were that age. I want the libraries to be a place of freedom for them to choose any book they would like without their parents having to hover over them to protect them from porn of all things. I am so sorry that even this subject has to be addressed, but it does. For this reason, I'm asking that you do 4 things. 1, I ask that you appoint Samuel Fryer and Marcus Haas as library board members. I know them also, as Gail Anderson does, and they are just have sterling character. 2, I ask that you would not reappoint Alice Hawkins or Dora Wilburn for the very same reason. I am not a book banner, but I am asking you to see that sexually explicit books are moved out of the children's section and out of the young adult section into the adult section. And 4, I'm asking that you would make sure that the age for the young adult section is raised to 18 years of age. Again, thank you so much for your service, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Rachel Caballero?
Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. Good afternoon, elected public servants of the community and taxpayer-funded employees. We expect fair rulings of decorum despite personal negative feelings towards certain members of our community today. I would like to thank Councilman Cantu for shedding light on areas of concern regarding emergency services that resulted in positive solutions. I was disappointed that you all required community volunteers to sit outside in the cold weather when they were trying to help our community. Our community is over mediocre operational performance and treatment. We applaud those brave enough to expose it and be a part of positive change. A friendly reminder to all of the people on the dais, every single vote on City Council is an equal vote. Not one representative's vote carries more weight than the other. A council person does not have to get permission from anyone, including the mayor, to air their grievances of mediocre services being provided to us. I would advise any elected public servant or taxpayer-funded staffer to steer clear of harassing elected representatives for doing what we, the community, expects: truth and transparency. Thank you for finally committing to changing the drought contingency plan 3 years after we first went into stage 1 drought restrictions. We are expected to feel guilty while brushing our teeth, and we are expected to understand that every drop counts, and yet the city manager has failed to provide a drought contingency plan during a drought and waited until stage 3 to finally update it. This is just one of the many reasons why a pay raise was undeserved and unwarranted. As a reminder to the community, ExxonMobil, SABIC, Gulf Coast Growth Ventures came online in January of 2022, using 12.5 million gallons of water a day. We went into stage 1 drought restrictions on June 14th of the same year, 5 months later, and yet there is still no industry requirements to adequately conserve, nor has there been substantial movement on alternative water sources and or possibilities. Thank you to Councilman Hernandez, Councilwoman Campos, and Councilman Cantu for requesting to hold a public workshop for the community. This is not a dictatorship. We could use any and all help to resolve our current water issues. Why we have waited so long is proof of lack of leadership. We need balanced representation on the Port Commission. You were handed a recorded deed of trust between Mr. Gabe Guerra, Clay Burbank, and now ousted Port CEO Sean California Strawbridge. Mr. Guerra failed to disclose that he and his employer had financial dealings with the ousted Port CEO prior to his port appointment. We need honest and transparent representation and a representative that also cares about the environmental impacts of the decision-making at the port. I would ask that this council appoint former Councilman Dr. Jim Klein to the Port Commission. In doing so, you all will prove that you support fair and balanced representation. Any other appointment would prove corruption. Godspeed and have the day you deserve.
Thank you. Robert Schmitchell. And then we'll have Alex Flack, Sean Flanagan, and Brendan Heselton.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm Robert Schmitchell. I live in District 5, and I am co-owner of ABC Irrigation. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I am here to address the city's proposal to recommend watering house slabs every 14 days and to advocate for the use of a more frequent drip irrigation schedule. Specifically, I want to highlight how consistent regular watering is critical for the protecting homes built on our regions of high clay soils. As you know, Corpus Christi is prone to extreme heat and dry spells, which cause the clay-rich soils beneath the homes to shrink and crack when it dries out. This leads to uneven foundation movement, resulting in costly repairs for homeowners. Watering every 14 days may temporarily wet the surface, but it is insufficient to maintain the consistent moisture levels necessary to stabilize the expansion of clay soil over time. Drip irrigation offers a more targeted, efficient, and sustainable solution. Drip irrigation delivers water directly to the soil at a slow and steady rate. This allows the water to penetrate deeply, minimizing surface runoff and ensuring that moisture is distributed evenly around the foundation. By watering more frequently, 1 to 3 times a week for short durations, we can maintain stable moisture levels in the clay, significantly reducing the risk of soil contraction and expansion that causes foundation damage. This approach is also more water efficient in the long run. Frequent but precise watering prevents overwatering, reduces evaporation, and uses far less water than saturating soil every 2 weeks, which can lead to pooling, runoff, and wasted resources. By encouraging homeowners to use drip systems with proper spacing and duration, we can conserve water while protecting one of the most valuable investments people make, their homes. Finally, I'd like to emphasize that the cost of neglecting proper foundation care far outweigh the minimal increase in water use. Foundation repairs can easily exceed $10,000 per home, and widespread foundation damage could impact property values across the city. Preventative action in the form of regular drip irrigation is an investment that protects homeowners, preserves water, and ultimately strengthens our community. I urge the council to reconsider Stage 3 requirement of foundation watering every 14 days and instead promote a drip irrigation schedule that supports frequent, consistent watering. Following these guidelines, a 40 by 50 foot slab, which is 2,000 square feet, would have an annual water usage of 6,944 gallons, and installing a rain sensor would reduce the annual water use. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Schmitchell. Alex Fleck. Is Alex here? Okay. Sean Flanagan. After Mr. Flanagan, we'll have Brendan Heselton, Dara Ritgers, and then John Weber.
Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Sean Flanagan. I live in District 2. I have good news. Over a year ago, the council tasked the newly constituted library board with removing adult materials from children's sections of the library. The library board has passed recommendations to ensure this occurs, and library staff, I know myself, is moving books from children's to adult section. And this has been done without a single book having been removed from the library catalog or circulation. The problem is being solved. The library board needs to carry on and move on to other issues. That is why I recommend the addition of 2 men to the current all-women board. Marcus Haas and Samuel Fryer have common sense, share the moral sensibilities of the community, and can help move the board forward in a positive manner. Now, unfortunately, I'm recommending that you not appoint either Alice Upshaw Hawkins or Dora Wilborn because of their actions. I have handed you 2 documents. Alice Upshaw Hawkins is the president of the League of Women Voters. The document, the first one you got, is an invite to a September 2024 banned book event sponsored by the League of Women Voters. Upshaw Hawkins was on the library board on that date. She knew then, and she knows now, that not a single book has been removed and certainly not banned in Corpus Christi. The whole banned book campaign is a fabrication. It has caused other members of the board to be attacked and the public library system to be denigrated over the fabrication that books are being banned there. The second document is a screenshot, one of unfortunately many similar posts and reposts on Dora Wilburn's public Facebook page. Let me quote it in part. Quote, "Hate, bigotry, bullying, and division were endorsed by the 5 old white women backed by hate groups," unquote. She vilifies her fellow board members. Finally, I draw your attention to the recently fabricated narrative that the application of city policy concerning board membership was in the case of Alice Upshaw Hawkins racially and politically applied. Did Ms. Hawkins set the records right and say, no, I'm merely being treated in the same manner as everyone else? No. She embraced the fabricated narrative in hopes of being reappointed. If you reappoint these 2, you are sending a clear message that it's acceptable for board members to publicly vilify other board members and to fabricate the truth whenever it suits their needs. I hope you don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Brenda Heselton? Or Brendan, sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Captain Brendan Heselton. I live on Oso Bay in District 4. First off, giving non-residents only 1 minute to speak about desal is kind of ridiculous considering Corpus Christi Water serves 600,000 people across 7 different counties. This doesn't only affect Corpus Christians. How many of you on the council know a fly fishing guide? I'm willing to bet many of you know more than one, or just a regular fishing guide for that matter. The Coastal Bend is a destination fishery. I regularly guide clients from across the country to fly fish for redfish on our flats. We practice strict catch and release, ensuring these fish are treated with the utmost respect, because without a healthy fishery, I and countless other guides would lose our livelihoods. And this inner harbor plant will devastate our tourism industry. When salinity levels rise to the point of creating hypoxic zones in the bay, it will destroy our fishery. A November 2022 report from TAMUCC's South Texas Economic Development Center highlighted tourism generating $1.6 billion to local businesses and over $50 million in tax and fee revenues to the city. Tourism is the lifeblood of Corpus Christi. People come here for our clean beaches and bays, both of which this desalination plant threatens to destroy. Personally, I don't want to see our city become another Galveston, and anglers and guides across the country and Coastal Bend oppose this project. Instead, the city must prioritize water conservation, rainwater catchment systems, and gray water recycling, and I'm in favor of the motion to hold a public water supply workshop, so thank you, council members who proposed that. We can't continue promising water we don't have to industries while sacrificing the livelihoods of thousands in our tourism sector. As someone whose life and livelihood depend on clean water and wild fish, I urge each of you to reach out to a guide and spend a day on the water. We know this estuary better than anyone on this dais. We've spent thousands of hours immersed in this ecosystem, learning its rhythms and challenges. Texas Parks and Wildlife Department often relies on angler surveys because they trust the experience of guides and anglers to inform their conservation decisions, and I'd strongly encourage you to take the same approach here. Listen to us, protect our fishery, protect our economy and our community by opposing the Inner Harbor Plant. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Heselton. Dara Ridgers.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Dara Rickers, and I live in District 5. Before you is a petition signed by more than 350 Corpus Christi residents supporting a thoughtful, balanced approach to the library's collection development policy. The more than 350 signatures, which I have in my hand right here, show that your constituents support a library collection development policy that falls within the legal parameters of state and federal laws and at the same time provides diverse materials that meet the needs of all ages and backgrounds. Your Library Advisory Board is not advocating and has never advocated that books from any public library be banned or removed. According to the minutes in a December 2023 council meeting, council members expressed concern that children should not be allowed to check out certain books without adult supervision and to implement stricter guidelines along that course. That is what your Library Advisory Board has done. They have recommended to the library director and staff that sexually explicit books be relocated to the appropriate sections of the libraries. Every book in a library is placed in a certain section based on several parameters, one being subject matter. This is no different. These recommendations are common sense. Some seeking to be appointed to the Library Advisory Board today have not only been opposed to moving books to appropriate sections of the libraries, but also opposed changes to the collection development policy which would prevent sexually explicit books from being in the minor section of our libraries in the future. Please do the right thing when you make these appointments today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rickers. John Weber.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. John Weber of Corpus Christi. Thank you for putting the drought contingency plan on the agenda. It looks like there are some positive updates. I've been asking to see this on the agenda for over a year. so let's not rush it now. I believe it would be in the interest of the city to hold at least one evening presentation and public input session before this is considered a final draft. Informing the public and taking their input into consideration will go a long way to build trust and get buy-in from the residents. Thank you also for putting item number 30 on the agenda. I think it's an excellent idea. In Section 1, Part C of the memo, it addresses water reuse. I think the cheapest and fastest water reuse plan is to sell treated wastewater from the Broadway and Allison treatment plants to industry. It could be sold as is at the raw water rate. Another option is to install reverse osmosis units at the treatment plants and sell it to industrial users as ultra-pure water. Here are the locations of our wastewater treatment plants. This assessment shows between the Allison and Broadway plants, the reuse will free up approximately 13 million gallons a day that could be used to increase the levels of our reservoirs. These projects could be done one at a time. I would suggest the Broadway location be done first because it has the most amount of water and the least environmental impact. These are cheaper and faster alternatives to the Inner Harbor desalination plant. They are classified as drought resistant, so funds from the drought surcharge exemption fees can be used for these projects. Only by increasing the levels in our reservoirs can we remove ourselves from the burdens of drought restrictions. Just for fun, this is the pricing from good to ceramic for Quick Quack subscriptions. Here is just one of many receipts I inspected. Notice this one is for the most expensive subscription. This is one of many pages of receipts. One department even negotiated a contract to wash their vehicles. According to this email, it is $12,000 for the year. So while I continue to drive around in cars I haven't washed since we went into stage 3, many city vehicles are subscribed for unlimited car washes. Thanks for listening and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Jesse Jenkins.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Jenkins. I live at 1027 Wilshire Place here in Corpus. I also own Gill Garden Center and Landscape Company at 2810 Airline Road. I'm here to show my support for the new revisions to the drought contingency plan, which y'all are going to see today. Allowing hand watering and limited drip irrigation use are minor adjustments to the stage 3 watering rules. These changes will not cause much additional water usage, but they will allow us to avoid severe negative impacts on our local environment and our local economy. It's very important that the changes to outdoor watering rules are adopted before we reach spring, which is typically around February 15th. This is when plants, trees, pollinators, and our whole local ecosystem begin to need help from us to grow. If we fail to take action now, we risk losing established trees and landscapes, which causes a domino effect. Worse air quality, erosion, an urban heat dome, habitat loss, increased fire danger, and more. We also risk losing jobs and businesses in the local green industry, which contributes more than $300 million each year to the local economy just in Nueces County. This is urgent. I'd like to thank City Manager Zanoni and Drew Molly and his team of experts at Corpus Christi Water for their leadership in getting this revised drought plan to the council today, as well as their efforts to develop additional sources of water. The revisions to this drought plan acknowledge the need to conserve water while also allowing us to keep our city alive and vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Michael Garcia? Is Michael Garcia with us? Okay. Oh, is he coming? Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Mike Garcia. I live at 329 Oleander Avenue here in Corpus Christi in District 2, and I thank you for your time. I own 360 Landscape and Irrigation, and we are in our 17th year of business. This afternoon, I hold in my hand my MBA. You know, it's not a Master's of Business Administration, but it's my MBA. It's my irrigator license that I've worked so hard for. And I wanted to just let you know a few things. I also hold a backflow prevention license and also hold a customer service inspector license with the state of Texas. All three licenses are in good standings with our great state of Texas. Let me be very clear. These licenses aren't free. They're not given away. The certification and exams are no joke, because water is no joke. It's serious business. I stand here today representing our landscape and irrigation industry that currently generates around $400 million taxable dollars that pours into our economy. I thank our city manager and our council, water department, development services for stepping up and offering support in order to keep our industry from going under. Moving forward, I'm optimistic that together we will overcome this challenge. We will find a way to bring water back into our storage and work our way to the other side of this drought. Our business has lost 75% of its revenue, and that's been from stage 2 to present time. Myself and many of our colleagues here today hold these state licenses that gives us permission to handle this precious resource we call water. We have worked hard to maintain and keep our standing with the state of Texas and local code requirements. Corpus Christi, right behind us. In Latin, el cuerpo de Cristo, the body of Christ. And like a body, when one part hurts, it all hurts. And right now our industry is in much pain. This is not only the green industry challenge, but it's a community challenge. And we thank you, Peter, for coming and helping us out with this. With the new landscape season right around the corner, as we just heard Mr. Jesse, in March, it's crucial that we receive assistance now without delay. Many in our industry are already behind on bills, merchants, operational costs, our vendors that have been caught in the middle of this economic collision. I believe that our community is blessed with having wonderful professionals from landscape nurseries, irrigation, and maintenance service providers. Thank you for keeping our industry alive and our wonderful workers employed.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Shauna Holzenbach. And then Sean Christopher and Ron Graven after that.
Good afternoon. My name is Shauna Holzenbach, and I'm the Vice President of Hebert Irrigation. My husband and I purchased the company in 1990. At the time, we invested a few $1,000s for a one-line phone book ad and a single trencher.
Ma'am, can you state your city or district?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Shauna Holzenbach, District 1. Since then, we've poured countless hours of hard work and dedication into growing and expanding the business, which now generates over $3 million in annual sales and at times has employed more than 40 people. For 35 years, we proudly served the Coastal Bend, and unfortunately, due to the current drought contingency plan, we are at risk of losing it all. Many of our employees have been with us for over 25 years. They are irreplaceable. They are highly skilled, and they are licensed professionals whose knowledge comes from years of hands-on experience. I've already lost several of these key team members, and I'm doing everything in my power to retain the rest. Lately, I've seen numerous discussions about supporting industries like landscaping, pool services, and car washes. However, I've yet to see meaningful conversations about supporting the irrigation companies, an industry that has been disproportionately affected by recent changes. While I understand the urgency of water conservation, I believe it's crucial that we ensure efficient and sustainable watering methods, especially during the 30-day window for new landscaping. A simple garden hose with an oscillating sprinkler running all day long is not an effective solution. Only an automatic sprinkler system with a timer can properly water landscapes during the early morning hours, minimizing water loss due to evaporation. It ensures even precise watering, preventing dry patches and overwatering in other areas. This type of system can also be set to irrigate in zones, ensuring that each section of the landscape gets the right amount of water without wasting any. Given these benefits, it's concerning to me that instead of making automatic sprinklers a requirement, they're one of the first systems being cut out in the drought contingency plan. I'm encouraged to see the city taking steps to address Stage 3 water restrictions, and I sincerely hope that water-saving technologies like the automatic sprinkler systems are given the consideration they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holzenbach. Sean Christopher?
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Sean Christopher. My wife and I own the company called Seascapes. We've had it here in Corpus Christi for 36 years serving the community. I've written several letters starting about a month and a half ago to the city manager and also to Drew Molly. And I copied the whole city council for it, and I did get 2 responses, Sylvia Campos and Carolyn Vaughn. And I appreciate y'all reaching out to us. I especially want to thank Carolyn Vaughn. She was crucial in setting up meetings with the city, getting the city involved with us. I want to thank Peter, and I want to thank Carolyn Vaughn for listening and trying to help us out. Seascapes, we are a premier upper-end residential landscape company, so we're a little bit different than regular just plant bush companies. We employ about 10 employees, subcontract to many, many more. We design very large projects. We master plan pools, patios, decks, outdoor kitchens, pergolas, sidewalks, driveways, the landscape, lighting, everything. So we're a one-stop shop for people, and we draw it and oversee the entire project. With that said, I'm a strong supporter of the new revised Stage 3 plans that they're presenting here today, but it does not do anything really to help myself. My clients aren't going to put out, $25,000, $50,000, $60,000 on 30 days of water, and then there's no watering. And then it's a roll of the dice. Either lakes fill up by rain or we get water another way. My clientele's not going to take that type of risk, and obviously it's not a good investment for them. Since Stage 3 restrictions have been implemented, I have had every signed contract put on hold. I've had contracts that were in the middle of construction put on hold, and we've had 0 phone calls for new projects. Obviously, nobody's interested in doing anything if they can't water it. I think the contingency plan revised will help nurseries. I think it will help smaller landscape companies and some irrigation companies. Unfortunately, my projects, I don't think it'll help at all. But I appreciate everything that the people have done for it and for our industry. I support desal, but listening to these people today, I don't support putting it back into the bay. I support some sort of disposal deep out into the Gulf, a pipeline put out into the Gulf. I wouldn't want to lose our estuary. Both the industry population and the population of industry and our population has grown so much since the Mary Rose pipeline. I don't understand how we're in the situation we're in, why we never remedied it before, but here we are. So I think we need to take advantage of our abundant groundwater.
Thank you, Mr. Christopher.
Excuse me?
Oh, your time.
Well, I want to finish anyways. We need to restart negotiations with Evangeline Wells, and we need to start to drill, baby, drill. We need to get into the wells.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming down. Mr. Ron Graben.
Ron Graving, Corpus Christi. I'm the president of the North Beach Community Association. And thanks to the council and especially to our city manager, we have something that the Dallas Cowboys haven't had in a long time, and that's called momentum. Now, I'm from Philadelphia, so don't be a hater. But we're making great progress on North Beach, and I thank all of you for that. Every year, we submit to the council a list of the priorities, and they are before you. And I'm going to highlight some of them, and Carrie Meyer is going to be right behind me to embellish what I've forgotten. But as I drive around North Beach, and I compliment you also on selecting someone who has their boots on the ground for the TERS 4 position of community representative, and I think that's very important. And so we have listed these priorities, and not necessarily in the order of priority, but they all are important to us. And so one of the things that as you drive across North Beach, you'll see from Surfside Boulevard east toward the bay, the roads are seriously in disrepair, and I don't think I'm saying anything that you are not aware of. So what we would like to do, and we met the other day, and city manager was not able to be there, but he was represented, and I appreciate that because he sent Sony to represent us, and Councilman Roy has always seemed to be there at most of our meetings, and I know his schedule's busy, and there's others that have been there, and I appreciate that. So we are looking to, if the city doesn't have the money, we are looking to maybe use the TERS money to take care of some of these public projects. And if you'll reread the origins of the TERS, that allows for public projects such as what we've suggested here. So I want to call your attention to that. Also, when I met with some of the city staff, they asked who we speak for. And we speak as the community. Yesterday, I met with some of the business owners, Dave at the DoubleTree, and I met with Cass across the street. Tomorrow, I'm meeting with someone regarding the breakwater. I'll tell you about that at a different time, but that's an important meeting. And we want to work together as a community. So the History Plaza is something that has just been kind of left hanging, and we really would like to see that finished. And if we have to use our TERS money, we will use our TERS money to see that finished. But we want an official committee. That's what the community is asking for. That way they feel like when some of you are gone, sooner or later Mr. Zanoni is going to be gone, and we want a good representation. So that's our thinking on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Graben. Carrie Meyer.
Good afternoon, City Council. Carrie Meyer, North Beach, Corpus Christi. Just a little bit more about Ron was talking about with this list of priorities for improvements for North Beach. We started giving these to the city in 2007 to City Manager Skip Noe. And we have presented these to 10 different city councils, so you're the 10th. And the priorities on this list change every year as the needs of North Beach change. Many priorities have been scratched off because the projects got funded and built. Surfside Park, which some of you attended the ribbon cutting for in 2024, is a really good example of that. Still on the list are completing the History Plaza and completing the Eco Park, as they are still being planned and built. Funding can come from the general fund, the Capital Improvement Program, grants, bonds, or the TERS. Thank you for choosing Ron for the TERS board. Like he said, public projects, as opposed to the money just going to individual developers or business owners, is something that North Beach Community Association is really getting behind. Studying the TERS, saying where it's like, for example, the Island TERS has funded, I believe, Packery Channel, and they're funding on trying to fund another bridge, and a lot of things that the island is doing with its TERS money. That is really a good example of public projects being used or being supported through these TERS funding. And
And finally, again, the committee that we're asking for under number 2 is real important for the growth of North Beach. Everett was really helpful in getting the TERS established in 2019 with the support of Carolyn and other people. And now the next move forward is to go ahead and have a stakeholders represented in an official committee so that you know who to go to talk about North Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. I think Patty Clark had to leave, so we're going to move on. Jason Hale. Then we'll have Jennifer Espino, Vincent Ward, and Alicia Casperdes.
Okay, Jason Hale, District 2. Hi, council members. Today I'll be talking about the new drought contingency plan. There were a lot of changes, so I'm hoping you'll give us a couple of weeks to go over it and make suggestions. We're already 2 years behind, so what's the rush, right? Right now, my main concern is that the new plan fails to minimize the impacts of water shortages by putting off significant conservation measures until the water emergency stage, which by then may be too little too late. Making things worse, the city of Corpus Christi may not qualify for relief from state agencies unless they have instituted serious drought measures, meaning we won't get the help we need when we need it the most. Okay. My first issue is that the new reductions to industrial surcharges will weaken important conservation incentives. For example, previously a non-exempt large volume user who used 12.5 million gallons a day and received an 80% allocation during stage 3 would add $18 million to CCW's revenue through surcharges if they did not reduce their use. However, under the new plan, CCW would lose about $9 million of revenue due to the new changes in surcharge fees for this example alone. Additionally, the changes are so major that the customer in the previous example would actually save money by not opting into the drought exemption fee program, as long as the stage 3 condition only happens 1 out of every 7 years or less, which has been the case for most, if not all, of Corpus Christi's history. Number 2, we are not meeting our target reductions. Last year, municipal sales were 74 million gallons a day on average. To meet our stage 3 targets, we would need to conserve 22 million gallons a day. That's more than what residents used in 2023. So how can we be meeting these targets if most of the heavy lifting is being done by residents? It's ridiculous. The target reductions are just numbers on a page unless we have a real plan to implement them. Number 3, monitoring conservation. We should be providing monthly updates showing last month's per capita use compared to a year or two before. That way we can gauge how effective our current conservation efforts are. Number 4, pro rata allocations should have gone into effect at the onset of stage 3, but this hasn't happened yet. To me, that's pretty huge. And number 5, the TCEQ may deny us emergency relief if we are unable to demonstrate that serious drought measures have been instituted, which is why we shouldn't wait until the last minute to take serious measures, and is also why we should ensure that the new plan adequately minimizes adverse impacts. And that's my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Jennifer Espino.
Jennifer Espino, D4. I was disappointed but not surprised to be here 2 weeks ago and see the council start off this term by so apparently arbitrarily applying the rules of decorum and then scolding those of us who tried to raise concerns around the issue just to be vindicated that we actually were right. And I think and hope this sets the tone for the course of the term, that the council has a responsibility to listen to the people and to not respond defensively and to assume the best faith possible of their constituents. Now, I wasn't able to give public comment then because I used my break to be here. Quick reminder reminder that this time does not work for most working people. I am fortunate enough to have a little more time today, so I want to revisit what I started with, which is that we are exhausted with being disregarded. I'm happy to agree to disagree with some on the dais, but I'm not necessarily a small government advocate. I do not think it's a question of if the government works, but rather who the government works for. If it's working for corporations, the rich, powerful, and well-connected, or if it's working for working-class people and families. I pay taxes, and I want those taxes to be invested into ensuring the best quality of life for everyone in our city. Of course, I'm here to advocate for myself. I want clean air, clean water, fully funded public libraries that are actually being led by librarians and people with the appropriate knowledge and experience, like Dora Wilburn and Alice Hawkins, but I'm also here to advocate that the city invest in smart and database forms of harm reduction and crime prevention. I want to applaud Councilman Cantu for his letter regarding the natatorium. I think it sets a good tone for how council members can and should be advocating for our unhoused community. I also think it's unrealistic to think we can police or nonprofit ourselves out of the level of harm. I work for a nonprofit, mind you, harm or communities, our community's experience, as opposed to investing in crime and harm prevention measures like housing first solutions to homelessness. I also want to thank Councilwoman Campos for always leading and advocating for our unhoused community, as well as sounding the alarm around false solutions like desalination that only scratch the surface of the issue without actually getting to the root of how we got into this crisis and drought to begin with, and certainly do not provide solutions or a pragmatic course of action to get us out of this crisis. I think it's actually utopian and foolish to think that we should be taking any cues from the corporations and facilities that got us into this crisis, especially when homelessness services and other vital services and resources are criminally underfunded and whole departments have been defunded into oblivion. We should not be investing this much money in a false solution like desal. Our city leaders are far too fearful of the backlash they will receive from big polluters and not fearful enough of the backlash they will receive from their constituency. The priorities of the previous council were wildly misaligned with the will of the people. I am hoping that this current council can course correct, and in the spirit of Terry Eagleton, I am here to practice hope without optimism. The sense of organized abandonment that many in our community have felt has left us with very little optimism, but I strongly believe that hope is a discipline, and I will continue to practice that for my benefit and the benefit of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Espino. Vincent Ward.
Mr. Ward, can you move the microphone closer to you? We're having some issues with the sound. Thank you so much. Okay.
Hello, my name is Vincent Ward, District 4. I'm a public school teacher. As a resident of Corpus Christi, I'm asking that you appoint Marcus Haas and Samuel Fryer to the Corpus Christi Library Board. Here's why. Back in December 2023, City Council members expressed concern that children should not be allowed to check out certain books without adult supervision and to implement stricter guidelines. There are library board members seeking to remain or get back on the board who neither want to move sexually explicit material from the minor section nor advocate for policy change to prevent this from continuing. Just yesterday, I went into the Hart Public Library and checked out this book, Tilt, by Ellen Hopkins. I've given each of you some excerpts from this book. These excerpts are so explicit that I'd be embarrassed to read them out loud, but you need to know this. You need to see how bad it is. This smut was in a section labeled for ages 12 to 17 years old. Can you imagine a 12-year-old reading this? Could you imagine your 13-year-old son reading this? I wouldn't even want my 17-year-old daughter reading this. I teach these kids. I care about their minds. And you know what they told me this green sticker means? It means that as an adult, I'm only allowed, I can't automatically renew it because it's intended for the kids at the school. Alice Upshaw Hawkins is on record stating there is no pornography in our school libraries, yet there still is. Do you really want to reappoint people who want to keep this in the school libraries? And do you really want to nominate someone who violates Texas election code and has an ethics complaint against her? Please do not appoint people like Alice and Dora who fight against protecting children. According to the council's individual biographies on their city website, it's evident that at least 2 of you cares about kids. And I'm sure you all do. To help best protect kids, please appoint Marcus Haas and Samuel Fryer to the library board. Both men are more than qualified to help address these problems, and they're going to be strong advocates to help our libraries in the coming years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Alicia Casperitas. Then we'll hear from Juan Rodriguez, Laramie Fain, and Beatriz Alvarado.
Good afternoon, Alicia Casperitas, District 5. I am here to speak on behalf of the Coastal Bend Home Builders Association. I'm commenting on item 29, the Water Department Drought Contingency Plan proposal. Our organization is steadfastly in support of updating the drought contingency plan in a timely fashion. However, we must state that we cannot support the plan as set for presentation today. Our industry was not represented in the stakeholder conversations that took place, nor were we afforded the opportunity to comment on the plan being presented today. While we cannot support today's presented plan, we are looking forward to working collaboratively with the Water Department to discuss concerns regarding their proposal, and would like to extend our gratitude to Mr. Drew Molly for reaching out last night to begin the discussions and foster a partnership of industry and staff collaboration moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casperitas. Juan Rodriguez.
Juan Rodriguez, Corpus Christi, District 5. Thank you, Mayor, council members, manager. There's 2 openings on the library board, and I'm here today to ask you to exercise some inclusion and diversity by appointing Mr. Samuel Fryer and Mr. Marcus Haas to the library boards. Both gentlemen are of good moral character and are active in our community, and currently there's just no men on the board, so I believe this should be an easy decision. You know, Proverbs 24 tells us, if you do nothing in a difficult time, your strength is too small. Rescue and save those who are stumbling towards slaughter. You don't get to excuse yourself by saying, look, I didn't know. He understands all hearts and he sees you, and he guards your soul and knows that you knew, and he'll repay all people as their actions deserve. For most of us, it's just easier to do nothing in difficult times. We want to just keep quiet and not make waves. And I'm asking you to be strong and appoint these men. And in the past, I've given you graphic pictures of what our kids can stumble upon in their libraries. Pornography has a way of slaughtering the young mind, and you don't get to say that you didn't know. I'm not asking you to ban a book. I'm just asking you to put it out of their reach. Around 1918, the Minister of Education, Georgi Lukács, introduced comprehensive sexual education to the school system. It was explicit, and it was done without parental consent. Its aim was to demoralize children and dismantle Christian values. He believed the ends justified the means. Today we know it as social-emotional learning. These books didn't get there by accident, it was by design. But never believe me, look it up for yourself, read on him. Evil triumphs when good people do nothing, and right now I'm looking at some good people. I'm just asking you to do something about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Laramie Fain.
Laramie Fain, District 2, Corpus Christi, Texas. I would like to voice my support for the proposed alternative water supply workshop if conducted in such a way that actual community members will be able to present alternatives to you. I do not believe that all options or alternatives have been explored, thought about, or exhausted. The messaging from council to council for almost a decade now has been one note: desal or bust. The resistance to hear from experts in the field, the resistance to conduct proper modeling, the resistance to hear input from community members who have dedicated serious time and resources to understanding the impacts of desalination is alarming. Speaks volumes to how little community input is valued by council. There are alternatives, and they need to be explored. This city's existing infrastructure is already mismanaged and improperly funded. So I do not see how spending north of $750 million on a desalination plant is actually being floated as a drought-proof solution. It will be like everything else in this city, crumbling and operating at 20% capacity in 5 to 6 years. This drought, brought about by overuse from high-volume water users that are also driving climate change, is a problem that is affecting our community. We did not create this situation, but we're paying the price. The least you can do is hear our alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fain. Beatriz Alvarado.
Hello, my name is Beatriz. I live in District 2, Corpus Christi.
Can you state your full name? I'm sorry.
Beatriz Alvarado.
Thank you.
During a 2017 City Council meeting, then Mayor Joe McComb said this minutes before a vote was taken on whether to apply for a state loan to continue the city's exploration of desal as an alternative water source. He said, "This indicates a commitment to desal as the ultimate water supply if everything else fails." This meeting was held days after the city oversold our water supply to Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, one of the largest ethane cracker plants in the world. It's been about 8 years since this meeting, and to this day, the primary concern I hear from residents is that the city hasn't been transparent about alternatives to desal. Everybody wants to know more about the alternative water supplies, especially right now. I'm here to speak in favor of item 30, regardless of when it's held. I'm referring to the workshop. I hope the city schedules the public alternative water supply workshop that was requested by 3 council members. I hope you consider helping us and the new city council members better understand all of the alternative water sources that have been explored as seriously as desalination and were ultimately deemed a failure, as framed by McComb. I'm also here to speak against item 29, the amendments being proposed to the city's drought contingency plan. I believe this is being rushed through. The city council was supposed to have adopted this plan 2 years ago, but instead punted this vote past the election because it's too political. This is very much a better deal for industry than what was presented back in 2018. When comparing both drafts of the plan to what's being presented today, it's obvious that industry cut a better deal behind closed doors. The city has a mechanism at their disposal to force industry to pay virtually double for using water during drought restrictions, ideally deterring them from using water during drought. You've instead found creative ways of allowing industry to exacerbate drought conditions for a small fee. This is the type of mentality that continues to perpetuate an artificial demand for desalination. According to calculations by Jason Hale, we would be collecting almost $15 million from the largest water user, which is Gulf Coast Growth Ventures, annually if we were to enforce a resident-first approach to the water allotment and fee structure in the 2018 draft plan and did away with the drought exemption fee. Please do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado. Blanca Parkinson.
Blanca Parkinson, Corpus Christi District 1. I'm here today also on the drought contingency plan, but I've been paying attention now for almost 4.5 years. I started to pay attention because one of the plants was proposed in my parents' backyard in Portland, and they're only given 1 minute to speak here. And I have a son, much like the young man who spoke, who's a fisherman, and they deserve to live in a nice place and to fish and to do what they want to do. The reason I am speaking out on the drought contingency plan, even though there were positive changes, there is still that drought exemption surcharge option for industry that exempts them from surcharges or curtailment, however you want to phrase it. It's the same thing. And last night I saw in the news the city is again saying that industry's taking 60%. In these chambers, it was stated on record by the Water Resources Manager that Steel Dynamics and Gulf Coast Growth Ventures put industry's demand at 80%. And I'm not here to argue that with you because new, recycled, whatever, the city has decided to just stick to that story. And the truth is, whether it's 60, 80%, the reservoirs are not going to stop depleting exponentially through anything that people do. They're not. Because that doesn't make sense. And Jason broke it down for you, but really you just need to have common sense and realize that if there's one industry taking 80% of our water, no matter what we do, like he said, even if we all stop using water, it's not going to fix the problem. So I'd like for you all, new or recycled career politicians, to consider taking the drought exemption off the table. If you do it today, the industry still have 5 years to prepare for this. 5 years. And again, because I've been paying attention for 4.5 years now, it's time for all of us to entertain the idea that maybe the desal thing is a scam, it's a failure, it's a pipe dream. Because in the 4.5 years that I've been watching, I've seen narrative, I've seen this whole narrative about whether we're pro-industry or anti-industry, and everybody's fighting, and it doesn't matter because we have no water. The city has not produced water in the past 4.5 years. Your permits turned 5 years old last week, and you have absolutely nothing to show for it but a drawing. Today, you're going to go into executive session to try to buy water from CC Polymers. Do you know that they're renewing their 5-year permit? This isn't a new permit. They have a permit, they have a plant, but they don't have is water. So you may want to find out why they haven't been able to produce water. And like I said, maybe entertain the idea that these desal plants are scams, that you're not going to pull millions of gallons of water out of the ship channel. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Matthew Moore. Is Matthew Moore with us? Okay, Marcus Haas.
Hi, I'm Marcus Haas, Corpus Christi, District 2, and I thank you all for being here today. Well, it's your job, but anyway, I thank you all for being here and for having me to talk about the Corpus Christi Library Board. I can remember growing up being in the library, and it was such a fun time. And it was something that we looked forward to. And the library we went to was the one that's over behind Sutherland's. And it was so much fun, and my parents, my mother, who always took us there, okay, she never had any kind of worries about, because it was the library. I mean, this is a safe place. And I remember that. And I understand there's a lot of controversy going on right now about what you can see in the library. Okay, and I would, if a vote came up that I had to make, okay, I would vote against pornographic material or explicit material being put in the children's department or the children's section of the library. Okay, but I think there's a lot more going on here, okay, than just that. And we hadn't really addressed it. Okay, I really feel like that the library is coming to a place of becoming inconsequential. Okay, it's no more. I mean, it's not like it used to be. Okay, just because of the way our culture is going, everything's going digital. Okay, and I mean, you can listen to you can buy a book on Amazon and have it come on this. Okay, you don't need to go to the library. Okay, so what I'm really concerned about right now, okay, is making the library more consequential, making it something that young people and children, because young people and children are the future. Okay, whether we go to the library or not, okay, those are the people that are going to be library constituents and their children, okay, going into the future. So if we don't capture them, the library is in trouble. Okay, no matter who's on the board. Okay, and so my experience for about the last 14 years, I've been involved in working with children and working with young people. Okay, and specifically working with young people that are working with children. And I really believe that bringing young people, which I believe we can get some young people into the libraries, to encourage children. And I think putting that mix together will do a whole lot more for the library than just about anything that's out there, because everybody looks to the person just above them, And if we can get young people to encourage children in the library's got a lot better chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haas. Mission 911.
Hello, I'm Ruben Bernal, Corpus Christi. I live in District 1. To the mayor, council members, and city manager, I thank you all for all the effort you put forth in the cold snap for the warming centers. We visited last year, and I had the opportunity to visit on Thursday, and we saw a very productive flow of ethical standards being offered to the people that were staying there in the center. We didn't see any disruption of flow. We didn't see anybody angry, anybody complaining. It was just a very positive outcome, in my opinion. So thank you very much. And I'm going to make it short because Ms. Donna here has something to say.
Hi, I'm Donna Lamontagne, District 1 as well. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager and City Council. Thank you to our Emergency Management Services. The Refuge Center was, when we arrived, it was very calm and something to see with that many people there. It was a warm day that we were there, but still, several people inside and outside. The animals that were there were taken out, well behaved. So thank you. Thank you very much for having that. We were able to take the Public Health District's resource guide. We had several at our at Mission 911, so we were able to take those to offer them there for people to use if they had other resources that were needed. So we appreciate it. We appreciate all the other agencies that came together. It was very well ran. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tom Taglaboo. Then we'll have Samuel Fryer, Anthony Aquino, and Becky Moeller.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Taglaboo, District 2. I want to encourage you to reappoint Carol Matthews, Jennifer Anderson, Dora Wilburn to the Library Board, and bring back Alice Upshaw Hawkins. All four have demonstrated a dedication to a library system serving all demographics of the Corpus Christi population. They oppose censorship, and they support the professional libraries serving the patrons. The divisiveness, bullying, and discrimination exhibited in the past 2 years needs to end. All patrons need to feel welcomed, respected, and represented in their libraries. I want to ask for some additional transparency improvements with the Library Board. Please require their agenda items supporting documents to be publicly posted electronically as you do on City Council agendas. Receiving Library Board documents 30 minutes before the meeting is not sufficient for review and thoughtful public input. Please require all city boards and commissions and any subcommittees, advisory panels, and working groups they create to adhere to the Open Meetings Act. The public deserves to know what type of activities these appointed bodies are doing, where they're conducting their deliberations, and to observe those activities. Finally, regarding Board and Commission annual reports, the space allotted to respond is woefully inadequate. The annual report from the Library Board does not represent the scope of their activities. Such reports are important for you, city staff, and the public to see how such boards and commissions are operating, how they're managing taxpayer funds, and whether they are fulfilling their responsibilities you appointed them to perform. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taglaboo. Ms. Huerta, do they not follow the Open Meetings Act?
So by council policy, yes. Advisory boards and commissions do follow the Open Meetings Act. Yes, ma'am.
So is this not being followed?
You mean his point about adding the material?
Right, what
Adding-
Mr. Tagliabue just mentioned was that they're not following.
May I clarify?
Sure.
Last year, they appointed a working group or subcommittee or something to work on the collections development policy. They did not follow the Open Meetings Act, and were specifically told by city legal staff that body was not subject to the Open Meetings Act.
Ms. Huerta?
Well, then I would defer to the city attorney if legal gave an opinion on that.
But I'm talking about, so we have two things. I'm asking about the actual board itself. Do they post just like we post and everybody else posts?
Okay, I can read you the policy, what it states.
We don't have to do this moment, but I'm very curious to know if everybody's abiding by the same, the Open Meetings Act, if they are supposed to adhere to it. And then I guess we're talking about a subcommittee, so I'm curious. Mr. Risley. I'm asking about the subcommittee. So if you can comment on it?
The decision, actually, when we opine on what the law requires. We don't opine on what the law should require. We opine on what it does require.
Does it require a subcommittee to adhere to the Open Meetings Act?
Committees that are appointed by the City Council are required by council policy to comply with the Open Meetings Act. A subcommittee is a subgroup of that committee. It's not the committee. So the law applies to the committee, not the subcommittee.
Okay.
Would be, Mayor, it would be a council policy direction. I advocated that even the subcommittee should have transparent.
I understand,
posted
but the question is yes or no. Does a subcommittee have to adhere to the Open Meetings Act? I think that's what he's asking, and I think the answer was told no, and if that's the answer, that's the answer, but I'm just asking you, does the subcommittee of the committee have to adhere to the Open Meetings Act?
The subcommittee is not the group that is appointed by the City Council. The committee is the group appointed by the City Council, and therefore the committee the Open Meetings Act is applied by council policy to the committee.
So your answer is no?
It is not applied to
The
the
answer is
subcommittee.
no, is what I'm hearing. All right, thank you. I wanted to clarify that. If you can get back with us, that'd be great. We're going to move on. Thank you, Mr. Tagliabue. Samuel Fryer.
Good morning, Council, or good afternoon, Council. I'm Samuel Andre Fryer, I live in District 4. I want to take a moment to read an excerpt of an email I sent to all of you. As a father of 4, grandfather of 4, an uncle, a retired Army officer who has served our nation 30 years, a Corpus Christi citizen who has been actively involved in the community, in our community, I am asking that you not automatically reappoint members of the library board, but that you appoint applicants who stand alongside parents in protecting children from sexually explicit materials in the children and adolescent sections of the libraries. The notion propagated by members of certain interest groups that caring parents and community members are attempting to ban books in Corpus Christi libraries is a lie. Relocating books published by publishers of sexually explicit and pornographic material that target the vulnerable minds of minors to adult sections in public libraries, funded libraries is physically responsible and should be common sense. It is not censorship, as some with ulterior motives would have you believe through their repeated rhetoric. Now, shifting from the email, it has been over a year and this common sense child protecting initiative has yet to materialize. Some may consider this a stretch, but during oral arguments at the Supreme Court of the United States earlier this year or this month, the Free Speech Coalition used the very same arguments that I have personally witnessed at local library board meetings as they opposed Texas's law requiring online porn sites to restrict access to minors. This has taken far too long, and the book banning narratives has tarnished the library's reputation. Now, there is much more work to be done. We need to focus on positive programming to inspire community engagement with our city libraries. Literacy is essential to a vibrant, well-informed society. Libraries are critical resources to improve literacy. Schools are failing to effectively educate our children. Libraries are critical assets to improve education, not only for children, but also for adults. So as it's been stated earlier, there is a lot more to do in the library, and we do need to have individuals who have best interests of children particularly, and the public as a whole, to be appointed. So again, I'm Samuel Andre Fryer, and I'm asking that you consider my statements as you appoint the library board members today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fryer. Anthony Aquino. Okay, I don't believe he's here today. Becky Moeller.
My name is Becky Moeller, and I reside in District 4, and I wanted to talk about the economic portion of the desal place that is bothering me. In my younger days, I really couldn't afford to take my kids on vacation, but I could scrape up enough money with my mother to rent a room at the then Sandy Shores, I forgot what it's called now, and we would stay there, we would go to the beach, we would eat on the beach, we would eat at the restaurants, we would go buy Cokes at the little, we'd walk down to the Quickie Picky and buy our stuff. It was good for the merchants over there, good for the jobs they had over there. What worries me about this desal plant, besides we've already talked about what's happened to Hillcrest, my heart still aches for that. But what worries me is the people who work on North Beach, the jobs that are provided, the hotel room cleaners, the hotel restaurant workers, the Quickie Picky clerks. All that's important. They're jobs. They're real jobs. With this desal plant, who is going to want to stay at those hotels? You're going to swim in that water? You're going to let your children who, you know, always swallow water when they go swimming, you're going to let your babies swallow that water that is not even turned over fast enough over there? No. I suspect that North Beach will be like other places up north where they had such polluted water that people couldn't go there anymore. I'm worried about the fishermen's industry. We've had the duck person, we've had the guides talk today about it, and I was so happy to see that because that is also industry. It's light industry compared to the other ones that we talk about all the time that are the big water users, but they bring money into our area. It wasn't too many months ago that I remember the city manager telling us that hotel motel tax was underperforming. Well, I think you ain't seen nothing yet until we get desal putting the nasty stuff in the water over there. I think the hotel motel tax will dry up more than it was then. And I would ask you to really reconsider the desal. We need everyone working on the beach that has a job now. We need to be able to go back to the old Sandy Shores. I forgot what it's called, but we had a good time. And we would just spend all our time over there. We spent money in our community instead of going to Disneyland or something like that. We could not afford to go elsewhere, but we could afford to go to North Beach, and we loved it, and my children loved it. I'm now a great-grandmother. I'm afraid my great-granddaughter will never see the beach in Corpus Christi, Texas. Please reconsider what y'all have done on desal. Consider the jobs. Consider the humans. Consider Hillcrest residents. Consider what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. Henry Williams. I think he just walked out. Amado Contreras. Jake Hernandez.
Jake Hernandez, City Council District 2. I'm here to voice my support for the proposed motion for the City of Corpus Christi to hold a public workshop to discuss alternative water supply solutions. Of course, I've been in support of the council seriously considering non-desalination water supply alternatives for a while now. Throughout last year, fellow community members and I have held multiple public gatherings to present and discuss water supply alternatives to desalination, where we invited all members of the previous council, including multiple members of our current city council. And of course, no members, save Councilwoman Campos and former Councilman Klein, were willing or able to make the commitment to collaborating or speaking with members of the community. This public workshop would be a small but correct step towards establishing transparency and trust. And I appreciate the willingness of Councilman Hernandez, Councilman Cantu, and Councilwoman Campos to collaborate with our community. I would also like to voice my support for the motion to discuss preparedness and possible future actions to be taken in the event of future extreme weather events. Keeping in mind the looming climate crisis, which I would like to remind everyone here, is exacerbated by the city's unwavering commitment to furthering the fossil fuel industry in the coastal bend, these extreme weather events are going to remain a consistent occurrence, and we have to do right by our unhoused community. And outside of simply providing shelter and services in extreme weather events, we need to make a commitment to providing meaningful and lasting efforts towards uplifting our unhoused community. City Manager Zanoni referred to the city's recent response to the cold weather event we recently faced as a business operation, which in my opinion displays a fundamental misunderstanding of the point of protecting our homeless community. It is not a business, we call that governance. Finally, I would like to voice my cautious support for an updated drought contingency plan. As the city has entered stage 3 drought restrictions, it is well past time to update our drought contingency plan. So long as it puts extreme conditions on the main culprits of our man-made water scarcity issues, enforce a requirement on the highest volume water users to curtail their water usage, and remove the onus on residents to single-handedly save our city from this drought and place it squarely on where it belongs, on the fossil fuel industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Kalia Kaner? Oh. Mr. Williams? Reverend Williams, you can go ahead and come on up. Sorry. Is Kayla Kaner with us? She's not. Okay.
Mayor, City Secretary, Mr. Zanoni, let me give you these handout materials.
Yeah.
And the handout materials.
Reverend Williams, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you state your name and city?
My name is Henry Williams, 2422 Summer Street, Corpus Christi, Texas. The handout materials are from the December 11th Texas Monthly Magazine. And it states, Corpus Christi's first water desalination plant could create dead zones. The inner harbor desalination is not the solution to Corpus Christi's water problems. The solution lays elsewhere. And I believe that we must come together as a community to find out the proper solution to the problem. The experts, the professors, have stated the problems that will take place in waste and salt going into the ship channel, then into the bay. A problem called dyspoxia, which is the removal of oxygen from the water, which would be destructive to our sea life. Corpus Christi, the body of Christ. We must begin to live up to our name. That is who we are as an identity. And to come together in unity and in oneness to find the proper solution to the problems that we're dealing with. I think our city is to be commended from the way it handled the problem of the freezing weather to the homeless, okay? You know, we handled that very well. And what we must do in dealing with the problems citywide, whether it happens to be desalination or whether it happens to be other problem areas, what we must do is come together in unity and oneness to find the proper solutions to our problems and realize who we are as Corpus Christians, the body of Christ.
Thank
now
you.
It's aboard.
Thank you.
Samuel Andre Fryer for the library board.
Thank you, Reverend.
You're welcome.
Mark Munster.
Mark Minster, Corpus Christi. On YouTube, if you search Chris 6 desalination plan in Corpus Christi moving forward, this is a video from June 12th, 2019, which is almost 6 years ago now, which is crazy. There was one quote in that, it's just a couple minutes, that stood out to me. It was a member of the CC Water staff was still employed, said, when talking about the potential options that the city was looking at, reuse, the desalination, groundwater, there was a specific quote that said, "We have a plan for the community." This was 6 years ago. If there was a plan for the community, we wouldn't have gotten to stage 3, where all these landscapers now are affected, local business people, and all the concerns that we still have today. And yeah, I'm glad we're having there's a public workshop that's gonna be had, because as Jake was saying, there was a lot of town halls that were hosted by local organizations, probably like 5 to 10 town halls. And the only one that the city was proposing was in May, and it got canceled and never rescheduled to just talk about desal, talk about water, and just get public input at a time that's not the city council meetings, hopefully in the evenings where more people could come. So yeah, that video 6 years ago is just crazy to see in context now that we've all gotten all the way to stage 3. And I wanted to read from Kiewit's design proposal about the brine recirculation. It's key design risks. Brine recirculation back into the intake. The risk is brine recirculation back into the intake. And so it says, due to minimal tidal flow and nearby discharge into the shipping channel, there is a risk that brine is not sufficiently diluted before reaching the intake. So that's straight from Kiewit, the contractor. So maybe they should have a town hall as well to field public input on the desalination, because they're the contractor. They're clearly stating that we need all modeling to go forward to make sure that we don't make a mistake. Why would you risk making a mistake for something like that on a project this big? So, drought contingency plan. As other people have said, it's already 2 years late, so take the time to make sure this is the right option and what we want to do. And then I wanted to talk about the library, because other people talked about probably a little longer ago than I was when they went to the library. I used to go to the Neyland Library growing up, and I'm lucky enough to live super close to it now, and I like to go there now and walk through it. And I mean, just focus on trusting librarians and trusting people. Like when you go into the library, when I was little, I don't remember having a sense of there's all this crazy stuff that are things that are inappropriate. The library is a place to see things from everyone, not just your point of view, not just your religion. Like, just have a more open point of view. What would MLK say? We talked about the proclamation this morning of civil rights, humanity, and yeah, just think about where he would stand, and people over profits.
Thank you, Mr. Munster. Adam Rios.
Mayor Alan Ickerston was next.
He already spoke this morning.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
That was like 2 hours. Finally got it. It's like The Price is Right. You wait for that. Come on down. Here you are. If y'all played music, probably wake everybody up a little more coming down too. Adam Rios, Corpus Christi, creator, founder of 20 Boy Skate Company. Just want to touch base on a few things. First off, like I was talking about the library, and I hate to break up the like DSAL library party, but I'm going to go in a different direction. I will say that my first experience, we were talking, somebody was talking about over by Sutherland, I think it was Parkdale, because I remember I used to go to that library. And some of my earliest memories there were seeing the Yellow Submarine, the Beatles cartoon, which probably wouldn't fly today. And then I got introduced to the Runaways there, which was Joan Jett's first band with Lita Ford. And I got that album. And so technically our library introduced me to punk rock. So there you go, full circle. I wanted to share a story really quickly about something that happened last week. I had gotten a call from Lisa over at Parks and Recreation, and she let me know. She said, "Hey, Adam, there's a young boy here. He's little. He's staying at the shelter with his family." And she sent me a picture of this skateboard. And she said, "Look, like, what's wrong with this board?" And I said, "Oh my God, there's so many things wrong with that board. He's not riding it. It looks pretty unsafe. He's missing nuts and bolts and other things." And I said, "Well, where's he at right now?" And she said, "Well, he's in the process of being transferred to the Salvation Army shelter with his mother and his siblings." And then it hit me a little harder because I thought, this kid's like probably 9 or 10, and he's already having to deal with staying in a shelter to stay warm. And so I called my friends over at Benjamin Surf and Skate, and I said, "Hey, I'm going to go help this kid out. I need a few things from you guys, and I'm going to give him a skate key that he can use to fix his skateboard." And they said, without hesitation, absolutely, come over, pick it up. And as I got closer to the shelter, I literally felt this kind of hurting in my soul because I thought, man, like, you think you're having a bad day, but when you're 10 years old and you're with your mom and your siblings in a shelter, that's a bad day. My day's not so bad. I have shelter. I have a home. Anyway, we got there and we got his deck all laced up and he got his skate key. And it just reminded me of something that I learned from my parents growing up, is to just do good deeds, Be a good person, have some empathy, share humanity every once in a while. And there's this mantra that I live by, which is live loud like love. Just spread that on a daily basis. And I watched this kid for a brief time until probably fairly after, get to have a normal day and get to ride his skateboard and get to be with his family and get to have shelter and warmth. But speaking of good deeds, oh man, Adopt a Park, everybody, please. Adopt a Park initiatives are there. That was really why I was going to come down. I'll hold it backwards because apparently I can't turn around and face the crowd. Might incite something. Adopt a Park, it's a great thing. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Rios, very much. Josh Shelton.
Hello there, I'm Josh Shelton and I live in District 5. I'd like to volunteer for the library board. First, I'd like to thank the council members that responded to my emails and even made time to talk with me a little bit about the situation with the library board. I'm volunteering personally because I believe firmly in the power of public libraries to bring people together. And it sounds like there's not been a lot of togetherness lately in our library system. I am the father of a kindergartner and incarnate word, and so I know firsthand the stress that comes with going through and trying to guess on site which books are going to be more age appropriate, which ones are going to have themes that I don't want to talk about anytime in the next couple years. And I also believe that there's room for more transparency with the decision making and moving forward. In the past, I've worked as an EMT and I've served as a Peace Corps volunteer in Cameroon. Currently, I'm a copywriter with a digital marketing company. And with the digital marketing perspective, I think I see some missed opportunities with the library to reach out to different parts of the community that aren't already involved and engaged. Last night, I went to an author book signing event, and they had these really cool flyers printed out and a full-size poster. But then the Facebook event page had like 3 or 4 people interacting with it. It's like for so little money, you could get a lot of people involved that aren't already browsing at the library looking at handouts. A few years ago, my wife and I lived in Bryan College Station, and I was the president of a local nonprofit writers group, Brazos Writers. And we would take advantage of local professors there at A&M, bring them in as guest speakers, talk about topics that are interesting to like the community in general, nautical archaeology, stuff that's like brings people together with an attitude of lifelong learning something new. And we could fill a room for $5 or $10 with Facebook advertising to just boost a post. And I don't want us to get bogged down and stuck in the tunnel vision of addressing the current controversy. I want to find a solution and move forward. I've got a number of ideas that I've tried to summarize in my emails, but I have not been endorsed by anyone on either side that I've heard so far. Perhaps that's a good thing if we believe that the conversation is a little bit too polarized and unnecessarily political at the moment, when we all have something in common, and I would like to be in a position to talk to librarians, talk to members of the community, and find a common sense path forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Autumn Hensiek? Then we'll have Marilena Garza, Lamont Taylor, and Jan Kettering. Yes.
Good afternoon, Autumn Hensick, District 2 here in Corpus Christi. I just wanted to keep it fairly short and sweet today and say thank you for enacting the shelter over the cold snap. Although I was a little disheartened to see that representatives from the Free Store weren't able to get inside of the shelter to help with some direct service and distribution that they had. I am really grateful to see how quick the council and city manager went into action to get that shelter running. I also wanted to say thank you for listening to the comments of Marilena Garza with the Free Store in working with the city to make sure that the gas wasn't getting shut off during that cold snap. So thank you again. And then wanted to extend a thank you to the council members Hernandez, Campos, and Cantu for bringing together that memo to try and just get some alternatives for water on the table. Appreciate that and hope that, you know, there are opportunities for community members to be present at that workshop as well. I also wanted to just state my support, vocalize my support for former council member Jim Klein to be appointed on the Port Committee. And I would also like to vocalize my support for Ms. Upshaw Hawkins and for Ms. Wilburn on the library board. I think it was Ms. Rachel Caballero that commented earlier and said, you know, we need fairness. We need to have these committees and boards balanced. And I think that, you know, those representatives, those 3 representatives would do that for each of those committees and boards. And lastly, I just wanted to say, while, you know, it is great to see some progress being made on the drought contingency plan, you know, three years later, please don't rush that process. In the same vein that it would be wonderful to have community workshops for the alternative water sources, I would love if we were able to get some community workshops going for the drought contingency plan as well. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Hensiek. Marilena Garza.
Just waiting for the council's attention. Marilena Garza, District 1. As you heard, you left the Free Store literally out in the cold. If you don't believe me, that emergency little slideshow, that damage control you did, when you look at the thank you to the community partners, that back image is us out in the cold. Isn't that right? You say you want nonprofits to step up and that we're the ones that should be taking care of this since the city completely eliminated the budget for houselessness and the staff for houselessness because we're not in the business of homelessness. Peter, you got to figure out something else to say because I'm going to just keep shish kebabbing you on that. So you left us outside in the cold. I show up the first day on Sunday and they let us in. We have no problems. We help out plenty of people. We proctor it, no incident, no fire.
fights. I don't know if you guys have ever handed out a pair of shoes to over 100 people who need shoes. That it can cause a fight, okay? And it causes a lot of trash because there's stuff that we can't move and it's not good products, so we have to take it. And we did that. We had no problem. We worked with the city, no issues. The next day I show up and we're told by Jennifer Buxton, your little pet over there, that we can't come in, everything's taken care of, don't worry about it. And I acted out of good faith because I want to work with the city, and I left. And then Councilman Cantu goes over there and he's like, did you make it over here? Because it's a complete mess. There's people in paper scrubs completely covered in crap. There's tons of people with wet socks wandering around. Does that sound like a successful, compassionate response to this? I know we're not prepared to do this, but we're misusing property. Like the natatorium is not a houselessness shelter. Neither are the libraries, neither are the senior centers, and we still have yet to do anything. Did we not learn anything from Winter Storm Uri? This was an absolute complete repeat of that. It was terrible. It was disgraceful. So then I show up the next day and say, I'm going to show up, I'm here, I don't pledge allegiance to you guys, I pledge allegiance to the poor, your constituents that you're not serving. I show up and you stick me out on Tuesday, the coldest day. It was literally snow flurrying. And you made those same people that were naked come outside to get the help. And you did it 2 days in a row. And you want to work with service providers. Like, what is that? You guys are not in the business of houselessness. You know what I'm in the business of? Putting shoes on people's feet and clothing on them. So for you guys to insinuate and for you guys to say the reason why I can't come in is because my donations could have fleas and bed bugs and not be sanitary, you have a better chance finding that in one of our many houselessness shelters here in town, okay? I'm here trying to help you guys. Please let me help you. Please have a better plan because we're going to have hurricane season and all of you guys could be people in that shelter. Do you want to be covered in crap? Do you want to be denied access to showers? Busing people and putting them on a bus from one side of town, taking them all the way to the other side of town is not logistically safe or smart. Do better, guys. I'll leave you my card next time because you've gotten a lot of handouts today.
Yeah, Ms. Garza, we're going to make a few statements of facts. So, and no, you can sit down. I'm just saying, I'm going to make some statements of facts. And I know we're going back to this conversation, but the statements of fact needs to be made clearly because we, in fact, did, Jace Johnson did go out, our parks director did go out and purchase socks, purchase clothing that was needed. I understand, but this may, I'm not going to get into the timeline of when they did it, but I will say, whether it be a cold snap, whether it be a hurricane, we are serving the needs. We served the needs of the people. I understand your service, and you and I had a conversation there because there's a certain protocol, with people wanting to help with items. We have to, and we talked about this. I asked them to sit down with you so that you become a partner with the city, just like Salvation Army. You don't have to be the big guy in the room to be a partner with the city. What you do is admirable. What you do is commendable. You're serving a population that others also serve. But in our capacity, when we have to open an emergency refuge, keyword emergency, keyword refuge, we have to make it work. We have to have meals, we have to have showers, and we did. We have to have transportation. Thank you, RTA. They didn't just give us transportation, they said we're going to extend it to midnight because no one will be left out in the cold. And after midnight, CCPD says we will personally drive whomever needs a ride wherever. Because you've got different situations, children, men, women, dogs, cats, So we were meeting the needs in every way possible. I know it doesn't look great. Oh, we're patting ourselves on the back. We are patting ourselves on the back because what took place wasn't perfect. Marilena, it wasn't. But it is an emergency refuge. We worked together to figure it out. We did talk to you about, we want you to be a partner. We hang on, but I'm just making statements of fact today. That's all. We provided socks. You know what else we provided? Because I saw them go off to the store. When they ran out at the dollar store at Walmart, they went elsewhere. And I remember that was part of the conversation. We provided underwear for women, underwear for men. We provided a lot of things, and I know that's the service that you extend. We want to work with you, and that was made very clear. Was it a perfect model? No. But like you said, and other people have said, this is municipal government. So we do our best to provide a refuge center, and this isn't the first time. And we went right into action, and I know I'm belaboring this, but we went right into action to say, Carol Murphy's full, we're full. Guess what? We opened the dome because no one was going to be left out in the cold. Is it perfect? No. Do you want to see better? Yes. Do we want to see better? Yes. But many things that we were criticized for were transportation was always there. I have no idea where people got this idea that it ended at 7 p.m. It was there until 11 p.m. and after. And the list goes on. Perfect model? No, ma'am. But was it a good one? I would say so in the scope of things. But again, I love what you do. I know your heart is there. But no one was walking around without anything they needed. In terms of your partnership, I know you did. I know you did. I know, but we're working, and we had that conversation to make certain that you are a partner with the city, and everybody knows expectations. But thank you for your comment today. We appreciate it. I certainly do. Lamont Taylor. And after Lamont, we'll have Jan, I think I said that. Jan Kettenring, yes ma'am, Victoria Holland, and Jasmine Evans.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Council, City Manager. Lamont Taylor, District 1. I've come today to talk about the water situation because there's always water. Always will be water, the sustainer of life. And let me drill down a little bit further into that statement. I'll come from the bottom up, and basically what I do oppose is the desalination plant in the Hillcrest area. History has shown us the devastation that people thinking is a good deal has hurt and been harmed for a lot of people. Now, with this desalination plant inside of the Hillcrest community, as you know now, that community has been decimated. Looked like a war zone. Now you're building, you've stopped transportation. We cannot go to the back part of Hillcrest because you guys are putting water mains inside of that area. We can't go down Broadway Street to get to the north side because they're still blocking that path because of the bridge. We have been meeting, I guess, for the past, let's say, three mayor messages to the city ago, statement of the city. The mayor stated 3 years ago that the city is laser focused on getting desalination in Corpus Christi, which is good for that particular statement. However, they did not tell us that you want to decimate a whole neighborhood in getting that particular desalination plant here. Did not tell you that the epoxia that's going to happen from the brine discharge is going to decimate North Beach and Corpus Christi Beach because of the epoxia that's going to happen. Did not tell you that because of that epoxia, as the duck people and the fish people are saying, that there's not going to be any more life in Corpus Christi Bay. They've told you through the science. We've educated you through the educational institution over at A&M Corpus Christi. Now, I'm going to come to you from a moral standpoint. Is it moral, do you think it's moral, that you decimate a community because you need desalination water for plants to come in and pollute Corpus Christi that much further? So the water is not for Corpus Christians. The water will be for those plants. If you want the water, get it a plant somewhere else. Yes, my 3 minutes are up, but I'll be back.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Jan Kettenring.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and City Manager. My name is Jan Kettenring, and I live in District 4. I am here today to express my concern regarding the placement of pornographic or obscene reading materials being made available to children in school, libraries, as well as public libraries. Being a retired elementary teacher, I strongly feel that those types of books have no place at all in any library, school or public. However, if educators, administrators, and librarians feel it necessary to display these books, then the books need to be in the adult section. Doesn't it make sense that our goal should be to protect all children from such highly offensive literature? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kettenring. Victoria Holland. Victoria Holland? Okay. Jasmine Evans?
Good morning. I'm Jasmine Evans. I live in District 5. I would like to thank y'all for your time, and I would also like to thank the amazing library director, Laura Garcia. While the board has been stuck in an endless conversation for the past year about the collection development policy, I will say that the library director has offered a lot of amazing potential solutions to this conversation. That way, hopefully, the board can move on to other priorities that will benefit the community. But I would like to say that I'm speaking in support of the reappointment of Jennifer Anderson, Carol Matthews, Dora Wilburn, and Alice Upshaw Hawkins. While there are a couple board members and community members committed to the removal of knowledge and individual freedoms and our First Amendment rights as proposed in their proposed collection development policy, these 4 members have shown their priorities align with the whole community and the library's mission of increasing literacy and fostering a welcoming and inclusive Corpus Christi. During a time when illiteracy rates and sexual health misinformation is on the rise, Corpus has about a 20% illiteracy rate, it is important to make information as accessible to the public as possible. As of 2024, Texas has a teen birth rate of 22.4, and 50% of our schools here in the state teach abstinence-only education. Sex education programs being hosted by our Public Wellness Foundation have been barred from CCISD, and we have spent an entire year proposing removing sex ed material from the collections. Why are we pushing for an uneducated, uninformed Corpus Christi? Appoint members committed to educating and creating community rather than dividing our community. Members that create and actually accomplish their goals. And yes, that is all my time. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Guillermo Gallegos?
Guillermo Gallegos, District 5. Once again, I have a lot to comment on, and I am more than 30 minutes late for class, so please try to keep up with me. To start, despite some gripes, I am glad that the council will look into alternate water sources and review the current weather emergency procedures. You've heard a lot about them today, and I guarantee you, you're going to keep hearing about them. To save yourself some future headaches, here's some suggestions. For the water, stop selling it to industry. I know there's legalese involved, but I have faith that at least some of you have the brains to make it happen. Even just reducing how much water we give these plants by a minuscule single-digit percentage each day will give us some breathing room to get larger scale conservation and reuse operations going. We don't even have to look that hard. We can literally look to the desert paradise of Las Vegas to see how they stretch their water supply with gray water reuse, rooftop capture, and charging large volume users more per gallon, including commercial users. Regarding weather emergencies, these are going to keep happening. You can lie to yourself about climate change all you want, but the facts are we are going to see more and more freak weather phenomenon in the future, so you better start preparing for them now. Apply for grants. I know grants are up in the air right now, but even then, please at least start applying for grants and loans. I don't have the point in time count numbers on hand, but the last few years have shown that there are more and more people who are being forced to live outside at the full mercy of the weather. And I know a good chunk of folks here are 2 missed paychecks away from being out on the street. To not invest in the care and safety of our homeless friends is tantamount to negligent homicide. Finally, I'm sure you've seen my name on the list of library board candidates. I have no delusions that you would appoint me, given that most of the council and I think a good chunk of the board is not fond of me. And I think I'm a little too feisty for board work, frankly. But I put my name in anyway because I know that this library fright is just one of many instances of our country and city's slide into fascism. So instead of advocating for myself, I ask, nay demand, that you reappoint Jennifer Anderson, Carol Matthews, Dora Wilburn, and Alice Upshaw Hawkins, who, unlike their opponents, see children as more than just their parents' property and want them to actually expand their base of knowledge instead of burying their heads in the sands of jingoism. And unlike me, they care about decorum. And statement of fact, parents already have plenty of authority over what their kids check out at the library. It's just that these quote-unquote concerned parents don't want to have actual conversations with their kids about what they read. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallegos. Okay, Rebecca, that concludes, well, no, it does not, I'm sorry. Sharon Del Sus, is she on?
Yes, hi, I'm here. Oh, well, the video, where's my video? I like to advocate for urban planning that is oriented towards community health because it is a really important factor when you consider these statistics. I understand that the city of Corpus Christi has $2.8 million budget for the health district, and their main focus is combating obesity, which affects 40% of residents. And that leads to other serious problems like heart disease, cancer, and so on. And I understand that they have a weekly fitness program and some leaflets, and maybe that's effective for some people, but that may not be a solution for 300,000 people. That's how many people live in Corpus Christi. So let's take a look at the least obese cities in America, which includes Seattle, Denver, and Boston. They have bike-friendly infrastructure, thoughtful urban planning, compact and walkable neighborhoods. In fact, I saw a statistic from NACDO. Protected bike lanes dramatically boost ridership up to 171%. Seattle has over 150 miles of bike lanes, Denver has 196 miles, and Boston has over 120 miles of bike lane. Now, I'm not saying that's the only way people can lose weight, but when you make your environment oriented towards health, it is a factor. Is it any coincidence also that, Corpus Christi being sprawl and being ranked one of the worst cities in America for bike lanes, is it a coincidence that they have one of the highest rates in obesity? So that is something to consider. There are a lot of funding and grants right now for bike infrastructure. The city could really benefit by taking advantage of these programs. Please check out ibikecc.com or find me on Instagram at ibikecc for more information on our advocacy for better bike infrastructure in Corpus Christi. Thank you for playing my video. By the way, I'm Sharon Del Sus. I live at 6030 Tapestry in Corpus Christi. And I didn't want to share this in my video, but I feel like I should. This is actually applicable to me because when I moved to Corpus Christi, within a few years, I became 140 pounds from 120. Here, I even have my body composition test from the gym at the athletic club. So I was like 138, almost 140 pounds. And I never had to go to a gym or do calorie counting when I used to live in a city that had a high 90 out of 100 walkable score, a walk score. And ever since I lived here, it just ballooned. And I really had to do calorie counting and really study about fitness to lose it. So before it was just natural because I had to walk everywhere. I would carry my groceries even in blizzards and walk everywhere. And that's just how it was, even if you're working and you could afford a car, but it was made more sense to walk. So it really is a factor, and it's not the only one, but environment is really important, and it really sets the tone for like culture. So you want to have a culture of health and being physically active. And there's item 30, I believe, that's for like a grants for more trails. So if you can vote for them or work with me for TxDOT funding for more trails, that would be great. I sent everyone emails about it. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Can you put, hang on.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you clarify something about the camera? I've had a couple of texts letting me know that what is being seen, like on this camera is not the same as over there. So I'm trying to figure out, like her presentation, it was on those TV screens over there, but not here. So what is actually being, seen for the public? Because I don't know if the public got to see this last presentation. Can you clarify that?
That too? Who are you asking that question to, Council?
I'm asking, I don't know who would, I'm asking you. I actually texted you just now.
I stepped out for a moment, so I wasn't for sure. So, okay, yeah, so we're working on that answer. I know you texted me about 2 hours ago, so communication.
No, just now.
I know. But
check your phone. Anyway.
Excuse me, you texted me about 2 hours ago, so we're working on the issue. I can't give you the answer here. It's a complex system back there in the communications room, so I'll get you the answer. I just don't have it right now.
It just would be helpful, especially when they do a presentation, they, go through the effort, and then if the public can't see it.
Yeah,
so,
we don't have the answer right now, but we'll have it for you.
Okay,
Yes,
thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, and then in person, non-resident, we do have Emily Greer signed up. I don't know if she's still here.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Emily Greer, and I'm with Quick Quack Car Wash, and I just wanted to share a little information on what we do in the community. So our owners and founders, before we...
Can you state your city, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I reside in Houston, where we have the dirtier bay. So our owners and founders, even before we started in car washing, cared deeply about being great stewards for water. And so in our founding, as we started to look into car washing, we did a ton of research on how we can reclaim and recycle water. And so what we found in that is it's super difficult to maintain, and we actually ended up building our own water recycling systems on our sites. And so what I wanted to share with you all today is in other communities where we've dealt with drought is that we've been able to teach other businesses and surrounding car washes how to either build those potentially and help maintain them. So I just really want us to be a part of the solution, and I wanted to share that with you all today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And last, we have Mary Carr. If she's still here, Mary Carr. Oh, she's a WebEx. I'm sorry.
She's on WebEx.
Ms. Carr, are you online? Okay. Mayor, Ms. Carr's not online.
She's not. Okay. So that concludes our public comment. We have not even started the meeting, but we're going to. But right now it is 2:30, so we are going to break for lunch. We have some executive session items at lunch. We will return and kick off any questions or comments regarding our emergency refuge center. We saw that presentation, and then we'll move on to board and committee appointments. So we will be back. It will be at least an hour, maybe an hour and 15, 20 minutes. What, but do I- the council, sorry, the council will be going into executive session on items 32 through 36 per Texas Government Code, section 551.071. That is after the fact. I didn't mention that we will be hearing some executive session items, so I am putting it on the record. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, yeah.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting. It is 4:03 p.m. And do we have a motion or any action?
Yes, Mayor. I would move to authorize the city manager or designee to execute all documents necessary to settle the case of Samantha Huerta versus City of Corpus Christi and Nancy Laredo in the amount not to exceed $198,500.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. We have a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Now we are going to, let's see here, hold on. Going to send it back over to the city manager
Okay,
to
great.
finish his report.
Thank you. We're just going to do this real quick. We do have two executives who are both retiring this week, and so this is our last council meeting. And we know we have a lot of business to cover, but we just want to take 1 second to recognize two of these executives, and one's in our audience and the other one's on his way down. So David Layfeld is our solid waste director. He was here just before I got here, so he spent about 6 years here in the city. Excuse me?
He is here.
Yeah, I know David is. We're waiting on Eddie Houlihan. So David's here. In total, I think, David, you have about 40 years in solid waste services. Is that right, with all things? He spent most of his career in the city of Wichita Falls, where he spent 30 years prior to going to another place and then here. But to summarize it, David and I met this week, and he said, you know, when you see a lot, you know a lot. And that's a great summary of David. He's always cool, calm, and collected, an expert at what he does when it comes to solid waste. We've sat through 6 budgets together with him, and he's been able to answer all the questions that we've had. He's a professional, a great team lead. We're going to miss him. He wants to retire, and here's the best part of the story. I asked him, what are you going to do? You know, everybody says, I'm going to get an RV and travel. And David said, I'm going to spend more time at my church and help people out in the community that need help. And so, David, that's a great way to conclude it. We want to thank you for your years of service in total in public service, and especially the 6 years that you gave us here.
Thank you, Peter. I do want to say that I've had the honor and the pleasure of working with the best team I've ever worked with. The solid waste department here is above any I've ever dealt with before. All the way from the frontline truck drivers, who are extremely professional, all the way up through the office staff and the management. I cannot say enough about the team that we have established. Early on in my career, my mentor told me that you know you're doing your job best when nobody knows you're doing your job. And our department is invisible. You put your trash out in the morning, you come home at night and it's gone, it's disappeared. I tell people we hire magicians because it's like magic. But we have a great team. We've done a great job here. We've accomplished a lot of good things for the community. I've been pleased to come up with some great programs with our team. And we've still got some things left that we haven't done yet. So we'll be moving on. I do want to tout a couple of the things that we've done. One is our landfill gas to energy project that previous councils were involved with. This last year, we received over $4 million in revenue from that, and we also saved over $250,000 in expenses. So that's been a real success, a real win for us. It's good for the community, it's good for the environment, and there's a lot of other good things happening within the solid waste department. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve. Thank you.
David, we've got a couple of comments, and I just want to say thank you as well on behalf of the city for everything you do. I think probably every council, well, maybe not every council member yet, but I can say, previous, you've always been extremely responsive, and our citizens have to know how well of a job that you did. Congratulations. 40, did we say 40 plus or 40 years?
Just almost 40.
Almost 40.
Almost 40 in the
round up
system. Yeah, there you go, round up.
Thank you for your service, David. You've been wonderful. Thank you. Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. David, you're right about, when you do something well, there's no, hoopla or whatever. You're just doing your job, and you have done an exemplary job. And I just wanted to say that you're one of those departments that, just do those thankless jobs that nobody, really appreciates. But thank you so much for the service, for your ideas, and for your vision, and how you have always led your team. You've always led your team by putting them first and the customer. So I'm sorry that you're going to leave during my term, because I was like, no. And, so I'm going to miss you dearly, Dave. So I wish you well, but I'm sorry. You're leaving now. Why couldn't you wait 2 years?
Well, we have an excellent team. The transition team is such that if I wasn't up here today, you probably wouldn't even have known that I was gone. I mean, the department is such a good department. It has such good depth. The two assistant directors are phenomenal. You'll go a long way before you'll find anybody of their caliber. And like I said, the entire department is one of the best that I've ever worked in. And I've been in the business a long time. And I've seen a lot of people, and I've worked with a lot of people. But this one has been good. My wife, Patty, and my daughter are here today to support me. And she's been with me through the whole thing. We've been married 44 years now. And, I married a child, I know that.
Wow.
But anyhow, she's been very supportive. She's helped me through this. And I jokingly tell people that I learned everything I know about management from my wife. And they said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, she was a kindergarten teacher for 34 years. And at times it felt like I was dealing with kindergartners. But overall, we've got an excellent team of great people. And you won't see a hiccup in the service at all. It'll keep on going, and the trash will keep disappearing. They process 400,000 tons a year, and it just disappears. And I think that's an awesome task that they do. So thank you.
Again, with such humility. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great testament. Councilman Roy.
David, I want to just say that I appreciate working with you, and one of the things that I enjoy the most is the fact that your common sense approach and the way that you make things easy, and you're always looking in terms of leaving it better. The thing that you're doing, or you did with the methane gas, and just all the things that you've done, and sitting there interacting with our council, you just make it easy to understand, and that's a talent. And I appreciate everything that you've done, and we're going to miss you. So thank you, and thank your family for their support. Thank you.
I appreciate those kind words. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you,
David.
Thank you. Congratulations, Mrs. Layfelt, and your daughter.
Okay, and then our second retiree, I don't think they planned it, but together like this, but Eddie is also retiring. We've known about Eddie since late last fall or so, and Eddie Houlihan has done 25 budgets for the city of Corpus Christi. I think, I started in the budget office in my career, and I thought over a decade was long enough, but Eddie has done, I spent 10 years doing it. Eddie spent 25 years preparing budgets for this city. One thing on a budget director is you need a real good memory, because you're talking in a lot of numbers, a lot of accounts, a lot of history that you have to maintain. And Eddie, even upon retirement, still can remember anything we ask him without having to refer to anything. So we're going to miss Eddie. He's going to retire. He has some land. He's working. He has cows and a family as well, 3 children and his wife who used to work for the city. So he has plenty to do. I think he said he's taking a cruise as soon as he retires, and he hasn't done that, I think, ever. So, Eddie, we want to wish you the best as well in your retirement. It's been great working with you the past 6 years. I know a lot of the department heads and teammates here are going to miss you, and best to you in your retirement as well. You want to say a few words, Eddie? Yeah.
I just want to say, I'm really blessed and full of gratitude for the 25 years I've been able to spend with the city of Corpus Christi. it's been a great ride. I work with a lot of different councils, and from my vantage point, it's a really tough job. And actually, I cannot believe anybody would want to do your job. So, but thankfully, somebody does. So, work with a lot of peers, a lot of my peers, a lot of my staff, especially my budget staff, that I never would have been able to accomplish what I've accomplished and been as effective as I have been if it wouldn't have been for all the people I have behind me, all the support that I've received, and I'm very appreciative of that. So thank you for the opportunity.
You're going to start loving your Tuesdays. Yeah, he'll watch.
Congratulations. All right.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Yeah. Thank you.
Can we have the, can we have the budget staff stand up back there? They came down for one last thing.
Yeah, all right. Eddie, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Everybody's job's important, but when you're talking numbers, wow, your dad, oh, no, that's not your dad. I'm looking at her. She's like, my dad's right here. Sorry, wrong family. But your job is just, it's so critical, and every single time that I've ever called you in the last 8 years, you're on it, and you're just wonderful. Thank you for everything that you have given to this. We're going to miss you a lot.
Absolutely.
Councilman Hernandez.
Well, Eddie, I'm probably the council member you talk to the most with regards to the budget, and I appreciate all the information that you provided over time. As a matter of fact, since your office staff or your people that work with you here, I still expect the line item budget on a quarterly basis. So don't forget that. But Eddie, I really truly appreciate all the work that you did. You did yeoman's work. Sometimes you guys were there during the budget cycle until, 7, 8 p.m. at night. So I don't think people truly appreciate the amount of work you put in during the budget cycle and that budget season. So that goes unseen, but it was seen by me, and I appreciate it every time, all the time you spent. So thank you very much.
Thank you for calling and keeping me on my toes.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Mayor and Council, for letting us do that. I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Peter. Okay, so now we go to Section G, our board and committee appointments. We have quite a few. I'll hand it over to Rebecca.
Okay, Mayor and Council, the first board for your consideration is the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation. There are 2 vacancies. Vishnu Reddy is seeking reappointment, and his attendance rate is in your packet.
A second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second, Mayor?
Yeah, Councilman Scott, do you have a question? Nope. Okay, please. Please submit your vote.
Oh, no, actually, can you do a verbal?
Oh, yes. So we'll start with Councilman Cantu. Yes. Okay. Scott?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay.
I was aye. Yeah.
Okay, so that leaves us with 1 vacancy to fill.
Yes. Go ahead.
I nominate Alex.
Wait. Hold on a second. Ms. Huerta, what?
Second seat.
Okay, so we have 1 vacancy to fill. There's a nomination for Alex Garcia.
Right, but this is, I'm abstaining, so we're gonna.
Oh, okay, yes, the mayor.
Right.
The mayor will be abstaining. Yeah, you can still nominate.
I'd like to nominate
Scott Corliss.
Corliss, okay.
I'd like to nominate Larry Elizondo.
Any more nominations? Okay.
Okay, nominations are closed.
Nominations are closed.
All right. Where would you like to start, with Ms. Vaughn or Mr. Cantu?
We'll start with Ms. Vaughn.
Larry Elizondo.
Larry Elizondo.
Scott Corliss.
Yes, ma'am.
Alex Garcia.
Larry Elizondo.
Larry Elizondo.
Yeah, uh-oh, what about Mark?
Well, now I gotta rethink it now. Scott Corliss.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Elizondo is, he went, he said Larry. Okay, so Mr. Elizondo is appointed.
Okay, congratulations.
Right, next we have the Landmark Commission.
All right.
And there are 5 vacancies representing the following preferred but not required categories: 1 historian, 1 real estate, 2 at large, and 1 title search. Additionally, the Landmark Commission is requesting that Gordon Landreth's category change from at large to architect.
So moved. Second.
On the change in category? Okay, awesome. Thank you. So there's been a motion by Mr. Scott and a second by, I think it was Mr. Barrera, to change the category.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so first, the reappointments we have, James Pruitt and Michelle Wanzer are seeking reappointment, and their attendance rates are in your packet.
I move for reappointment.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second for reappointment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so that leaves us with 3 vacancies to fill.
And correct me?
Put your, yes.
So there's only 3 applicants, correct? Or there's 4?
There's 4. There are 4.
Yeah, there's 3. It's Lazinski, Moreno, and Wilson.
So I move that we appoint the 3 applicants.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second to appoint the 3 applicants. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, very good. So then we have the library board. There are 4 vacancies representing the following preferred but not required categories: 1 Friends of the Libraries Board, 1 Lauratama, and 2 regular members. So Dora Wilburn, Carol Matthews, and Jennifer Anderson are seeking reappointment.
I move to reappoint the 3.
I second it.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay,
If it, I'm sorry. Those opposed, please raise your hand.
Oh, you can't vote, Sylvia?
Oh, I'm abstaining, right?
Okay, yes, no, you don't vote, okay.
Okay, so we have 4 opposed to the reappointment.
Okay,
The
but
motion
5,
carries.
okay. Well, it's 4-4.
4-4.
Because she didn't vote.
Sylvia's abstaining.
So it fails.
So it fails.
I'm sorry? No, ma'am, we're not going to do that.
So I move to, okay.
Well, let's, hold on just 1 second. What is the process? Because we need to open nominations and close nominations.
That's right.
Based on the process. So what is the process? We had 4 and 4, so therefore the motion fails.
Correct.
So please explain what the process is.
So then we would open nominations. The individuals who, the motion to reappoint those individuals, if that failed, they're still eligible to be nominated again.
Okay,
So they can be
3
nominated.
individuals, right, there were 3 that were motioned to be reappointed are eligible to be nominated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and open nominations.
I nominate Josh Shelton.
Okay.
Oh, hold
Hold
on.
on. So she's gonna be writing those down, so if you just give her a moment between. So first she's gonna write Shelton, right?
I nominate Marcus Haas and Samuel Pryor.
I want to nominate, talking slowly, Carol.
Thank you.
I will nominate Dora.
Hold on, she's at Matthews and Anderson. Okay, so you're gonna nominate,
And I nominate Alice,
oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cantu, who are you nominating? Wilburn?
and I nominate Alice Hawkins.
Okay, did you just nominate Wilburn, Mr. Cantu? Okay, thank you. Okay, does that look right to everyone, the list that's up there? Okay. All right, Mayor. So we
Okay.
still have the,
So we are going to choose 3 or
it's 4.
total?
Yeah, it's 4.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start.
Well, okay, so what is your status, Ms. Campos?
Oh, right.
Okay, so what is the status if we're all making single nominations? Do I just not vote for the conflict that I have? Can you clarify?
What's your conflict?
Do you mind? Would you like to state?
Is there, well, because one of the...
No, I'd like to hear it from Rebecca or from legal.
From legal.
Oh, her sister is one of the
applicants.
Applicants,
But
yes.
is that a conflict? I mean, it's not, Miles, is that a conflict because it's not her parents, it's not one of her children, it's not, it's not a spouse, it's not somebody in her household. My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's per the Code of Ethics, but he would, yes, the city attorney would answer that question if it's a conflict, but.
I'm looking at 8A, general rule, the outside employer, an entity of which they know that the person holds an economic interest, an entity who they served, an officer, employee, past 12 months, official or employee, his or her spouse has solicited an offer of employment, or B, directly or indirectly engaged in negotiations.
No.
No. So 8A or 8B.
Miles, it's under 21. It's 2-31121. 21A.
Oh, thank you for zooming me down to that. As a council member, you shall not appoint for the process for the appointment or the confirmation of or appointment of a member to a board, commission, or committee, or the governing body of an independent entity, all or part of whose members are appointed by the city council after you are aware that the individual seeking being promoted, being considered for the position, is related to you within a degree described by Government Code 573.002. That takes us to 573.002, which is generally it's 2 layers. She's a sister. She is by affinity, and I believe that is within that degree of
But it's not
affinity.
consanguinity?
Well, consanguinity, within the 3rd degree of consanguinity or 2nd degree by affinity. Being a sister, that's 1 degree, so that would apply regardless of whether it was consanguinity or affinity.
Okay, it said a descendant, though.
Is related to you, when you are aware that the individual seeking, being promoted for, or being considered by the position is related to you within a degree by Texas Government Code 573.002. That's consanguinity, which is by blood, which is the 3rd degree, or within the 2nd degree by affinity. A sister is 1 degree by consanguinity. So
My
it's within
apologies.
that.
I had asked the city attorney that before, so so we had discussed that before, so this is news to me, so, okay.
So that I can...
So what is the...
That's what he's saying right now.
So that I can't participate?
Can or cannot?
So
Yes, I need to know yes or no.
can she participate in the support of any other candidates?
She is prohibited from participating in the process for the appointment of or the confirmation of the member to the board, commission, or committee. So as long as she's a live nominee in that action, you're still participating in the process.
So what does that mean? Does that mean that I can't participate?
She can't participate in the action
Okay,
because
so you
she's a live nominee at this time.
You can't participate.
In the action.
Just on her,
Right.
Just on her sister?
No, period.
She says, it says, 21, as a council member, you shall not participate in the process for the appointment of or the confirmation of the appointment of a member to a board, commission, or committee, or to a governing body or of an independent entity, all or part of whose members are appointed by the city council after you are aware that they are related to you by the degree of Texas Government Code 573.002. So it is the process. So right now you have a series of nominations. It's not simply the appointment of that person, but it's the action itself.
But Sylvia, you did this last time, correct?
No.
You didn't?
No, I did not. I did not participate. So
Okay.
what is the answer?
You have to recuse yourself.
Okay, so
Yeah,
I need to
process is
recuse
a
my...
very broad statement, in chat section 21 is my point. It's a very broad statement. It applies to the
It's
entire
not-
process.
Like, she can't vote for the other people? Like,
So,
what do you recommend?
so if you're, what are you recommending?
What I'm recommending, as long as you have her in the overall
Process.
appointment entirely, you in the
You have somebody else you can nominate.
motion,
Have her withdraw.
since she is still in play, that Councilwoman Campos, I would recommend that she not participate.
At all.
Oh,
As
Okay.
long as that nominee is still in the process.
If your sister wasn't the nominee, then she wouldn't have a conflict, she wouldn't be on the board to vote.
It uses the very broad term, "in the process."
But didn't you vote the last time?
No.
Everybody? No?
No.
Okay, so
Well, okay, so I would like to then nominate Guillermo. Oh, I can't participate and I can't just recuse myself. Okay, we're all learning here.
Okay.
Okay.
So Councilwoman Campos is recusing herself, and we will.
Here, could I look at the candidates?
Sure.
Give me a second.
So we're going to move on. Councilwoman is recusing herself, and we have the nominees. Okay.
All right, so we're starting with Carolyn?
Yeah, and we're choosing.
Ms. Vaughn?
4?
4. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Shelton, Haas, Fryer, and Anderson.
Okay.
4. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Shelton, Haas, Fryer.
Okay, roll.
Wilburn, Matthews, Anderson, and Hawkins. Hawkins.
Matthews, Anderson, Wilburn, and Hawkins.
Matthews, Anderson, Samuel, and Hawkins.
Haas, Fryer, Matthews, Anderson.
Matthews, Anderson, Wilburn, Hawkins.
Wilburn, Matthews. Wilburn, Matthews, Anderson, Hopkins.
Matthews, Anderson, and Hawkins. And then we just need to run off with who? Wilburn and Fryer. She can add it up. Okay, thank you, Norma. So we have Anderson, yeah, there she goes. Matthews and Anderson outright, and then a runoff between,
Hawkins outright. Yeah, Hawkins outright.
and Hawkins. Oh, and Hawkins, yes, okay. So we've got those 3, and now we just need one more. So the runoff would be between Wilburn and Fryer.
Between who?
Wilburn and Fryer.
expert in runoffs.
Are we going to pull out the die? Efforts wrong.
Okay. Mayor, who would you like to start with? Mr. Gunther?
Wilburn.
Wilburn.
Oh, my gosh, we sure did.
Oh, they tied.
Can you get the dice?
Okay.
Okay, so we don't have a casting of lots in ours, unfortunately, in our ordinance. It says that it requires a majority of those present and voting. So we have 8 council members present and voting. It still requires 5 votes. So at this point, we've got a deadlock, unless, I don't know if somebody would consider changing their vote to break that.
Well, now you have.
Hang on, Councilman. Miles, what's that?
I'd like to point out the
wish,
person that
yeah.
created the conflict is now no longer in the process.
So she can come back and vote.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Miles. Yeah. Oh, Wilburn is in there.
Oh, is
I'm
Wilburn
sorry.
the sister?
No.
Okay, I thought it was Sheldon. Sorry.
Yeah,
No, we can't.
Councilman Scott.
Yeah, so do we have to fill all the slots today?
No.
I mean, I think there was some really good candidates out there.
Well, that would be our only alternative at this point. If it is, 4-4, and no one at the moment is willing, and I'm asking you,
I
is
think we all
anyone
voted
willing
our
to change your,
conscience. Yeah.
is anyone willing to change your vote?
Right.
If the answer is no, then we need to either reopen.
Reschedule it.
No, we can reopen nominations if anybody wants to think about doing that, or we can just put this off and everybody can just sleep on it for another week or so.
Mm-hmm.
So, you'd rather sleep on it?
I don't want to check my vote.
I know, but we can reopen nominations too, or we can just give it I think we meet back 2 weeks, right? We're
On
off
the
next
11th,
week.
February 11th.
February 11th.
Yeah, February 11th is the next council meeting.
Why don't we go ahead and put it on February 11th?
Okay, we'll do, Mayor.
And move on.
All right.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Okay.
Our next appointment, Port of Corpus.
Okay, we have Port of Corpus Christi. There's one vacancy. Gabe Garrett is seeking reappointment, and his attendance rate is in your packet.
I move for reappointment.
Second.
I wanted to.
What? Well, we have a motion and a second to move for reappointment and then nominations. I know.
Okay, so yeah, we do have that on the floor. So did you want to call for a vote on that, Mayor?
Yes. Did you want a roll call or just all in favor?
Yes, ma'am. You can just do a voice vote.
Yeah. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay. Next, we have reinvestment zone number 3. There's one vacancy. Councilmember Everett Roy is eligible for reappointment.
Motion to reappoint.
I'm sorry, and this is for, can you repeat that?
For the reinvestment zone number 3, it's the downtown TERS.
All of it.
Mr. Roy, yes, ma'am. So we have a motion and a second to reappoint Mr. Roy.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, finally, we have the reinvestment zone number 6. That's the Barisi Village Board. There are 5 vacancies representing the following categories: 2 city, 2 developers, 1 Nueces County landowner or designee. Staff is recommending the following appointments: Councilmember Kaylin Paxson, Assistant City Manager Heather Hurlbert, Stephen May as the developer, and Jeffrey Blackbird, as the developer. Nueces County is recommending the appointment of Steve Moody.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, and then we do have the council names the chair of the board as the other action required. So the council also names the chair of the board for this TERS number 6.
For Barisi?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is the council, let's see, the councilwoman is.
Yes, Councilwoman Paxton is on there.
Okay, so I move that we name our representative the chair.
Okay.
Councilwoman.
So there's a nomination, a second to that.
Is there a nomination to?
Yes, Ms. Paxton, yes, the mayor.
Yes.
Okay, also.
Second to.
So is that a motion to appoint? If there's no other nominations?
Appoint her as
Okay.
chair, yes.
All right. Okay. You going to call for the vote, Mayor?
Yes, I am. Thank you. It's 4:38. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, next, this takes us to briefings, and we have our 89th Texas Legislative Session update by our IGR representative, Ryan Skrabarczyk.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ryan Skrabarczyk, Intergovernmental Relations for the City of Corpus Christi. And I've had multiple requests from the audience members to be brief, so I will endeavor to be so. As you're aware, likely, the Texas legislature was sworn in and began on the same day that City Council was sworn in on January 14th. And it will begin a very aggressive schedule towards June 2nd, where the state of Texas will consider all of the legislation that's going to pass and go into effect for the next 2 years. And so outside of a special called session by the governor, this is it in terms of the process for filing and passing legislation. It is worth noting there's a couple of dates that are not on this schedule, but these are some of the important ones, including the date that recently passed with the base budgets from the House and the Senate being introduced, and then March 14th, which will be the last day to file legislation. In addition, in the first 60 days, no action is taken on legislation that is not declared an emergency item by Governor Abbott. And so only those policy areas that are declared emergency items can have the legislature take action on them. For reference, after posting this on Friday, the governor has announced that his State of the State address, in which the speech in which he declares emergency items, will take place on February 2nd, this coming Sunday at 5 p.m., and that'll be live broadcast across the state. As far as the updates that have happened.
And Ryan, we'll have a Corpus Christi Fire Department firefighter there with the governor at his at the governor's request, right?
Yeah, as part of the, my understanding is as part of the group that went to California for mutual aid and participated in fighting the wildfires over there. The governor's office has asked.
Yeah, battalion chief.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
In terms of the events that have happened, at the beginning of each session, the comptroller announces the biennial revenue estimate for the state of Texas, which is important, and council was sent a memo on this last week detailing the impacts of this. But the information in the biennial revenue estimate determines not only the amount of money that the state has to spend over the next 2 years, but also includes surplus dollars that were brought over from previous sessions, and will indicate how much money is expected to be in the Economic Stabilization Fund, or as you may be more familiar, the Rainy Day Fund. The surplus that is expected at $23.7 billion is there in part due to some of the limited spending measures that the legislature took 2 years ago, but also due to legislation that did not pass, principally education funding, of which a little over $5 billion remains there as a part of that surplus. And so if the legislature chooses to pass that legislation this time, the funding is there and would not be a part of that surplus. A couple of notable points on the Economic Stabilization Fund. It's the first time that they're expected to hit the cap. And so there has been already extensive conversations in the Texas Senate about the state extending the cap or increasing the cap and changing the name of the Economic Stabilization Fund, because it has increasingly over the years become a fund in which the state uses to do major one-time projects. And so there's an effort to rename it the Sovereign Fund. Not all of the projected revenue that the state is expected to bring in obviously can be spent because of the constitutional spending cap. So the House and Senate have filed base budgets They did so on January 22nd, and there were a lot of key items out of there. For context on the total amount of money dedicated in the budget, both the House and Senate were nearly identical, in the neighborhood of $330 million of all funds combined. That includes dedicated revenue and federal funds. But of the supplemental funds, or excuse me, of the surplus funds that are available, you will see a significant portion based on early indications from state leaders that much of the surplus and the state's budget will be dedicated again to property tax relief and property tax compression. As I stated earlier, there's an intent to do public education funding, and in the supplemental bill, which is an important piece of legislation that will also be passed in addition to the budget, the Senate and House have declared that they have $2.5 billion in initial capitalization for water and flood infrastructure. That money is not reflected in the base budget. It's in the it will be reflected in the supplemental budget, which will be introduced. No, you're fine. So we all know that many state leaders are talking about the importance of water funding, and as a result of that, I think the House and Senate both wanted to indicate support, but not cause alarm by the fact that there's not this exceptional item for water funding in the base budget. So they've announced that $2.5 billion will be made available for water supply and flood infrastructure in the supplemental budget, which is yet to be filed. That's the same. That is the point which already been announced, but it will be not in the base, but in the supplemental budget.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so understand how this is supposed to be distributed. If they're putting it in the budget, it has to go through their process through the Region N process or the Region 13 process for flood mitigation projects. So they have to be pre-identified ahead of time.
So it's a good question, and one still that is fluid in its dynamics. But what we have been communicated from Senate leaders, Senator Perry, as you're probably familiar, has been the driving force behind this. He actually requested $5 billion in an initial capitalization for water. And our belief is, yes, it will go through that same process. The initial capitalization would go into what is called the Texas Water Fund, which was created 2 years ago. It's a new fund, but it allows state money to go into all manner of existing water supply funds at the Water Development Board. The belief is a large percentage of that money, now 2.5, but I believe the intent is still to ask for $5 billion, will go into what is called the new water supply for Texas fund. And so that is its own fund, which has its own rules, separate from programs like SWIFT, which you're familiar with. But the belief is it will all still go through the Texas Water Development Board's process and assumably deal with projects identified in the state water plan, which, to your point, goes through the Region N on the water supply side.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I should add that in addition to the 5 that was originally requested, there's been a lot of conversation about dedicated water funding at the state level, because you're seeing some of the federal funds for those projects diminish. And so the ask at the moment is, and we haven't seen the legislation filed, but is to create a $1 billion dedicated funding supply annually to go into that same Texas Water Fund to be dispersed to the various programs at the Water Development Board. So the Lieutenant Governor appoints Senate committees, and so we have 2 senators, Senator Adam Hinojosa and Senator Juan Chuy Hinojosa, which they're having quite a bit of fun with at the state capitol as they try to determine which Senator Hinojosa they're referring to at any given moment. But they both have been assigned committees at this point. Both of them have been named vice chairs of respective committees, and both of them are on committees which will, of course, be important to municipalities and the city of Corpus Christi, not being an exception to that. And so state affairs, water, ag, rural affairs, finance, and transportation are all committees which we expect an enormous amount of policy impacting the city of Corpus Christi to go through. So the point, or the takeaway rather, there is that both of our senators are positioned very well to work with the city of Corpus Christi and help us see success this legislative session. On the House side, the House hasn't designated committees yet. They did pass their rules, which made some pretty substantial changes to the amount of committees that are available. For the first time, they will have only Republican chairs and Democrat vice chairs, and so there will not be Democratic chairmen of standing committees this session. They did eliminate, or they did create a number of new committees. They abolished 6 and created 2. They increased 10 committees in membership and created 10 permanent standing subcommittees. And why that's important is some of the committees, like County and Urban Affairs, which handled local government issues, have now been combined. And so with fewer committees, you're likely to probably see either longer hearings, which I know is a joy to those of you who've come up and testified and stayed till 3 a.m., to participate in that process, or you'll have to see more hearings in order to consider the same amount of legislation, because there's just functionally fewer committees for those bills to go through. So this is just a general overview, but as of Friday on posting this in the morning, there were 2,877 bills filed. This is higher than the previous session, and so we do know that the final number will likely end up in the neighborhood of 8,000 to 9,000 bills filed. About a quarter of those impact city operations. And so we'll be tracking an inordinate amount of legislation along with the Texas Municipal League. But just to give you some perspective on the bills that have been filed, so far amongst cities, there's been a lot of discussion about an extensive review of the bills that have been filed determining land use and changing land use operations, and in many cases taking decisions away from city councils on zoning and permitting and other issues and taking that to the state level. And so we have in our state legislative agenda, obviously, to oppose things that would remove local control. There have been at least two bills filed in the Senate in the last week or so that would essentially remove permitting, regulation, and zoning from certain classes of land to allow the creation of multifamily or mixed-use development. And so there's a major effort underway at the state level to uniformly apply some of the development codes and development standards in favor of generating higher density in municipal areas. And so we'll need to talk about that with council as those bills start moving through the process, because obviously removing those decisions, what might make sense for a Dallas or a Fort Worth may not make the most sense for a coastal community like the city of Corpus Christi. Importantly, filed yesterday, Representative J.M. Lozano filed a bill to modify the Port of Corpus Christi's number of appointments and increasing that amount to 9 appointees on the board and giving the additional 2 appointees to the County of San Patricio. And so we'll be engaging with conversations with his office.
Who filed that? County of San, can you go over it again? Yeah.
State Representative J.M. Lozano. No worries, no worries. Like I said, the audience has asked me to go fast, so it's not. But what we do have in our state legislative agenda, protecting the city's ability to appoint to that entity. And so changing the number of appointees to that board and increasing one and keeping the other stagnant obviously changes that dynamic. And so, we'll be working with their office to try to explore really what is the intent or desire of San Patricio County in increasing their number of appointees to the Port of Corpus Christi. We are having conversations about the boundary of our project financing zone, which, as we've discussed here, sits at 3/4 in the water. Important to that conversation last session was the fact that the Senate chairman at the time essentially told our representatives who were in Austin, to my understanding, that it was either an opportunity to have a project financing zone or not. And there was not an opportunity to make the boundaries of such sit on the land where that tool would be useful. And so we obviously took the opportunity to have a PFZ versus not, but this session there's a new chairman, as the Senate has split the Committee on Economic Development and Natural Resources. And so with that new chairman, our delegation has already started conversations with him to see if there's a willingness to allow the city to amend that boundary. And let's see. And with that concludes my presentation.
Councilman Barrera.
Ryan, great job. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the hard work. I know it takes a toll on your family to be gone for so long, particularly when it's cold. You've had visits with Senator Perry's office with regard to our water project. Can you expand on that?
I have. Well, as you're aware, Senator Perry actually came down to Corpus Christi and met with CCW at the invitation of Senator Chuy Hinojosa. And at that time, that was really, I think, Senator Perry's first briefing on the city's Inner Harbor desalination project. I was asked to go meet with their office last week as they are closely tracking the development of that process. And I think for the message that they wanted to convey is obviously how closely they're tracking the project and how the success of that project might impact his vision. The new water supply for Texas fund, which is that secondary fund in which a lot of the new money that's being discussed will go to, has 4 possible sources: produced water, brackish water, seawater desal, and pipeline conveyance. Because there's a lot of discussion about the state buying water from out of state and transporting it into Texas. And so, being the farthest along seawater desalination projects, the Senator's office is very closely tracking the Inner Harbor project. He's well aware of where we are in the TCEQ permitting process, with the executive director having issued her opinion, and the fact that the TWDB has already committed the funding. And so, like I said, they wanted to reiterate that. In terms of where we fit into the vision of that pending legislation, time will tell when that bill gets filed as to what kind of financing is available. What's been repeatedly communicated to us is that they do not expect anything other than more low-interest loans. So that way, the rest of the programs at the water development boards remain competitive. And so those loans being available will be substantially similar to the SWIFT program financing that we've received for the Inner Harbor.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Mayor, quick compliment. I had a chance to be in the Capitol last week, and if you want to meet the world, hang out with Ryan. It was interesting, Mr. City Manager, the number of other lobbyists that would stop. I think he lined them up, frankly, to make himself look good, but man, you got a chance to see the world and meet everybody and talk what I consider to be very cool, high-level conversations, like in our world, most interested in the water. And I just want to tell you, I'm looking forward to working for you. You tell me how to go, where to go and what to do, and I'll be there for you. That would make sense, by the way, on the loans instead of grants, because we wouldn't be too happy if they looked up and gave the next project a $500 million grant when we had to get a $700 million loan. So it would just be logical that they would just stick with loans,
and I think
going forward.
Yeah, I think they're well aware of that, as there are obviously countless utilities across the state. I mean, the comment that was made to us is that the intent this session is to set up the fund and the general framework for how that will be distributed, and turn that to the agency, and then maybe next time be maybe next session more prescriptive, as they're aware that those funding and financing decisions have implications for ratepayer impact.
Because somebody sent me, there's a huge water lake project north of Dallas, massive, and that would be my concern. Is they go, awesome, we need all $5 billion. Thank you very much. And we have, 17 senators and 600, state reps, and we'll just take it all.
Yeah.
So hopefully there's some protection for the rest of us, number one. And number two, if your interest is moving water from the coast inland, then there ought to be some recognition of that, as we move forward with other opportunities in addition to our Inner Harbor project.
And I think that's absolutely been recognized as, when you wanted $5 billion, right now you're being told you're getting 2.5. The prospect of giving those out in earmarks is not likely, just because the practical reality of how much this costs.
Thank you, sir. Great job.
He mentioned that kind of at the end of his statement, but I would think from the state's perspective, and possibly even much bigger, there would be a substantial interest in duplicity, in pursuing multiple options. Would you think that would be accurate?
Clarify your question for me a little bit.
One of the items on our agenda today would be to evaluate additional sources of water. From hearing your presentation, I would assess that the state would possibly have interest in helping really a number of projects because this is a statewide issue.
Right.
Would you agree?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, the regional planning process and the state water plan, I don't think is going to lose any relevancy. And so that process identifies a need and then asks local sponsors to come up with the solutions and strategies to meet those needs. But I do think like in our case with the SWIFT funding for the Inner Harbor project, those are state bonds that in some cases, or in certain cases, they've already sold $220 million of that. And so that commitment, that funding that's on the line, the state agency that's going to be charged with evaluating those financial decisions has to make sure that others aren't impacting it, much like I'm sure a banker would evaluate the overall market and the need there.
I know. Yep. Sorry. I know for us, time is of the essence, of course, but we also, I think all of us up here want to be incredibly mindful of not only our short-term needs, but be anticipating all of our long-term needs as well, and putting our region in a position to really benefit and partner with the state. So thank you for that presentation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, Ryan, I think, we're lastly, I'll just say before we move on, we're in a very, very good position in terms of where our desalination project is, in terms of where Senator Perry, in the direction he's moving on the state level, and us working together, because he's very much in favor of this particular project and absolutely needs it. I mean, he has said it. So I think we're in a good place. And so, Ryan, thank you. Thank you for, all you're going to do and what you've done in terms of the advocacy. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, we're going to go ahead and go to our consent agenda. Are there any, yes, you have a comment for Ryan? Oh, yeah, sure, Councilman Hernandez.
Mayor, it looks like we have some people here waiting for agenda items 29, 30, and 31. I was wondering if we could move those up and so we can get some of these people on their way.
Consent goes to 25.
Yeah, we're going to go.
Yeah, but you have public hearings and you have the Housing Finance Corporation and other individual consideration items. So, like I said, I don't want them sitting here for another hour and a half before we get to it.
Let's work through the consent. I know this has been a very long day, and this is not typical, but because of the amount of public comment that we had, everything is just running obviously very behind. So
can we do it after the consent?
We're going to go to consent. Let me work through it first.
Okay, I'll make the motion after the consent.
All right, so is there anybody that would like to pull any item, consent items 5 through 25 for individual consideration?
I second Councilmember Hernandez.
Do you make a motion?
We move to approve, right?
Move to approve the consent, yes.
Second, yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. And this is for consent agenda items 5 through 25. 25. And actually, we shouldn't be long. It's one item. 5 through 25, yeah.
Mr. Scott?
Who was that? Oh, she said Mr. Scott. I didn't hear her. Okay. The motion carries. That's item 5 through 25. Then we have, okay. Item number 26 is an ordinance authorizing.
Mayor, can we move up to 29, 30?
I'm going to go ahead and go through this, Councilman.
Well, I'll make a motion to move up 20 to 29, 30, and 31.
We're right there. So it's
I made the
2
motion.
items down.
If I can get a second on moving up 29, 30, and 31.
Okay, there's no second, so it dies. Unbelievable. Okay. Please submit your vote.
Do you want to do a voice vote, or do you want me to set one up, Mayor?
Well, whatever's easier. If you have to take time to do this, that's okay.
Yeah.
We can just, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I guess raise your hand. All in favor, say aye, so it's clear to move them up. 4, okay.
You're not going to vote?
The motion fails. Item number 26 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater trunk line construction and reimbursement agreement up to $525,660 with Horizon Land Properties, LLC.
Good afternoon, Council. I'll be brief. It has been a long day. Mike Dice, Development Services. This is a purpose of this ordinance is a wastewater reimbursement for $524,660. This agreement is for the construction of a 15-inch wastewater trunk line for the Waldron Estates subdivision.
You don't think it's going to go there?
I move for approval.
Because they've got the PUC.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 26? Okay, there being no one, please submit your vote. Oh, did I close? No, I just did it. I'll close public hearing.
Public hearing, okay.
And please submit your vote. The motion carries. Section M is a recess to the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation meeting, item number 27. So we will now recess into the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation meeting.
Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Mrs. Werter, would you please call the roll?
President Everett Roy.
Present.
Vice President Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Eric Cantu. Here. Gil Hernandez. Here. Kaylin Paxson.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Present.
Carolyn Vaughn. Here. Okay, we do have a quorum present to conduct the meeting.
Okay, is there anyone who would like to make public comment regarding the corporation? Seeing that there's no one for public comment, I'd like to go to the next, which is election of officers.
Actually, we are going to minutes, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped the minutes.
Mr. President, I move for approval of the minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes are approved. Thank you. Next, the election of officers. I would like to read the slate of officers. President Everett Roy, Vice President Roland Barrera, General Manager Peter Zanoni, Assistant General Manager Heather Herbert.
That's not right.
Secretary Rebecca Huerta, Assistant Secretary Stephanie Box, Treasurer Julie Sandoval, and then Assistant Treasurer Judy Villalon.
So, Mayor and Council, are you okay? Actually, for President and Vice President, we do accept nominations for those positions. The other positions are a slate. So my apologies.
Oh. Okay, so what do I need to go back and do?
Okay, so we can just do the slate. We can do the general manager through the assistant treasurer that you've read, if the council, if the board is willing to do that.
I move for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I have approval in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, and then for president, we can just open nominations for president. And
Everett Roy.
all right.
Okay.
Like a background check done.
Okay.
All in favor?
I have a nomination. All in favor?
Sorry.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Okay. And then for vice president, if there are any nominations for that.
Are there any nominations for vice president?
Nominate Roland Barrera.
I'll second Roland Barrera.
Okay, we have a nomination and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Oh, my God.
Okay. And next we have general manager. Do we have a nomination for general manager?
No, we did those,
Oh, we
so
did
you're
those.
good to go, sir. Yes, thank you so much.
Sorry about that confusion. Okay, next, item number 9, we have a motion approving the proposed future participation terms for the sale of Costa Tarragona 1 and 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Jennifer Buxton, and I'm with the Planning and Community Development Department. With any luck, John Bell's walking through the door any moment. So I want to start a little bit with what the housing finance corporations are. I know we have some new members. The City of Corpus Christi does have a Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation. You all are the...
almost on cue.
I'd like to introduce John Bell. Just one moment.
Good evening. I'm John Bell and the attorney for the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation. And y'all are going really fast, so I appreciate that. In 2005, we actually began a process of financing Costa Tarragona as one of the first low-income housing tax credit projects in the state that involved this structure. And it was a difficult decision at the time because it does take the property off the tax rolls, but it does provide low-income housing, and we had a need for that, and it was part of our purpose in creating the organization. Now, nearly 20 years later, the project is at the point where it should be sold from the current tax credit compliance provision to another low-income housing project. We have a deed restriction that continues for another 20 years, limiting it to low-income housing. So it's not a market rate project. It cannot survive as a market rate project. It needs to continue to have some assistance, either through this organization continuing to provide, this organization continuing to provide the assistance, or another organization stepping in that will also provide the tax exemption. If we can go on to the next one, I guess, and we'll see what the slide. This is the same slide. Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you. But anyway, right now the project will sell in a manner that will generate about $1 million in net revenue to this organization. But it will only be able to sell if it is able to continue the tax exempt status for property taxes. If we cannot keep a property tax exemption in some way, then it will not sell for enough to pay the current debt because of the rent restrictions that affect the property. But it is 2 different units for those of you who have been around here for a while. Actually, it's a nice project. It's been well maintained over the years. And of course, it was the first project of quite a few in our community. But either this organization will continue to provide that support for the property tax exemption, or they will likely sell it and find another organization to do that. Jennifer recalls a couple years ago, we were approached by some developers that wanted to take current market rate projects and convert them to low-income housing. And we declined to participate because it would take projects that are currently on the tax rolls on the south side and get them off the tax rolls. We did not participate in that, but got the Brownsville Housing Finance Corporation to do it. And those projects now are off the tax rolls, providing some amount of low-income housing. And so the issue simply is whether or not this organization will indicate to the buyers that we're willing to discuss with them terms to be discussed about the continued participation of the Housing Finance Corporation in these projects. This organization has made money through these projects to the tune of about $1 million. It's been utilized for various purposes over the last 20 years, and I think it's a large reason why you have $500,000 in the bank right now. And if we do this sale, which will have to happen in some form or fashion because of the end of the tax credit period, we'll probably get another $500,000 to $1 million that has to be used for housing purposes, but otherwise will be available to you in that regard. But the most controversial aspects about this is the property tax exemption, quite frankly. But for this project, it's never been on the tax rolls since it was built. And so we're not eliminating current tax value. We're just simply keeping the projects that have been providing low-income housing in place for this period of time. But I would hate to, of course, when you're talking about selling real estate, the net proceeds available to the seller are variable based upon a lot of factors. And so you heard me say $500,000 to $1 million. We haven't negotiated the deal yet, so we'll just have to see what the market provides. What the Fed does with interest rates in the next month will have an impact on the sales price. A lot of factors have an impact on the sales price. But it would provide additional funding for this corporation to participate in projects as it has over the years to help provide housing in Corpus Christi. But the Coast Tarragona projects have been the main project. And so the issue before you today on this agenda item is the next one, is whether or not we will advise the potential buyers of the property that the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation will continue to play a role for these properties, or if they need to go look for a CHODO or another housing finance corporation or a public facilities corporation in order to provide that needed property tax exemption.
Mr. President, I move for approval.
Okay. Are there any questions at this time? Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, there's some aspects of here, and I would like to thank Dan and Jennifer for calling me, I guess it was what, Friday? Or yesterday. Time's flying. With regards to some of these issues, and you had mentioned this is off the tax rolls. However, we would get a 15% pilot, and over 10 years, we would get it up to 35%. So that is a pilot, so it's a fee in lieu of the taxes, but only up to 35% of 25% of the overall property taxes, which is kind of our portion of that.
The pilot payments, if you look at the previous slides, we took what we called developer fees.
No, I'm talking about future.
We call them pilot payments, developer fees, but yes, if this corporation continues to participate in the deal, we will receive revenue for from these projects. It can be structured as revenue to this entity, basically as it was in the past. But it will be just a fraction of what the property taxes would be, and it would only come to the city of Corpus Christi.
Right, so I'm sorry I didn't the conversation with Jennifer and Dan, and you weren't privy to that conversation about what it would come up to if we re-sign this deal. So being part of this corporation, it exempts him, I guess it makes it a part of a government entity, which keeps it off the tax rolls. Is that correct?
Correct. The land is owned by the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation on a 90-year lease to the developer, and the general partner of the developer is a entity controlled by this board.
Okay, and the value of the land is projected to be somewhere between $12.5 and $13.5 million.
That's a challenge. If this were a market rate project, it would probably be valued north of $14–15 million. But it is a project in which 40% of the units have to be leased to people that make 60% of median income. And because of that limitation on cash flows, if we were to do an appraisal of this property, the market value would be much less. The appraisal district shows it on the tax rolls at $14 million, but that's kind of a wag figure because nobody pays taxes on it. That's what the facilities would be worth if it were a market rate project. But I wouldn't put much confidence in that $14 million figure because it's an apples and oranges comparison. If you have a rent restriction is an apartment project, it won't appraise for that value.
So what do you think the value is under the current restrictions?
That's out of my expertise, but it would be less than the amount of the outstanding debt.
Jennifer?
I do. So the NPR, the management firm that, the developer and the management firm over the property, they worked with Berkadia, which is a multifamily real estate firm across the country dealing in regulated and restricted projects. And they did broker opinion of value on both Costa Tarragona 1 and Costa Tarragona 2. And they did, give me a minute to get to that right page, please. They put Costa Tarragona 1 at 12.3 and Costa Tarragona 2, the smaller project, at about $3 million.
Okay, and the only funding that would get, and because it's tax exempt, the only one that would get any benefit from the pilot would be the city of Corpus Christi. The county wouldn't get any funding, the school district wouldn't get any funding, Del Mar wouldn't get any funding,
The
correct?
payment in lieu of taxes would go to the Housing Finance Corporation. And sir, I owe you an apology. There was information I gave you incorrectly last night. There are home loans on this. There are no Housing Finance Corporation loans, but there are home loans, and I want to correct that before you get too far.
Okay, so obviously this property is sold of this program once you built it and it went through its financing. What was the intent to go back on the tax rolls at some point, or what was the original intent?
Well, the ground lease on these are in excess of 65 years. So the purpose is for it to maintain affordability for at least 65 years. The triggering event right now is the exit of the low-income housing tax credit investor for Costa Tarragona 1. Their tax credit benefit has expired. They're going to get out regardless. The affordability for this has to be maintained for at least the next 65 years. In order to maintain that, when we put it out for sale, we meaning the general partner, the limited partner, everybody, when it goes out for sale, are saying these are the terms that we're willing to consider. And that's what we're recommending here today.
Is there any other program that will allow it to keep it under the 60% restriction that it has and still have benefit to other taxing entities?
Yes.
And what would that be?
It could be part of a 4% low-income housing tax credit structure. That would...
Only one's benefiting.
Okay. Can I throw a wrench in that just a little bit?
Okay.
There are 2 other entities operating in town that are purchasing properties that will keep it off all the tax rolls, and we would not get even the payment in lieu of taxes. You do not have to be a local Housing Finance Corporation until the legislature closes the loophole. There's a group out of Cameron County, the Cameron County Housing Finance Corporation, that has taken several $100 million off our tax rolls in the last couple of years. And the Housing Authority is also purchasing property that is bringing properties off. So if I'm a buyer for this and the Corpus Christi Housing Finance Corporation is not interested, I'm shopping it to one of those other groups. And then the Housing Finance Corporation here locally, we're out of the game, and we have no options when it comes to who the new general partner in that deal is.
Where's Ryan? Did he leave? Now you got your work cut out for you. Close that loophole.
Okay, are there any?
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? So we have a motion and a second. So we had a second.
Yes,
Yeah. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Thanks, John.
Seeing that there's no other business, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, so the city council meeting will now reconvene. And we are at item number 28, and and that is a one-reading ordinance authorizing the acceptance of a donation from the OxyChem First Responder Donation Program in the amount of $25,000 for the refurbishment and repair of an aerial ladder fire truck for the Corpus Christi Fire Department.
I move for approval.
I second.
Thank you very much.
And Mayor,
Yes, well, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you. Again, my name's Todd Bainey. I'm the site manager at the OxyChem facility. I'm also a resident of Corpus Christi. Lead a team of over 550 employees and resident contractors and hundreds of other contractors creating and manufacturing sustainable products and chemistry right here in the Coastal Bend that makes life-enhancing materials and goods and life-saving materials, right, from drinking water purification to disinfection, medical supplies, medical tubing. So all these things we create right here in the Coastal Bend to save people's lives and make them better. And similar to operating a city, I know that it's very different leading a city and leading a plant. I've learned a lot this evening, to say the least. But one core value we have is providing a safe working environment for our employees, our visitors, and most importantly in our communities. And partnering with Chief Wade here and the Corpus Christi Fire Department is just a natural partnership, and very honored to be able to support our local first responders and absolutely our heroes in our community that make a difference and save people's lives every day. So very honored to be able to do this and look forward to continuing to partner with the city in the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We really appreciate this donation. And Chief Wade, if you'll just briefly tell us what the repair and refurbishment.
Recently we got through the approval, and then they arrived, 2 brand new aerial ladder trucks. And when we got those went to our stations, but we have a very aging aerial ladder truck out on the island at Station 15 that needs to go out of the system. So what we're looking to do is take ladder 7 and be able to do some repairs and refurbish, and this will help us fund those repairs. And as we look to do even more enhanced refurbish for it, we will have that truck operating on the island and more reliability with it. So this helps us do that and get a better truck serving the island.
A new truck costs how much again?
It's probably about $1.8 million.
There you go. So thank you very much. These are taxpayer dollars that you're saving. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chief Wade. So we have a motion. We have a second. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 28? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. Item number 29 is a presentation on the city's drought contingency plan and ordinance amending City Code of Ordinances, updating the city's drought contingency plan.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer for Corpus Christi Water. I'm joined here today with Esteban Ramos, who is our Water Resource Manager. We're going to co-present some information here on the drought contingency plan. So the purpose of today's presentation is to provide an overview of the new drought contingency, the proposed new drought contingency plan. Other than the changes to the structure of the surcharges and reducing some of the restrictions in Stage 3, the new proposed drought contingency plan rules are very similar to the rules in the existing and current drought contingency plan. Before we dive into this presentation, I would like to acknowledge that we did not get here today by ourselves. We utilized some outside consultants that included Corollo engineers to help ensure that this document meets the best practices of drought contingency planning. Corollo also helped us finalize the drought contingency plan and also continues to perform some modeling for us of future water supply conditions. We also relied on NewGen, who is currently contracted to develop our rate model. NewGen assisted us with modifying the proposed surcharges so that they are easy to explain, easy to understand, and most importantly, they're easy to implement through our billing department if surcharges were to be applied in the future. We did spend a lot of time meeting with our community members to listen to and implement changes to this plan based on their input while ensuring these proposed changes were in accordance with best drought contingency planning practices across the country. We have spoken to pool associations, landscape and nurseries. We've engaged with car washers and mobile detailers, as well as meeting with other community stakeholders. And while we may not have been able to personally meet with every group, we are certainly happy to meet with any stakeholders at any time, but especially now, between now and February 11th. For example, we did get a call from the Coastal Bend Home Builders Association. They were here today. I reached out to them last night, had a conversation with them. We have presented some of this information to that group through the Development Services Department. But, you know, clearly we want to try to get in front of that board between now and February 11th. And so we tentatively have a meeting set up with them on February 4th. And we anticipate other meetings. There may be some other meetings that folks want to have, and we're happy to do that. We've also, I like to say, we've leaned on experts in the field from other cities who we have close connections with. Like, so for example, the city of Austin, San Antonio. Karen Goose, for example, is the director of conservation for the city of San Antonio. She's also the chairwoman of the Water Conservation Advisory Council, which is appointed by the state legislature. So we've engaged with her. We've given her a plan. She's peer reviewed it. We think that's important to have some of our peers in the industry look at these plans. We also, City of Austin is another city that we work with a lot. There's a gentleman named Kevin Kluge. He's their water conservation manager. Austin has a water system that is actually a lot more similar to ours in San Antonio. Austin has one supply. It is 100% based on surface water from the Colorado River. San Antonio, on the other hand, has like 12 different sources of water, and many of those are drought-proof. So we kind of want to look at Austin perhaps as a little bit better of a model. And again, we're not taking everything verbatim out of any one particular plan, but I think it's important to put a plan in front of our community that best represents the ability to reduce non-essential watering, and it's in spirit with some of the other cities that have good plans. So this presentation will provide an overview of the current water status and our short-term water supply projects. We will briefly talk about the history of the drought contingency plan, the purpose of it, the updates and changes that we're proposing to make, as well as some of the public engagement that we've had and some recommendations going forward. If there's one important thing to take away from this presentation, it is that this plan is required by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, or TCEQ, specifically Chapter 288, Subchapter B of the Texas Administrative Code, and it is our business plan. This is a business plan that we use to manage drought and to also manage other, hopefully it never happens, but emergencies, water emergencies. So while the purpose of this presentation is certainly to talk about the drought contingency plan, what I would like to do is I'd like to give you a quick overview of the current water supply levels and a quick summary of some of the shorter term water projects that we're working on. I want to emphasize that our team behind the scenes is working day and night. We're working 6-7 days a week to do all of these projects that you see on here, not to mention the fact that we're running the business of water and wastewater. As noted here on this slide, you can see on the very top, Choke Canyon Reservoir is currently sitting at 16.5% today. The all-time low of Choke Canyon was 16.7% back in 2015. Lake Corpus Christi today is at 24.8%. It was recorded at its all-time low at 12.9% in March of 2013. And then finally, the combined reservoir is at 18.8%. That's, of course, the cumulative addition of Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi. We are at a historic place in time because the lowest that has ever been, the combined reservoir, was at 25.5% back in August of '96. Let's talk a little bit about some of the projects that we've been working on for many, many months. So the Mary Roads Pipeline project, it continues to advance with good expediency. To summarize this for some who may not be aware, the MRP project was had a condition assessment done last year. Condition assessments are things that are important to do so we can understand the health of the asset that we're looking at. The pipeline is approximately 25 years old, or roughly it's at about half of its expected useful life. 50 years is typically what you see. If you take good care of these types of assets, you can extend the life further on. The assessment showed that the pipeline was in very good shape, and the analysis that we did at the time supported increasing the flow of the line without any additional risk of failure to the pipeline. As a result of that risk assessment, which was expedited and was completed in June of last year, we decided to increase the pipeline flow from 42 million gallons a day, which for years, that had been where we operated that pipeline at. That was considered to be a maximum safe and reliable flow, and so that was the flow that had been run for many years. Now that we had that assessment, now that we've looked at the risks associated with running the pipeline at different flow rates, we made the conscientious decision to increase that pipeline flow to 55 million gallons a day. We did that on June 25th of last year. So we are pumping now the pipeline from what was Schedule 2. You might hear that from time to time. Schedule 2 was approximately 42 million gallons a day. We're operating at Schedule 3, which is about 55 million gallons a day. And since we've made that conscientious decision to do that, we have been able to bring an additional 2 billion gallons of water down the Mary Roads pipeline that otherwise would not have been brought down, and that is from our supplies that we've already paid for. We've paid for water in Lake Texana. We've paid for water, or we own the water rights in the Colorado River. We continue to expedite the project that we're doing right now. There's several projects actually that we're working on to increase the flow. So our ultimate goal, as you can see on this slide, is to expand that flow from 55 million gallons a day to about 75 million gallons a day, and we're hoping to do that by mid-March. There's a lot of activities that are going on. We're working, pretty hard to make that happen. So we've got some specialty contractors that are out there working. We've explained to them the sense of urgency, and we're seeing good results as a result of that. So we will continue to work hard to make sure that date is set for mid-March. The next project that we have on the list is a project called CC Polymers. We continue to work with the leadership team at CC Polymers. So they came to us back in the fall and they asked us if we were interested in potentially looking at that facility as a water supply option. We have since been in discussions with them. We've brought on board a consulting firm to help us do the analysis to determine whether or not this makes sense from a viability standpoint. We think it does because, frankly, they could essentially get that plant operational in 8 to 10 months once we gave them, a signed contract, if you will. And that's a 9.4 million gallon per day plant. It's right on the other side of the ship channel. And so we're going to continue to work that option as we move forward. The next project I want to point to is the Nueces River wells, Nueces River groundwater wells, I should say. As you can see on this slide, we do have some old wells. We call them rehabilitated wells. So these are old existing wells that were used. They were drilled, some of them were drilled back in the 50s and 60s, and they were used for decades as wells that augmented water supply for the city and the region. And these wells have been since decommissioned many years ago. They're not necessarily in the best of shape, but they're still there. And so we have teams out there today and have been working around the clock to look at these wells and see if we can't make them work for us. They're not going to be wells, they're not like new wells. They're not going to be able to produce 2 million gallons a day, but they're wells that nonetheless would contribute positively to our short-term water need. We're using hydrogeologists to evaluate the aquifers so that we only withdraw an appropriate amount of water that does not adversely impact the local community. We want to be sensitive to the local community who only source of water for some of these folks that live along in that area that are outside the city is their own personal wells that they have that they need for domestic use, for livestock and other things. We're also actively working through some regulatory processes to make this happen. So, of course, we got to work with TCEQ. We have to work with the groundwater conservation districts. So those are all things that are taking place. We may very well, if we're successful, be able to have some water from these wells available by mid-March, and we're hoping that we might be able to get up to 5 to 6 million gallons of water from those sources. In addition, we also are looking at some new well property sites. We actually own some property. CCW owns property along the Nueces River, so those would make a lot of sense since we already own those properties. We've got a hydrogeological team that's helping us strategically look at the right locations where we'd want to drill these wells. I will say one thing that I want to point out is that these wells are high in salt. So they're not necessarily, it's not necessarily water that's good for the long haul. And there's probably a reason why those wells were decommissioned. So this water is wet. That's what we need. It's relatively inexpensive because we're going to put that in the river, and we're going to let the river be the conveyance means by which that water will ultimately flow down to where the water's needed, which would be at the Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant. That treatment plant will take care of treating that water that goes into the river just like it does every day with the existing water that's in the river. And so we think that this is if you want to call it the lowest hanging fruit, and we're gonna pursue that to the extent that we feel like it's a good option for us. The other project that I want to mention is, while it may not necessarily be a lot of water, as you can see on the list above, it is meaningful water. So when we talk about reclaimed water from the Oso wastewater treatment plant, we're one of the few cities that looks at things differently, and it's a good thing. Wastewater reuse, wastewater from Oso, there's a filling station there today. I will tell you that the community hasn't necessarily embraced this water as much as you might expect. Part of the challenge is because it's considered type 2 wastewater effluent, which is only really allowed to be used for commercial businesses. So I will tell you that today the Parks Department is leading by example. They're using that water today. They're filling up trucks. They're taking that water over to landscaped areas. They're watering over 700 trees. We're actually doing a project right now in-house where we're expanding the ability to test for the effluent to ensure that when it does meet, because it does typically meet type 1 wastewater effluent characteristics. Type 1 wastewater is water that can be used for a much larger breadth and depth of use. So it can be used for residential purposes. So we're very close to having that filling station set up to where we can test it and make sure that we certify when it is certifiable that it's type 1. We can let the public come out and make it available to the public at a much larger scale where they can use it for irrigating houses, landscape, and using it for other things. So that is a project that we're working on in-house. We have not contracted anything out. We're essentially doing the design in-house. We're doing the concrete work in-house. We're doing the piping, the procurement of the tanks. The whole thing is being done in-house. So and our plan is to have this available in mid-February. So lastly, I think what's really important here, and this may take just a little bit of math, so bear with me, but one thing to point out is our demand yesterday, and granted we're in the winter, but our demand yesterday was 73 million gallons a day. And generally in the winter months, we're anywhere between about 70 to 80, maybe 85 million gallons a day. So if you look at this table, I think what's important to note that in summary, if we could bring down 75 million gallons a day of flow from the MRP, we're at 55 today, 75 in March, we add 10 to 15 million gallons a day of water from the Nueces River groundwater wells. It's not the best water, we know that, but it's a short-term stopgap. That's essentially a total of 85 to 90 million gallons a day. And that would essentially be able to allow us to meet at least most of our demands, all of our demands in the winter. What does this do? It buys us time. Time is what we need. We need to buy time. Some people will say that what this does is it allows our Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi reservoirs to rest. Maybe sound a little corny, but that's what it is. It allows these reservoirs to rest and allow them to fill up because they are going to fill back up. It's just a matter of time. We are going to get rain, and those reservoirs will fill back up. Next slide. Okay. So today, January 28th, we're presenting this plan to council. This is planned to be a 2-read council action, with today being the first read. Over the next 2 weeks, we have the ability to modify the plan if necessary based on more input from the community. We want to get that. We expect continued dialogue to occur. That's a good thing, and this is all part of the process. On February 11th, our plan would be to take this back to you, to City Council, and answer any outstanding questions that you may have, with the expectation that the plan would then be approved and adopted by City Council as part of the second read. Assuming this approval happens on February 11th, the rules would go into effect February 12th. We think these rules, some of these changes, as you heard in public comment today, are important for some of the businesses that are really feeling the pinch from some of this. The ordinance would require 7 days prior to being implementable in terms of enforcing. So, which would mean that, like I said, enforcement violations, those kinds of things, it would take 7 days. So February 17th would be the date that we could actually enforce the new DCP rules into taking effect. And I think, Councilman Scott, did you have a question, or?
Councilman Scott?
I was going to wait till you finished. I was just excited.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So new to me. I don't know these things.
Okay, so, you know, to talk about our drought contingency plan, we got to talk a little bit about the water sources, where we get our water from. And one of the things that drives this criteria in terms of the drought contingency plan is of course, our water sources. And it's important to remind our community that 100% of our water comes from rainfall. 100% of our drinking water comes from rainfall. Without rainfall in the right locations, we don't have enough drinking water to do the things that we take for granted or the things that we want to do. All of our resources, like I said, comes from lakes and rivers, which is a challenge, especially where we live. We live in a climate that's hot, it's dry, and we're prone to drought. We meet yesterday with the National Weather Service. We meet with them every week. We have a very close relationship with them because we're constantly looking at how things might change climatically. We actually met with the state meteorologist, John Nielsen Gammons. I can tell you that the short-term forecast doesn't look very good. When we met with the National Weather Service yesterday, they told us that the tributaries that go into the Choke Canyon are the driest they've ever been on record. So that is certainly something that makes you think about the situation that we're in. The John Nielsen Gammons, Dr. Gammons said, you know, there's probably really no point in to meet until May because he doesn't really see a whole lot of changes until May. Now, we know that January, February are the two driest seasons of the year for us, two driest months of the year. So rain starts to become more potentially available for us in March and April and certainly May. So we're going to keep our fingers crossed that is indeed the truth and that happens. They also, let's see here, they also confirmed, the National Weather Service also confirmed that, and we've been told this before, but how do you get out of this drought? It's going to take a significant rain impact event. It's going to take 20 inches of rain in a rain event to get out of all the drought that we're in. That would put us above the 50% level where we wouldn't have drought restrictions. So, you know, that's a pretty significant event. Can it happen? Absolutely. As shown on this slide, I want to talk a little bit about this slide. So on this slide, the western water supplies consist of the reservoirs in the Nueces River Basin, which we all know is Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi. The city owns or controls 100% of those impounded water rights on those reservoirs. I would like to say, in other words, the western supplies is really our workhorse. The Nueces River Basin is the city's most secured water supply, even though it is most prone to drought. The eastern supplies, as you can see on the bottom, and if you look, you can see, you know, the Nueces River on the map. You can also see the eastern supplies, which is referred to as the LNRA or La Vaca Navidad watershed, and then of course the Colorado River. The eastern supplies, unlike the Nueces River, which we own or control 100% of, the Lake Texana is a contract water, so we don't own that. We have a contract with them. And then the Colorado River is water that we own the rights to, but it is junior rights, and it's run-of-the-river rights. So if the LCRA, Lower Colorado River Authority, which they have done, says there's not enough usable water, run-of-the-river water in the water near Bay City where we take the water, we could be curtailed or eliminated from that water supply. The eastern water supplies, just so everybody knows, I think it's fairly obvious, but it is connected by the Mary Roads pipeline. The Mary Roads pipeline is a 140-mile pipeline. It is, you know, I hate to say this, it is a single point of failure. That is something that certainly, you know, sometimes makes me a little concerned because when you think about it, 140 miles, you have hundreds, thousands of utility crossings that line. You have contractors out there who we don't know who are out there today that could be doing something. They could be, you know, landowners could be doing something unassuming, and you know, sometimes those kinds of mistakes happen. So, you know, it is a very, very, as we all know, important asset that we need to continue to protect it and maintain it. Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Roy. Oh, hang on. Go ahead.
You know, while you're on this subject, I just want to make sure that I understand, because somebody told me in the past, and I wonder if you would be able to verify this or have more knowledge in terms of when we look at assessing what our capacity is. Right now, we look at, as your graph illustrates, Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi. But I heard in the past, we looked at all sources. So when we looked at essentially the western water supply and eastern water supply in terms of gauging where we're at with capacity in our drought conditions. Is that at what point in time did we change, if we did change, or has it always been traditionally Choke and Lake Corpus Christi?
So we get that question a lot, and it may be a little bit complicated, but I'll give you the simple answer. The simple answer is that we're really governed, and we're governed by the agreed order. So there's an agreed order. It's called the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. It's the agreed order, or AO. It was signed in 2001. And essentially, we had to agree with a number of impacted parties on certain terms of how we operate that combined reservoir system. And so if you were to open up that agreed order, which is available online, it's available on the website, if you read that, you will see very clearly it's very prescriptive on what we're supposed to do in terms of the Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi is verbatim in there, and it's mentioned time and time again, as those are the two reservoirs that we use to measure our proneness to drought. Now, it doesn't say exactly what you have to do when you hit 40% or 30% or 20%. It says you have to do something. It's up to us as good stewards and good business people in our industry to make sure that we're doing the right things to stretch that essential water out as far as we can.
So my question then is, okay, so 2001, that's essentially 24 years ago, right? That somebody came up with this model of measurement. And what level of body is this organization? Are they?
So the organization that
dictated in terms of that, what did you call it?
The agreed order?
Yeah, the agreed order.
So that's a binding agreement with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. And so as I understand,
so it's state level.
It's a state level requirement. And you know, at the end of the day, if there's a lot. I mean, look, I get it. There's some frustration with, you know, some of the releases that happen, and I see a lot of that. You know, if there was an initiative to open that up, which you could, you would have to have all the impacted parties that signed that original agreement brought to a table, and you would have to come to terms with how those changes would be made to satisfy the special interest of every one of those different impacted parties. So it would be a pretty big task to do it. I'm not saying it can't be done, but I want to say there's, you know, like 15 parties that are named in that agreed order that would have to be at the table. And we would be one of them. The city of Corpus Christi would be one of 14 or 15.
So when you look at it, I mean, basically, we are required, right, to have certain releases.
Yes.
And so is there anything that we can do to be able to have somebody take a second look at that, or is that part of that agreement? Does that agreement dictate the amount of release that we have?
Yes.
Okay.
It is very prescriptive as to what you're supposed to release. I will tell you, one of the good things, you know, just is that at 30%, once you hit 30%, there's no releases. So there's no water being released from Lake Corpus Christi that goes into the estuaries in the Nueces Bay system. I will tell you, there's water being released from Lake Corpus Christi, but it is for the purposes of providing raw water to our drinking water plant so we can serve our customers. And there's other customers that also have figuratively a straw in the river there. You have San Patricio, and you have a couple other ones. Robstown, WCID number 3.
You know, thank you. I mean, I'm telling you, the other day I was walking out to empty my trash, and a guy was walking with his wife and started asking me these questions. And I just ran in the house and locked the door. Anyway.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you know, on that note, Peter, I'm sure everybody gets asked. I certainly do. I think it's something we should put on the website if it's not already there. In a very obvious form, literally the question, you know, why are we releasing water? Why can't we release water in the history? Something like make that a tab
Yeah, we have a frequently asked questions on there.
Well, I know, but that's.
We'll look at it, maybe make it simpler even.
25 questions probably, or who knows.
Okay.
I'm saying where water is,
Yeah.
we're in crisis, right?
Right.
So make that a tab as soon as you go to the website so someone
Yeah.
can click on that. We get asked that a lot.
I know.
And it is not something simple that you can undo. You can't even,
Yeah.
trying to really undo that it's a huge feat. So
Okay, no
let's
problem.
do something like
Yeah,
that.
we'll take a look at it.
Okay, Councilman Scott, did you want to ask now or continue to wait?
Well, I want to follow up on this comment.
Go right ahead.
Fought this battle for years. So this might be the time, because years ago we said, look, why do we release some water? We're releasing water to take care of the fisheries, the hatcheries. We went, yeah, but they're really not on the river. They're on the backside of the Nueces Bay. Hey, I got an idea. What if we release the water where it's supposed to go instead of releasing 10 gallons and we get the same benefit with 5 gallons? If we prove that up, can we just release 5 gallons, right? Put the water where it needs to be. The little fish are happy. We get to save more water for us. And we spent a ton of money. But at the time, how do I say this properly? The governing bodies were really interested in our research, but not really interested in change. But that was, a long time ago, and that might be worth digging that up again and having a conversation. Look, we're not talking about the agreed order. But we're talking about maybe if we put it in the right place, would you give us a break? And then maybe an additional break because of how much effluent we drop in the system too. That was because what I was told last time I was with you fine people was, yeah, they're excited for us to open it up and you will release more water. Like, well, that's a bad idea,
Right.
So you kind of want to know the answer. But I guess my point is, instead of having a conversation about just automatically releasing less, like, well, what if we release less, but we put it where it's most beneficial? I mean, I get it, right? So the rivers used to flow and the environment was the environment. And then, we came along and dammed it up, and that has some impact on the environment. I get that.
Right.
But if we could put water back where it's most beneficial, maybe that's a nice conversation to have. That's all I got.
Okay.
You want to take that?
Thank you.
Yeah, we got.
For the record, Esteban Ramos, I'm the Water Resource Manager for the City of Corpus Christi. Councilman Scott, we do that when good times, when we have the opportunities, the Recon Bayou project, where we can pinpoint it in the back of Nueces Bay to help with estuaries and the environmental concerns that were brought up during that time. So that there is we do get a benefit, we account for it, and so that it goes to those, the regime of each month. So we do, in those good times when we have that opportunity, it's done.
Okay, good questions. So I think it goes without saying, we know how imperative it is to communicate information to our community, especially during this ongoing drought. And that's why we created a specially dedicated website to provide daily updates to our community. The website is, as you can see there, stage3.cctexas.com. I just will, say that this website provides information like the combined reservoir levels. It provides USGS streamflow data. There's over or nearly a dozen streamflow data sites. It obviously has the drought status, and it also has a link to our DCP. If you want to read the agreed order, you can go to the site and look at it. And then there's just a number of other links to assist the community in ways to conserve water. So hopefully, folks are looking at this. We've gotten some positive impact from the community, and we need to continue to do that work. It's important. One of the things that we've also received a lot of comments from in the community is asking to show consumption data for various customer classes. In fact, one person, Ted Mandel, was somebody that has reached out quite a bit, and I think it's important. I think it's important to show how customer classes are using water. Data is data. And so we agree that more information is important. So we will be updating our website. I was checking earlier. I'm not sure if this is up, but it should be pretty close. But this is what we would be showing. The slide on the left, or the bar chart on the left, I know you can't see it real well, but what it has is it has all the different customer classes that we have by color. And you can see how much they've used for 2022, 2023, 2024. I know. We'll make it bigger. I apologize that it's not big enough for you to see it, but you will be able to see it, I promise. But really the point I wanted to make is that this is good information. It's information that'll be there for people to look at. And then the slide on the right, again, we'll make that bigger so you can see it. The plan is that on a monthly basis, we'll have billed water usage will be provided at the end of the month. It'll be uploaded on the website by customer class. It's not going to be instantaneous. It's not going to be daily information. We don't have the staff to, put daily information by customer class. But what we will do is we'll make aggregated monthly data by customer class available, in short order after the month clears. We've got folks that need to QA and review the data before it goes up, but we'll do that. And I think what's important is you can kind of see even from this graph, the residents have kind of cut back a little bit. I always say our residential community has been fantastic. They use less water per capita than most any other person in the state of Texas. So my hat's off to the community. We're asking them to do more, and it's tough when you have to do that. The industry, for example, large volume users, they're actually down a little bit this year from last year. And so those are the kind of things that we want to make sure we have the community can see that. And so good information, and we're happy to talk more about that. And I don't know if there's a question.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Okay, so I need glasses on top of my glasses, but
yeah.
Can you say, because I'm sure you could see it better, so I'm looking at the large volume. So how much did they use in 2022 that's for the year?
Yes. So for 2022, they used.
You can't see it. You see just a small one too.
Yeah, it's 11,417 billion gallons.
Okay, and then for 2024,
they went up. They went up to 11,000.
2024. I asked 2022, 2024. You were going to 2023. So for 2023, how much did they use?
So 2023, they used 11,926. And that's billion gallons over the entire year. And then they used 10,771 billion gallons. So they
you said billion or million?
Billion.
Billion.
Yeah.
So our large volume users have dropped down 1.2 billion gallons in water from 2023 to 2024.
Yes, sir.
They used let me re-say that again. 1.2 billion gallons less from 2023 to 2024 are their high volume water users.
Yes.
2.
Okay. So they are using less water. They're not.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Couple of things. You sure about those numbers that he just gave you, that they've dropped that much?
Well, that's one of the reasons why we like having this data, because that's we've looked at this data. It has been QA'd. We have put this data up before, so we have seen the trend here this last year as industry has cut back. We probably need the industry here to maybe kind of explain that in a little bit more fine detail. But the reality is we've got meters, and the meters register water consumption. And the meters are showing that, at least for 2024, the water that has been conveyed through those meters for large volume users is 1.2 billion gallons, whatever that number is, and I'm kind of a little challenged on my visual aid being able to see this, but they have used less.
Okay, well, that's good. That just seems like a lot. But my other question is this, because Ted Mandel has reached out. He's wanting more detailed reports, and I get that because they want to conserve water. Is there any way that you can tell what areas of the city are using the most? I know a lot has to do with population.
Sure.
But is there any way, if people want to conserve, then they need to know what's being used on a daily basis, really. That's what he's wanting to know. What are we using? What can we do now? How much do we need to come back down in order to conserve?
Those are some things that we can look into, Councilwoman. I agree. At the end of the day, the more information that's available for the public certainly has. And we need to get Reba George, who's our Assistant Director in Billing and Utility Billing Operations. But ultimately, our goal is to be able to have the public have access to see how they're using water and how that water is, basically changing over time.
Yeah, Councilwoman.
They've got to buy into it.
Yeah, can I just add? I just want to add a little reality. Drew's being nice here. We would have to reprioritize some of the staff duties. We don't have a unit, or we don't have a person or persons to be providing that information daily. We just don't.
You provide it weekly?
We can look at that, like this one here provides it monthly, the monthly usage. So we have to begin. It's not like Drew cannot tomorrow begin to show that, produce this information and put it online. We just don't have the capability.
And I get that.
But we can begin to do it, yes.
Somebody ought to be able to do that if they want the public to be involved.
Right.
And I get you can't do it every day.
Yeah.
But I would like to see us try and do something. I know it doesn't have to be you. I know you have people working with you.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But we have to do something to get the public engaged, because some of them don't realize how serious it is.
Yeah, so we've heard from the Ted Mandels and others. He's not the only one. We're beginning to see who can do it, how can we do it, what do they have to stop doing, or do we add another position? The same unit where they would do this in, the billing, is the same one where we get calls constantly saying, I've been on the phone for 2 hours waiting for somebody to answer my phone. So there's a lot of demands on the staff, especially in CCW, but we hear it and we're reacting. We've been reacting. This is a first attempt, the graph on the right, and there's more to come. But I just want to caution us, it's not overnight, because we have to reprioritize what the staff's doing and figure out how do we do this efficiently so it can almost be on autopilot.
And I get it. I just think we have to get the public engaged.
Right, and we'll do it. Yes. Yeah.
I agree completely. And I think and I know y'all you mean the same thing, is people have to understand what's happening, right? So it's like when you're raising money at a church, they put the big thermometer up. And we're keeping track. I mean, it can be something, I don't know how you do that part of it, but it seems like we really need to, even if it's monthly, as mentioned. So I agree with you. All right, thank you. Councilman Scott.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just going to go random, right? Because it's only my second meeting, don't really know what I'm doing. Hey, so you think that this new plan, the drought contingency plan, will pass the TCEQ test? And they said, you got to have a plan. And we heard public comment this morning that this plan will never pass TCEQ, and I have no idea what's...
Well, let me just, and there was we were going to talk about that, but since you asked the question, we're going to hit it now. So this is good. So look, at the end of the day, we've been in touch with TCEQ, and TCEQ has told us, get the plan right. We don't want you to submit a plan just to submit a plan, but your plan is past due. And we're not going to hold that against you, but we need to get the plan turned in. And so part of the calculus here was we wanted to make sure that this new council, was thoroughly engaged with this plan. And so we wanted to do that. That was the thinking behind that. And like I said, TCEQ, who we've been talking to, they have said that they approved the plan. They want the plan done in a way that our community supports the plan, our council supports the plan, and so that's sort of the instructions we've been.
Let me put it this: we don't want to send a plan that we approve that we don't think they're going to approve, right? That would just be silly.
Well, in some ways, the TCEQ is looking for us to go through all the checks in the box, and we've checked all the boxes. The TCEQ wants the boxes checked. We have checked. This plan today checks all the boxes. So there may be some additional boxes that our community may want us to check. That's fine. But at the end of the day, this plan today satisfies TCEQ's requirements.
Answer yes.
So yes?
Yeah.
Answer yes.
I say yes.
So nice, but I'm from Kingsville. Yes, no works.
Answer yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, number one. Number two, I want to just say we were in crisis yesterday. We're in crisis today. We're going to be in crisis tomorrow. This is a crisis. And I want to, as much as I beat up past council, I want to thank you all for your work that you did, that started the projects that you're discussing with us today that could bring water online. I mean, us new council members are going to take all the credit, just so we're clear, but I just want to point out that you guys have been working on this. This is good stuff. I don't think it's a guarantee, right? I mean, we think the pipeline's going to work, but if it doesn't work, that's a bad day. We think we can get the water in the wells, right? But we haven't cleared all those hurdles, and a couple of council members have discussed those with us. We think, so I just want to convey that, because what I don't want the public go, oh, we're done. Great. That's awesome. Hey, good work, folks. You got 44 million gallons a day more. Let's go back. Everything's fine. No. Right. Number one, that's not a guarantee. Number two, something could go wrong, in the middle of that. And number three, that's still not anywhere near where we ought to be.
Right.
Whether you want to bring another Whataburger to town or another industrial project to town, this is nowhere near where we should be. So what is our evaporation rate on the lakes? Every 10 gallons, is it a 50% evaporation? I mean, how do we discuss that?
We'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
I can tell you it's a lot.
We had a big argument. It's a group this morning. They thought it was 2/3. I thought it was 50% evaporation.
It's a lot.
So could you can let us know?
You bet.
I got it. Number two, when you said we used 72 million gallons yesterday, that's the water we sent to our great friends to the north? I call them the Yankees, the San Patricio group. Does that include all those?
Yeah,
San Pat,
that's all treated water that goes out to all of our treated water customers. So that would include all of our residents, our commercial businesses. It would include some of the big industry. It would include our wholesale treated water customers that we sell water to, like San Pat, South Texas Water Authority, Violet, Port Aransas.
But that doesn't. But that doesn't include our customers who are taking raw water.
Correct.
That's interesting. Completely missed it. How much is that?
It's probably about 30 million gallons a day of raw water that goes out that we sell. That includes Alice.
Our total daily usage yesterday was 102.
About that.
Because that's the real number, right? Now, isn't it? Shouldn't we be talking about the total and not treated? What am I missing?
No. You're asking the question from another point of view. So you're asking the question from a supply perspective, and what we describe is what was treated water going out of the system. So what we produce, what our demands, the city of Corpus Christi, what coming out of Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant. Yes, we have to take account for the raw water that you just mentioned from San Pat Municipal, from Alice, Mathis, South Texas Water Authority, and
but that changes the conversation, right? Because the simple math is we used 85 million gallons a day yesterday, and 55 of it came down the pipeline, and 30 came out of the lake. But we're going to put 44 more. So hey, we don't have to touch the lake because we're going to have all this new water, with exception of what you're putting in the wells. But it's not 85 million gallons a day. It's 85 million gallons a day plus 30 million gallons a day of raw water that we sell, that we need to be able to provide. So
there's
really 110.
Right. So there's about 12 million gallons a day that San Patricio Municipal Water District takes directly off the Mary Roads pipeline.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep. And then there's about 20 million gallons a day that is pulled out of the river. So near our intake structure, there's a couple other intakes. San Pat has an intake.
Okay.
WCID number 3 has an intake. Robstown takes their water through WCID number 3. Flint Hills has an intake that they sometimes use, and so does Celanese.
Okay, but we all get excited when we used to use 100, now we're using 85, and yesterday we only used 72, but that's not the total that we used. We used 72 plus another 30, 102 is really what we're using. So we need to keep, because I think people are going to go, oh my goodness, we only need we're using 72 and we're about to add 44. Man, we're done. This is great. We don't need, let's just call it a day, but that's not close to the total. All right, I ramble. Hey, so the Navajo Navidad, they're talking about building a new lake, an additional reservoir. Is there?
Yes.
Have we had any conversation with? Maybe this is an alternative water supply conversation for later. But have we had a conversation about, hey, what's left? Can we have some of that?
Well, that off-channel reservoir is going to help us indirectly because they're basically pulling water off the river and they're putting it into a channel that they're going to impound.
Yeah.
And it's really more for the purposes of Formosa, who's the other big customer up there. But anytime that there's water that's impounded, there's an indirect benefit to us. So we know that Formosa is, there's two big customers that LNRA has. It's the city of Corpus Christi and Formosa. And so we are we talk to LNRA, Pat Bruskowski, all the time. He's our general manager. And so if there's a way that we might even be able to kind of work with Formosa to potentially, utilize some of their unused water if they have it, those are the kind of things that I think are important. And we're having those conversations.
There was a time when Formosa was out of water, came to us begging for help, and we sold them some water. Did it twice.
Okay.
Because we're good neighbors. We had an abundance at the time, and they were desperate, and we were nice to them. It might just be nice to remind them that we're all in this together. Why does it jump from 85 to like 110 million gallons a day in the summer? Like now it's 85 in the winter, and then in the summer it's 110 plus the 30, I guess.
It's basically, a lot of it is irrigation. There's irrigation use that's happening. So, look, at the end of the day, if things continue and we stay in stage 3 throughout the summer, we're going to see that reduce because we're not allowing, other than some exceptions, right? We're going to see that number come down. If you go to other cities that are a little bit different than ours, where there is a much larger preponderance of residential and commercial use, you see a huge delta in the summer. Because why? Because people are irrigating. I'll just give you an example. Houston typically averages about 350 million gallons a day of water in the winter. In the summer, they can almost double that, 600 million gallons a day.
It's all just irrigation.
Almost all of it is irrigation. People like to water.
Well, okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks,
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilman Scott, for asking all those really great questions. Okay. So, when did we raise the water rates? Because I'm thinking, did it affect the usage here, this slide that we're looking at right now? That's what I've been trying to figure out. When we raise the rates, essentially to all the classes, when did it take effect? Didn't it take effect last year?
I believe so.
So wouldn't it have affected, because it was 2022 that we're looking, Councilman Barrera had said, they're using less water. So I'm just trying to figure out, could it be that it's because they're paying more for water? Is that a possibility?
You could surmise that. So yeah, I had to do a little dust off the brain. Yeah. But 2024 is when those new rates went in.
Okay. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to see, by rate, by classes, what we were using, like you've done here. Okay, so that's one thought as to how or why, maybe they're using less water. It's because it's costing them more water, and they're trying to figure out, how they can save. Okay, the other is the exemption fee. I didn't approve, or I did not vote for the exemption fee on our last vote because of it, again, puts it back all on the residents, because as much as we cut back, and I think you've heard, plenty of people making that statement, that we're not going to be able to get out of the drought unless, all classes are participating and cutting back where we can. So the main thing about this recent drought contingency plan is, Councilman Klein, we were ready to vote on it right then and there. I remember when it was brought up, and yeah, TCEQ doesn't have an issue with approving. It's us. It's the residents. What are we going to be able to live with 5 years? Because this is why it's important that we take input from all the classes. For instance, you were able to change a lot of it, and for the benefit of the small businesses, because they were already, we're in stage 3, and this is affecting us, financially. And so, yes, thank goodness that we still had not approved our drought contingency plan. So they had time to give input, and I think we're making some headway there. But again, this is about being open and transparent, and I would like to recommend or suggest, like it has, that we give at least more time, because right now you want us to vote on this now without any more public input, at least for people that work in the evening and maybe for us other potential classes. So I would be hoping and suggesting that some of my other council members agree that we need more time to review this. We've already waited, more than 2 years. It was, so I think this is too important to just rush. The other is, let me see, back to the question that, or you tried to answer, I don't know if you actually did, is how much water are we actually using? I mean, I heard Councilman Scott say, oh, it's 85 million, and then we have another 30 million. What, is it 115 million? Because that comes out to 115 million, all the classes together. We don't, it's not clear, is it?
Councilwoman, I'm happy to tell you exactly. I mean, we have meters. We're not we're not embellishing anything that the meters are doing. So the meters are reporting, how much water we're using.
Okay, so what is it?
Well, like I said, yesterday we pumped 76 million gallons a day. So that's from Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant. Now, Councilman Scott had some questions about where does the raw water go? We can get you that specific information. I mean, generally, it's about 30 million gallons a day of raw water goes to other customers, whether it be San Patricio Municipal Water District, whether it's Alice, whether it's Mathis, whether it's Beeville. So the water goes where the water goes, and we have meters that show that. So, I couldn't tell you.
So it fluctuates.
Couldn't tell you exactly, what that is, but I can get you the exact number. But, to the point that Councilman Scott made, we have treated water. We've got information up here that says where that treated water goes. And if you want to see exactly where the raw water goes, we can show you that.
Okay. What else? I guess at the time because now we're in stage 3. And at what point, the drought contingency plan, it does state that it is the manager's decision to decide when we would move into we're drastic, we're in emergency. But according to this, I mean, this would say under the proposed right now is 20%. We're already under 20%. We're at 18, I don't know what the latest, but we're already under 20%. Aren't we?
18.7.
18.7. So here we were already be under water emergency. So
I don't think it's
following that.
Yeah.
Not,
We're in the new proposed plan, we would be in stage 3.
Well, I'm looking at it. I thought it says 20%. In it, this one?
Stage 3, less than 20%.
Less than 20%. We're at 18.7.
Okay, that's stage.
Right, that's stage 3.
Okay. So then at what point does the manager then say, you know what, we're at critical, it's still up to him? It's not up to the council to decide?
Yes, there's discretion. The city manager has discretion to call a water emergency when he feels that it's an emergency. So, an emergency could happen when you have 60% on our combined reservoir levels, and all of a sudden you have a breach of the dam. You have something major that happens that's unintended that causes a major collapse of part of the drinking water system. So that would be a water emergency. A water emergency could very well be the case where, we're in stage 3 and we continue to see a drop and, something happens to the Mary Roads pipeline.
Yeah.
That would be a water emergency.
Okay, well, the other thing I wanted to raise is like Lake Navidad, like you say, they actually initiated stage 2, if I'm not mistaken, like a month ago, and they only had, their level was 75%, and they were already in stage 2. So that's why I'm wondering about, all this combination of if they decide, I don't know, like at 70%, they might go into stage 3. How does that affect us? And, right?
Right.
Okay.
So as I understand it, and Esteban here may need to help me, I believe their stage 3 is when the Lake Texano reservoir drops below 50%. Okay. And then at that point, there may be some curtailment that could happen. But I think there's a little bit of discretion that they being the LNRA have. So we'll be talking to them. I mean, we're talking to them. And like I said, we mentioned just a minute ago that there may be some water availability from Lavaca Navidad River through Formosa. Formosa has contracts with LNRA, and they had some unused water last year that didn't get used. So we're talking to them. If there's some unused or available water that we may be able to work out, that would be great.
And hopefully we will be able to see these numbers, the comparison, so that we can try to say, okay, you know what? Last year, the residents, just like we're seeing here, we're really doing a great job. We really are cutting back. And, some of the other customer, classes maybe, could use a little bit of help. But the main thing, I guess my main point is that I want to see a little bit more time. I don't think, we need to rush this. Again, it's going to be for another 5 years. Let's make sure we get all the input. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez. Oh.
Thank you. All right, on page 3 of the drought contingency plan, or proposed, authorization, the city manager or designee in exercise of the city manager's discretion may initiate, terminate, or any stage or restrictions at any particular time as deemed necessary. The city manager or designee shall notify the members of city council before implementing any measure. This is a non-starter for me. This should say not notify, but shall receive authorization from city council before implementing any measures.
What page are you on?
Page 3,
Talking about your reading.
number 5, authorization.
Okay. Well, what's the question?
Okay, it says the city manager or his designee shall notify the members of city council before implementing measures. This should read, shall receive authorization from city council before implementing any measures.
Oh, he's reading this bottom. Shall notify the members of city council before implementing any measures. And you're suggesting to change that?
Change it from notify to receive authorization from city council.
So, that's
before implementing
okay
measures. Not necessarily declare, but before implementing measures, because there's variations to those to what can be implemented and what can't be, right?
Stages here, doesn't, because you're right, Councilman, there's surcharges that could be, or.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Right, so
This authorization
it's
is just
not
talking about-
necessarily to get, because ultimately we get the phone calls, right?
Right.
We get the vitriol and the hatred. So I want to make sure that we have authority to say, okay, we didn't approve that, but yes, we did because we pre-approved it.
Yeah,
I don't feel comfortable pre-approving stuff.
The stages, I would suggest that the stages can be declared, but any surcharges or any.
Well, that's exactly what I said.
Okay, good, yeah.
I didn't say anything about the stages. You can declare the stages, but you can't implement anything.
I agree with that. Yeah, I don't, right. This council needs to be approving rate adjustments or other things contingent on the stage. I agree with that, yeah.
So you would
It says
scratch
it later
out.
on in the book, in the document later on it states that, but here.
So you would
summary-
scratch out, notify the members of the, and replace it with receive authorization from.
When it comes to restrictions or, the.
Right, that's the last sentence.
Yeah.
The city manager or designee shall receive authorization from city council before implementing any measures.
Right, except the declaration itself.
The declaration is a separate sentence.
Yeah, yeah.
You can declare it all you want.
Yeah.
It's when you implement the actual.
I agree with that,
measures.
because the plan later on says the council has to approve the surcharges and other measures.
Okay, but this says, this is in contradiction.
Right, I agree.
Contradictory.
Okay, what page are you on, Bill?
This is page 3 under number 5, authorization, the last sentence.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Esteban, yeah.
I'm a little confused, just so I can catch up to you. When you're describing measures, that you're saying that measures would be restrictions in your sentence?
Okay, I'm going by what language you have here.
I know. Right now, the language is that the city manager can implement the stages.
Right,
And
he
those
can declare the
have-
stages.
And those stages have restrictions.
Right.
And then there are optional measures such as the surcharge, and he needs council's approval for that. But are you?
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so
what I'm saying.
What this is saying is that at any time, he can declare any stage at any time, regardless of whether the percentages are there or not. That's what this says here. City manager and I'm going in the second sentence of this, the city manager or designee shall have the authority to initiate, terminate drought or other water supply emergency stages as described in the DCP.
And you're in agreement with that?
I'm in agreement with that.
He's in
You can
agreement
declare it all you want.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're at 50%, you want to declare stage 2?
I just want Esteban to, yeah.
Okay, you can do that,
Yeah.
but then you have to come to us and ask for authorization to implement the measures, because we may not agree with it.
So you're saying optional measures, and I'm asking, is a restriction an optional measure?
No. I'm saying all measures
Yeah.
have to get approval by city council. There might be some caveats to that. Let's say he decides to go to stage 2 at 45%, just as a precautionary. And then you implement stage 2 drought restrictions. Well, we may not all agree with that, right? So I want to have some leeway here to have those conversations and not have it be an automatic.
But you're saying, Gil, we authorize it?
We authorize the implementation of measures.
Of his recommendation?
At his recommendation. He's going to recommend that we go into a drought stage, and then there's measures associated with that. We have to approve it. It's subject to our approval. That's all I'm asking.
Notifications after the fact.
Notifications after you implement it.
So
right?
subject to our approval. So you may come and say, hey, I think we need to do this, this, and this, and we may say, maybe not. Let's talk about it.
And there's and just to carry the conversation, there's 2 types of measures. Ones that are, pretty certain, and then optional measures. You're referring to both, Councilman Hernandez?
No.
Oh, yeah?
Well, yes, I'm referring to both in terms of approval from city council.
Yeah.
Because you can go into any stage.
Yeah.
Without, with whatever reasoning you may have, it may not, you don't have to exclusively stick to what we have prescribed.
Right.
Right? 50% level, 40%, 30%.
Yeah, right.
You can go at 45. You can make that recommendation.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
But if you do that, we would need to have a reason. I mean, you're going to have to explain to us one thing, and I don't expect you to implement the measures without getting our approval.
Okay, that's fine. He wants both regular measures and optional measures to have city council approval.
Right.
And we're okay with that, Councilman.
Okay.
You're right. We're okay with that.
Okay, going forward, I want to talk a little bit about the surcharges in terms of how you calculated that, right? So you have for residential, this is going on page 12. This is just the initial one. You have some requirements here. For residential accounts, a surcharge of $1 per 1,000 gallons, over 7,000 gallons. Okay, can you describe how you got to the 7,000 gallons?
Yes. How did we get?
Yeah, you've explained it to me during our briefing, but I want you to explain it publicly.
Okay, so how did we get these numbers? Not just the 7,000 gallons, but...
Let's go by each one of them. How did you get to 7,000?
Essentially what it is it's taking approximately 25%, so 25% above the average use. And
the average use being 6,000
gallons.
So you go a 25% above that, and every amount above that 25% average, you create the surcharge for.
Correct.
Okay. So you do this. So 55,000 gallons for commercial accounts. Where did you get 55,000 gallons?
That is the average use for our commercial class.
Plus 25%?
Correct.
Okay. So you have 55 plus 25%. The 12,842,000 gallons. Where is that number from?
That's the same thing.
So that's an average of all your users.
Non-exempt large volume users.
Non-exempt large volume users. So when you say non-exempt, San Patricio Municipal Water District would be exempt, right?
Yes, but they have Steel Dynamics, South Texas.
Okay, but that would fall under their drought contingency plan, right? Or would it fall under ours?
Falls under what we're charging them. So they can fall underneath that.
Okay, so since, for example.
Well, excuse me. Sorry. Let me back up. No, it would be the South Texas Beef and Naval Air Station. What did you say? South Texas Beef and Naval Air Station.
Can you speak in the microphone, please?
South Texas Beef and Naval Air Station.
And those are non-exempt?
Large volume
users. So only them?
Yes, we only had a handful of those. Yes. very small group.
So it won't make a difference.
Okay, so you're talking about people that are not under the drought exemption surcharge.
That's right.
So these two are the only ones that are not in the drought exemption surcharge?
That I'm remembering right now, it's the second, yes.
And so between Naval Air Station and South Texas Beef, you add those two up, divide by 2, and you get 12.8 million gallons a day.
Average plus 25%.
Plus 25%. So, wow, I didn't know they use that much water.
That's what I was thinking. What the heck?
When did South?
This is for the month, too. Yeah.
This is on a per month, right?
They use 12.
Wow. That's a lot of water.
That's a lot.
Okay, and so these are the only ones. And then then you have the surcharge, which is the 31 cents.
Surcharge.
Which is on page 18. Okay, so looking at this, so let's say South Texas Beef starts going over the 12,800,000, and you start, and we're in stage 3, then they get charged, what, $4? Correct. No, you only get another stage 3.
Stage 3 is 2.
$2 for every surcharge for every 1,000 gallons above 12.8 million. Same thing with the Naval Air Station.
Yes.
How much time does he have? Wait, we can time?
Yeah,
you can, 10 minutes.
Yes.
Well, with some of us are brilliant. We get an extra 5 minutes.
And you speak twice on the issue. I'm going to go back really quickly on authorization. What was, I know it said receive, or Councilman was talking about changing it to say receive authorization from the City Council before implementing any measures. Any measures meaning any measures?
Any measures. That's why I asked twice, so I could be clear, so I could convey what y'all are wishing to do.
I think, aren't we talking a little more on the higher end, the more drastic measures?
So let me give an example and just see if I understand this correctly. So in the event that we had a catastrophic failure, there was a breach of the dam, there was a Mary Roads pipeline failure where that water's not coming back for a while, the city manager would execute a water emergency situation where we would probably be trying to close valves and trying to protect the system to allow water to go to hospitals and really critical care places.
Right.
Is that something that we would have to come back to council to get authorization?
No, you should not. The city manager should be making those decisions on his own. He's a city manager. That's my concern.
And that's
I don't believe that is an intent, that we need to be micromanaging, a person who's over a 1 point. I mean, it just, no, I feel like we need to really talk about the word any measures is extremely broad. And I understand, Councilman, what you're talking about, but I think we need to bring it in.
I would say the optional measures, the optional measures are the surcharges. That's a rate.
Look, if you want to have
the whole
catastrophic language in there, you can carve that out. Okay, but everything else, I mean, you're not going to, just give them carte blanche just because of a possibility of a catastrophic failure.
But let's go to a stage 3, because the water emergency, or go to a stage 2. So in stage 2, this book here, the drought contingency plan, says that once you're in stage 2, you eliminate flushing of water mains. Let's see, you can only water once every other week, okay, in stage 2, once every other week. So what Hernandez is saying is I got to come to city council to say, is it once every other week, or, this is an automatic right now. The optional things are, do we do a surcharge? There's only one optional measure, that's surcharge. That I would agree, city council, it says it right here, the city council needs approval for the surcharges.
Right.
That's, I don't know if that's in here, but there's things that are prescriptive, meaning you do this list, and then there's optional.
Right.
Councilman Hernandez's idea is everything has to be approved by the council.
No, well, I'm not for that.
Yeah.
You were going to say something like with the home builders. What was your answer?
That is, just to answer Councilman Scott's question, that is a optional measure in the DCP.
Okay.
But the council has that decision point. That's
Okay.
your decision.
The whole-
You would,
Yeah.
the council would have to approve that.
Right.
Okay, Councilwoman Paxson.
Let me find my notes again.
I think it needs to stay the same. Yeah.
I'm so sorry, guys. We got sidetracked. I know we're talking about all of these optionals, catastrophic or not, so my question may have to wait till the end because it was more on, it's really important to me, much like the home builders, that I feel like that's input I really would like to have going forward with how, for myself, I would vote on a lot of these. And yes, we can have really good input here, but I don't think it's a full picture until we've brought everyone in. And part of your presentation here, you mentioned that we were currently in ongoing public input, so I was curious if you could list out some of those measures. I think the community would like to be a part of that discussion and bring in, and I know you guys have really done a great job felding a lot of input through emails and calls and those types of things, but maybe a public session, maybe you have all that planned and I haven't seen it yet. So if you could share some of that, I'd be really interested in that.
You know, I will say this. We've had a lot of community input. Back in 2023, we had Councilwoman Campos and Klein. We had several community input sessions. If there are some comments that we need to incorporate, we are here to incorporate. I have no objection with doing a town hall if that's what this council wants to do. But frankly, I really think we're at a point where we've checked pretty much every box. Now, we talked to the Home Builders Association last night. I asked them, what were some of their concerns that they had. One of them was the thing that Esteban just talked about, which is restricting new meters. That's something that this council would have. That's optional. That's something that the council would have to approve. So I don't think that is anything that would should concern the Home Builders Association, because that's something that the council would have that ability to do. The other thing that they mentioned was pool covers, and we haven't even talked about pool covers.
Oh, I know. There's a slew of other sections.
Well, and I'll just tell you this. We're not in the business of, looking over people's back, patios and looking and seeing what kind of pool covers they have. What we're saying is, hey, look, let's try to cover these pools approximately 100% of the surface area. If you want to put an expensive pool cover in, that's your prerogative. If you want to put some flotation devices in the pool, really at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is create good stewardship. We're not trying to overregulate our community. I think most people know what they need to do to minimize evaporative loss. And so that to me is just good practice. We don't want to overregulate.
I know that there's a couple of areas that I think to kind of wrap this a little bit up, and this is just the first reading right now, but things like I had a mobile detailing representative who owns a business locally reach out. One of the things I read in this proposal is allowing, hand washing of your vehicle with a 5-gallon bucket, and that was to be applied to residential. But, when we're looking at the impact right now to the community, Peter, you've been really good about, when we went into restriction level 3 and we brought these little one-off concerns like the community gardens, people's plants at their houses, you were able to address those very quickly by taking in those concerns. So something like this, that's a measure that's being proposed here. Even if we pass everything right now and we follow your schematic, we're still looking at a few weeks before these businesses are addressed by implementing this. So for tonight's sake, I'm interested in kind of hearing, can we wrap up those types of things, get these businesses a little bit of aid? We're looking at the monthly breakdown that you have here is November and December. We were in drought phase 2 since summer. So November may be a good, people were already conscientious that we're low water. Moving into December, I think we were already a week or two into December when we issued drought level 3. There's 3 categories basically where there's some substantial reductions here. looking at residential, I think our residential users are reducing pretty much as it can based on a lot of this stuff. So for me tonight, what I want to hear is what can we do to consolidate these efforts, get our business members, make them, let them see a little bit of reaching across that aisle, and to what the mayor said earlier, making this very available online. Maybe we do a completely separate public information piece that's just easy access, easy understand. This is where we're at.
Absolutely.
Councilman Barrera.
What's the wind velocity of a swallow?
It's got to be in that binder somewhere.
It's got to be there. I think it's redlined out.
It's a no-starter, non-starter. How many more slides do you have?
Man, we're going to be here a while. We're going to have to hightail this through.
What I would respectfully request from my colleagues before we start amending is that we let you finish your presentation. Okay. And I know Mark's anxious. He's learning how to use these buttons. So I would respectfully request.
I'm going to go quick.
I hope you don't hope you don't count that one time against me.
Okay. Well, let's fly through this. Look, one of the things that I was pretty amazed at is that Corpus Christi was the first city to develop and implement a drought contingency plan, first in Texas. That's pretty cool. 1986, Corpus Christi. So, we have a history of being first. That's good. And so I would say we have an obligation to continue to lead by example. In 2013, the two plans, they were a water and a drought contingency plan. They were separated out, probably because the drought contingency plan requires approval from council before it goes to TCQ. The water conservation plan does not require council approval. That's pretty much it. Next slide. We spent a lot of time here talking, and really, at the end of the day, what is a drought contingency plan? So a drought contingency plan is a business plan that provides,
Next slide.
that provides a framework. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to keep going. Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Esteban, and I'm going to let him fly through some of these proposed changes.
So I'm going to fly through the proposed changes. One of the proposed changes that we had implemented after listening to the community and hearing through Councilman Campos's listening sessions and other sessions that we had was this idea of getting out to the community earlier. So we're wanting to engage what we're calling a water shortage watch. This would be when we drop below 50%, we would enter into a communication, getting the community to realize where their water comes from, how their water is being used, and the options that they can follow. And it's a voluntary situation where we're asking them. Again, hearts and minds, changing people's philosophies is hard. You got to get them rolling. Stage one, we've talked about under stage one, there's really not a lot of changes that we're proposing with regards to the restrictions. What we are implementing under stage one is more of a best management practices. Again, these were things that we heard from these listening sessions, talking to the community so they know how to utilize their water. What can they do? They wanted to know, if you're asking me to conserve, how best to do that. So we put a list, we start this list under stage one in the new DCP so that we can better help the community understand what they can do. Dropping to stage two, so now we're at below 30%. We start seeing more changes to the water restrictions, and what we're doing here is trying to be more clear in our rules and regulations under it by laying out irrigation of landscape areas with hose end sprinklers or automatic irrigation systems shall be limited to once every other week. No change to hand watering. So we spell it out. We make sure that people realize you can still hand water, okay? The big thing that we're also engaging under stage two in this proposal is an idea of the pool covers. So we start communicating, we start talking, we start preparing the community for a potential stage 3 by asking them, a person who owns, leases, or manages an outdoor swimming pool, including city-owned swimming pools, shall begin preparation for stage 3 to have at least approximately 100% of their pool cover surface not in use, excuse me. And we don't tell you the means and methods. Some of the things that we suggest, you can buy floaties, you can buy little, you can go out and you can put a nice cover, or you can use a tarp and put it. So we're not getting into that specificity of how you do it, but we're preparing you for stage 3 in that change. Additionally, in stage 2, we started talking and hearing from the community about motor vehicles. Right now, the plan does not address the motor vehicles watering during stage 2, but you got to remember the fundamentals of what a drought contingency plan is. It is an emergency plan. It is, you're in a situation where you start having to worry about where you are, what's going on, how I can see the future. And so we start implementing what they call a kind of progressive enforcement. So what we're doing in the proposed language for stage 2, the use of water to wash a motor vehicle not occurring on the premises of a commercial car wash is allowed on the designated watering day. And so we'll designate a watering day. The city manager, we already have one. We have a great website where we have communication out there. Our data dashboard out there tells everybody what is your watering day. There's a nice map. There's a nice QA/QC, or excuse me, FAQs that could help you determine what is your day, how to do this. So we start implementing this idea for the car washes. It's at your residential, and you're still getting to do it. Okay. Also, we implement a linen program. You've probably already seen this in larger cities where linen at hotels and motels, they ask you to basically, if you're additional of a linen towel change by request. So you have to ask to request your towels, your linens. Stage 3. So this is where we're below 20%. We get into more of the restrictive parts of the DCP, and people start seeing this. Currently, the irrigation of landscape areas shall be prohibited at all times. So we heard from the community. We looked out. We talked about it. What can we do? Irrigation. The proposed change is irrigation of turf grass shall be prohibited at all times. So that's your turf grass. It's your grass. Drip irrigation for foundations and landscape beds is allowed every other week on the designated watering schedule. The watering schedule will be determined by the city manager or designee. Customers will be made aware of their designated watering day, again, by the communication, our dashboard, getting out on the website so they have an easy way to find it. But we're also saying watering of trees, vegetable gardens. A lot of people out there, different organizations, volunteer at parks and stuff, have vegetable gardens, shrubs, potted plants, is permitted at any day if it is by means of handheld hose with positive shutoff. Meaning you have a little gun, that's an example of it at the end, everybody kind of sees it, or if they filled a 5-gallon bucket or less and they could utilize it. So you're giving the opportunities still built into the rules for you could continue doing this activity. We get down to the pools. So now we're implementing the pool cover in this stage. So that is the major change we're seeing under stage 3. So we move to, again, we talk about the linen program. So we've implemented that. And now we get to another part of what we've talked about and that we have working with our community. Our proposal is to the use of water to wash motor vehicles by boats, trailers, or other vehicles not occurring on the premises of a commercial car wash is allowed by hand with a 5-gallon bucket or less on your stage 2 watering day. You have an opportunity. And Right now, you don't have an opportunity. It's prohibited. So now we've built in an opportunity for you could have such as mobile car washing or myself to wash the car, but I have to do it by hand. So you're going to have to little work for it. And then to clarify, because there were some communication issues, people didn't, whether we have 4 stages, what's going on, we're making it clear, we're changing the name from stage 4 to water emergency. So it's clear to everybody, this is an emergency. We're talking about when we get to the end of the rope after stage 3, when do we declare it? It's an emergency. It can happen exactly what Drew has stated. We lose the Mary roads, we lose some input into ONS, we have to call it a water emergency. So at this point, I'm going to turn the mic back over to Drew.
We're in the home stretch. Okay, this was, and we've already talked a little bit about this, so we'll go pretty quick. But ultimately, as we've just described, the City Council has the ultimate authority to implement surcharges. These are the surcharges that we've proposed as part of this plan. The current surcharges that we have, we think they're a little bit unequitable because they really hit a much lower volume of usage. Let's just say we'll talk about residential customers. So the current surcharge, if it was to be enacted, would be based on 3,000 gallons of use, and that's a pretty low volume of water when you think about the average person uses 6,000 gallons. So really, what we're not trying to impact the average customer. What we're trying to do is we're trying to discourage people who use a little bit more water than the average person, which would be somebody who's using typically about 7,000 gallons. And then even at that point, you're only paying that surcharge on the amount of water over the 7,000 gallons. So we think that is the right approach. And again, City Council would have to approve that before it would be enacted. And we applied the same logic, not just to residential customers, but to commercial customers, and then the customers who are not in the drought exemption fund. So the drought exemption or the drought surcharge exemption fee, it does not exempt any of these customers from drought restrictions. I'm just going to say that again. It does not exempt any customers from exempting from drought restrictions. So if you're a large volume user, you still have to comply with all the same things that are in the drought exception plan, the drought contingency plan. The only thing that you don't have to do is you don't have to pay a surcharge if a surcharge was ever implemented. But we haven't implemented surcharges, not yet. So ultimately, the large volume users are not doing anything different than what all of our other customers would be doing, right? So they can't water outside. They have to follow the same rules that every other customer class has to follow. Okay, next slide. Public engagement, this kind of goes back to what we've been doing over the last couple years. So in 2023, there was a concerted effort to bring this plan back to City Council, which it was on January 31st of 23. As a result of that, there was several what we call listening sessions that was held by various council members at the time. And then we've continued to have citywide events to educate folks on the drought contingency plan. We've had this plan. It's been posted on the website. It's there today. It's been there for, I would say, ever. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we know that it's important to make sure that we've got that input. So we have been reaching out to the landscapers and the nurseries and the car washers and the folks that are in the pool industry and the trade associations. So to the extent that we need to continue having some more of those conversations, we're absolutely happy to do that.
And Drew, you reached out to the industry partners as well?
Yes, we did.
Bob Pauluson's there, but we worked with those customers as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So with that said, we'll conclude the presentation.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Okay, so I was looking at, can you go back a couple of slides? Let's see. One more. What's an irrigation account?
So an irrigation account is somebody that has a meter that is only used for irrigating. So they don't get charged the wastewater costs associated with the meter. So if somebody is purely just using water for irrigation purposes, they can buy a separate meter, have it installed, and that water is only used for irrigation purposes.
And what kind of business would that be? An example?
It could be residential properties, it could be commercial businesses.
Okay, back up on another slide. I saw something I had a question about drip irrigation. So earlier during public comment, somebody said that drip irrigation was probably better than hand watering. So I guess that's the thing. How do you police that, or it's difficult, or I guess how do you determine what facts do we know that's a true statement or a false statement?
Did you want to take that?
So it goes back, I heard the comment, I wouldn't agree that drip irrigation, because you have a lot of overuse.
Okay, that's it. I just wanted to know if we agreed or disagreed. I mean, Jason may come up in public comment next time and make a statement. And, I can't remember the last time I spent the night in a hotel and they offered me that they basically said we're doing it, we're changing the linens every other night. I don't think I've stayed at a hotel recently where they've come to change the, unless it's in another state or something. So I don't know why you wouldn't encourage that sooner.
Yeah.
Since it's just a request. That's just my whole thing. And those are just simple things. And let's go back to the penalties. So right now, the individuals that aren't affected, let's go back to the surcharges. So right now for residential customers, the only ones that would be subject to surcharges were those that use more than 7,000 gallons.
Correct.
So typically senior citizens,
5,000 to 6,000 gallons.
Yeah, so, okay. Have we thought about how much based on, and this is something I don't need to know today, but something you may consider, is determined based on a current usage, how much revenue that might generate?
We can get you that.
Yeah, and I'm not asking for it today, not even this week. I mean, just something that, and then for non-exempt large account users, those are over 12 million gallons a day. I mean, we've only got one user that does that, so. And then we can't charge, we obviously can't charge a surcharge to the Naval Air Station or the Army Depot. Is that correct? We can, we can't?
I think we can.
We can? Okay.
Whether.
No. They're not paying a surcharge.
They're not paying the surcharge, so.
Okay, well, that sounds good. I think that if they understand it's predictable, we're all in this together. Okay, I move for approval.
Okay. This is a first reading, so this will come back, and there's time to, we're able to amend, correct?
We did, there's an amendment that's required to Section 4. It's just to change the effective date. The effective date of the ordinance as Drew presented, it's February the 17th. So we just need to strike out March 1st, 2025 in Section 4, and then insert February 17th of 2025, so it lines up.
All right, I move to amend to move the amendment from when?
March 1st.
March 1st to,
February 17th.
correct.
So we're still going to have all the public input.
Yes.
Between now and.
Okay, we're still going to have all the additional public input that you've requested. Okay, and then you've also, by the way, I made a motion, I guess there's got to be a second. But the other thing is that you've addressed a lot of the issues of all the small businesses that basically you've dealt with, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to ease everybody's mind for that. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the second was to amend it.
So first we need to amend it to include that date, and then we'll approve it as amended. So Roland made a.
Second to the amendment.
Thank you. Okay, so a motion and a second. Yes.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Let me get these two. Hernandez is first, and then we get you. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, since we are not going to amend that Section 5, I'll be voting against this. Plus, we need more community engagement, so I'll also be voting against it until we do that. Thank you.
2 readings.
Yeah, we have 2 readings, so there's still,
You never do. All right, let them vote no.
yeah, that's fine. Councilman Cantu?
So we have a chance of changes in the second reading, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, we have a motion and a second
Yes, for the amendment.
for the amendment, so please submit your vote.
Oh, can we do a voice vote on that one? Because I just have...
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no and raise your right hand.
So no on the amendment? Okay.
Any opposed, say no and raise your hand, please.
Okay, so Campos, no on the amendment.
1. Okay,
Okay, and then we just need to, okay, so it passes, right?
correct. I'm sorry, yes, the motion passes.
So then we approve it as amended.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Entertain a
Mr.
motion to approve as amended.
And Everett, okay.
Second. Who did second?
Everett did the second.
And
I
Everett.
did the second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no and raise
Oh, I
your
couldn't
right
use the
hand.
thing, I'm sorry, go.
No.
Okay, so we have 4.
Right hand.
Okay,
Let me
Got
go.
him?
Yeah, do you want me to, I can use I have this one programmed if
We
you'd like
already
me to
did
use
it.
it.
You've got
I
the
did-
4.
Okay.
Okay. The motion carries.
Okay.
All righty. Drew, thank you very much. Okay, so then it was you 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the motion fails. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Raise it high, Mrs. Vaughn. Okay, so the motion fails. So,
So you're not approving,
okay, so then what is the proposition?
Not happy.
Now, let me ask you this. Who haven't we spoken with? And how long have we been working on this?
2023, this has been on the website since 2023.
Yeah, Ms. Gumpels, hang on, please.
And so we've met with the landscapers. The landscapers were here today. They indicated that every day we go without giving them some help, they're having lots of issues with their
Right.
businesses. We've met with the Pool Association. We've met with the large volume industry.
The mobile car
users,
wash,
Mobile car washes. Trying to think who else.
Okay, so I guess I need to know, and I know we've got Ms. Campos, we've got Ms. Vaughn on the system here. What is it y'all want to do? Ms. Campos, go ahead.
Well, the motion fails.
It does, but they need to know, you know.
Well,
you need, I mean, it may just be a personal thing where you need more time to.
we just need, exactly. That's all I've been saying, is that we need more time. As a matter of fact, like you just said, all those, businesses, that just came within the last couple of weeks that y'all addressed. And that's because, they got organized and they decided to come, but.
Councilwoman, I would tell you, we've been talking to the Landscape Association for months. We met with them in the fall.
Yeah.
So it's been an ongoing dialogue with them. We've met with them. We've met with the Pool Association folks. We've been doing this for quite some time.
Okay, the only thing is that has changed, Drew, is that we went into stage 3. And that did not happen until December, the end of December. So it did not start affecting their pocketbook until just a couple of weeks ago. So that's what I'm saying. You may have been talking to them, but it didn't hit them until we actually hit stage 3. So all I'm saying, and what I've been hearing from the constituents and from just now, is that they need more time to review this. Y'all want us to approve it and then second reading, in 2 weeks. No, I think we still need to identify when we're going to have those meetings, those public input meetings. So, no, that's why I'm voting against it. But, like Mayor, you said, we need another time. We need to decide when. Is that what you're... a deadline?
Yeah, we need to talk about that, but it's...
Yeah, 2 weeks is good enough.
You're going to need to send the council, you're going to need to send everyone a list of everyone you have spoken with. I'm not saying that there needs to be, maybe Bob Paulson back there is saying, I need more time. I don't know, but they have been speaking to people. And I don't believe, correct me if I'm wrong, when you're in stage 2, and you can see the forecast because we're on the phone with the NWS weekly, you know what's coming. So yes, they anticipated this. That's why everything everyone has asked for the most part, it's in here. Now, I'm not saying you may not, council members may want to take this and review it and take more time. I get that. But I think, I would guess most of the different industries, they have been spending a lot of time with staff. But nonetheless, doesn't matter. The motion failed, so we're going to move forward.
Okay.
And it's not, we're not moving forward. We're not moving forward. So right now,
We're gonna bring
I don't
it-
know,
we'll
Peter,
bring-
what is the timeline? in
Mayor,
terms of-
may I reclaim my time? Because I was speaking, and then...
Oh, okay, well, she asked
Okay.
me a question.
I asked him a question.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
You want me to answer the question?
because it has
Yeah,
to
so
do
we plan to come to city council on the 11th of February. That'll be the next council meeting. That'll be a first reading of, maybe there's some changes, I'm not sure. But
Okay.
and then there'll be another week, so it'll be the 18th, will be the second read and adoption. And then there'll be the implementation the day thereafter. So it's a week delay for all the irrigation folks that were here, and
Well,
so
that's
that just
exactly.
means more jobs lost, and, yeah.
Landscape folks have no relief now, right?
Right.
There's no
We're
relief.
going to relieve them.
Yeah.
Put off their relief for.
Okay, so the relief that I'm talking about, and it's nice that we're, making sure that all the industries are being addressed, but how about the regular customers? Let's make sure that we all understand it. That's why I was asking for more time. But it looks like maybe February the 11th would be the next first meeting, and we'll have the first reading, but in between... Okay, but in between now and on the 11th, you're going to be holding some public input sessions.
Happy to do it.
Okay, so...
All right, thank
Fine.
you. Mrs. Vaughn?
All right, I made a mistake. I walked in here and I had all eyes looking at me. I was in the back and I'm not sure what I voted for. So is there any way that I can look at it and change my vote if possible, or stay the
Yes.
same?
Speak to Rebecca, though.
Rebecca?
Okay, we can reconsider it but she wants time, that's the thing.
I just
So
want to hear
that's-
what it was, because I don't want to vote for something that's going to affect those landscapers. That is the reason we were here today.
Right.
That's why this was so important.
Exactly.
And some of them are about to go under.
Right.
And if that's the case, I want to change my vote. Can I change my vote?
Councilwoman, you can change your vote. Hold on a second. Guys, I'm sorry.
Peter.
No, not you. I know. Peter and, I'm sorry, it's just too many conversations.
Sorry about that.
So I apologize, but
Yeah.
I don't apologize.
I know, yeah, very good.
Nothing is in stone,
All
because
right,
we can
so
go back and change it.
what we voted, what just failed was moving forward the plan as presented.
Okay, but we can change the plan as we go.
Yes.
For the next
And
reading,
if it-
correct?
Yes.
Well, there's only one more council meeting.
No,
between now and the 11th.
Peter, this is, if we, hold on.
Oh, you did?
If
Oh.
hang on,
Okay.
please. If this vote passes today, we have 2 weeks before the second reading.
Okay.
In that interim time.
Yeah.
We are able to speak with Drew and talk about, what's that? We can make changes to it
Yeah.
we have 2 full weeks.
Right.
And
Well,
so the concern.
For all of us, that's a no-brainer. I'm sorry, if we
Well-
can go back and change. We're just approving now to move forward.
Right.
Right.
So we can help the landscapers, and then we can come back and we can
Exactly.
change or add, take away.
Right.
So if y'all will let me, I'd like to change my vote.
How do we do it?
Okay,
Yeah.
so at this point, we're going to have to do a motion to reconsider.
Okay, I'll make a
Okay, so-
motion to reconsider.
Second.
Well, you weren't on the prevailing side. Yeah, that's right. Carolyn, can you make a motion to
I
reconsider,
make the
please?
motion to reconsider.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the
Okay, so-
motion carries.
All right, so now we can vote on it again, and I can use
Okay.
the machine this time.
I'll entertain a motion
I move for approval again.
We have-
With the amendment.
with the amendment.
With the, can I say that?
Yes, as amended. Yeah, and you can, yes, to,
We have a
As
second.
amended.
All in favor say aye.
oh, wait, I've got this too, Mayor, sorry.
Any opposed? What?
You can use the voting thing if you want.
Okay.
Oh, and we didn't ask for public comment. I don't know if somebody wanted to talk.
Okay, well, we're going to go back to that. Okay. You're right, we did not.
I didn't vote yet.
Yeah, we haven't asked for public comment yet.
You didn't vote. I know. We're going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 29? Public comment? Going once? Hurry up, Bob. Hurry up, Bob.
He's coming.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Bob Paulison, Executive Director of the Coastal Bend Industry Association, Corpus Christi resident in District 4. You know, we have 2 weeks to consider changes to this, and it's going to need some changes. In general, the association is in favor of a new drought contingency plan and is happy with the approach the city's taken, although I don't think that a lot of the public and even the industry engagement has been as long as you might think, right? So, I mean, you know, we have been engaged at several points in the past, but this new version, which is quite different from the one we saw in the fall, is a new arrival. And so, you know, we're doing our best to read through it like everybody else is. We've read through it once. And again, I think it's a good plan. It's a huge step forward. That's not to say that there aren't questions about certain phrases. And a point that was made earlier today that about the surcharges and their impact on sort of undercutting the incentive to participate in the drought surcharge exemption fee is something that we agree with, that I think was probably an unintentional consequence, so that's something that needs to be looked at. Because there was a reason in 2018 that the surcharges that were for non-exempt large volume users were really cranked up, and it was to make it so that, you know, not participating would be very painful in the event of a drought where there was surcharge and allocations, as was pointed out earlier today. That goes away with this new approach, which is, I think, you know, good idea to try to streamline it and make it consistent. But I think, you know, right now as it stands, doesn't really take into account that other impact. So we need to work those things out. And you know, obviously, you know, like I said, right now we're bound with 2 weeks. You know, we'll do the best we can. But I think that's probably the most important point to make, is that this is a significantly different plan, and it's going to take some time to kind of read through exactly how it changed. They were not kidding about going out to other places and asking them how they manage their drought contingency operations, and it's resulted in a better plan, I think, overall, but one that we're going to. You know, we'll do what we need to do to get it done in the time allotted, but it needs to be parsed through to make sure that it works as intended.
Bob,
anyway, thanks.
Who parses through that when you say that? Who are you referring to specifically?
Well,
is it the organization.
Well, for me, for my group, there's 2 levels. I mean, there's me. I'm going to parse through it all, and then each of the individual large volume users. You know, we're like, let's download the plans. And they're reading them at their company level. So some are getting shot out to lawyers, some are being reviewed by plant managers.
Respectfully, I cannot imagine that an industry who has an army of lawyers and an army of administrative people couldn't look at this. You've got a council that looks at it in a week's time, that they couldn't focus on, you know, assigning 3 lawyers and saying, hey, flip through that and figure it out quickly. I would imagine.
Sure, we can do it. It can be done in 2 weeks.
Days.
It can be done in 2 weeks. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the characterization that this has been out there for a while for people to read in its current form is inaccurate.
And I don't believe, who said that?
Well,
no.
Right before I came up, Mayor, I sprung out of my seat when the comment was made that staff has been working with industry on this. They have been working with industry, and we saw the new plan yesterday. Actually, we downloaded it Friday when we saw that it was on this agenda. This version is different from the one from the fall. That's great in many respects, but it is different. And it needs, you know, we need to review it. Everybody needs to read through it.
Well,
and especially the
yeah.
surcharge part, because I think there's an error there.
I understand, and I think that's exactly what the irrigation people did, and they took care of business. So I mean, I hear you. I hear you, and you're making public comment, and you're right. I think that all the industry.
I just wanted to clarify that one point and make the point about the surcharges.
Right.
We will do what needs to be done to make sure that our input is made in time for the second reading. I just wanted to clarify a few things. That's it. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for coming up. Anyone else?
Good evening, Council. My name is Trey Summers. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Hogan Homes, and I'm a resident of District 2. I just want to come up here and say that, you know, all in all, I think, you know, us as you know, personally in my business, we're all for water conservation. I think there's great things, some great additions to the plans. Look forward to working with Drew and his team. One thing that has concerned me since day one with the original drought contingency plan coming into the new plan is the limiting of water meters. And the reason being is that, yes, it's an optional measure. Yes, it has to be approved by council. However, what I'm seeing in other municipalities that we build in, we don't just build in Corpus, we build in Rockport, Aransas Pass, Port Aransas, they're all adopting these same drought contingency plans. And therefore, if this limiting of water meters stays in this plan, then these municipalities could then take this as a way to weaponize growth and new construction. So I just caution y'all to think about the broader terms of all the CCW water customers and how these plans could potentially affect our surrounding areas. So it's something that, you know, state law has moratorium legislation on. So, you know, it's a way to enact it outside of the plan, but having it inside of the drought contingency plan really kind of gives an extra layer of ammo for cities that want to punish any sort of growth or new construction, residentially or commercially. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. Anyone else? Okay, we're going to close public comment. Councilwoman Paxson. Oh, you go ahead. Hang on, that's okay.
Sorry, Mayor, thank you.
Okay.
I think there was a little confusion a moment ago between separating certain items, because I think a lot of us up here want to see as quick relief to our small business owners as possible. We don't want to, one, you know, just open the faucets and put ourselves in a worse position, water. Two, we don't want to put ourselves in a limiting time frame. So we do want to take the time, and I agree, you know, Bob is always so good at putting things in an organized way. I agree, it does feel like this is a very new version, and I commend staff because it's a big document. There's a lot of thinking, there's a lot of legalities, there's a lot of different perspectives to have to put into it, but it is that detailed, and each action in this document, optional or not, has big ramifications. And so because it's a new document, I want to make sure that we're in a position to fairly represent everybody as much as possible that can be represented. And I know there's been some town halls previously, but a policy that me and my staff always have to have is if you've converged all the minds and now you have a draft, you send that back out. It's like throwing it against the wall one more time. So for me, that was my hesitation to giving it a yes today, without hearing all of that. And I know the landscapers and such, they immediately stepped up and started looking at it. But we heard just a moment ago that there's some differences of opinions. And for myself, as someone who isn't a landscaping professional, to have several landscapers step forward and say, we in this profession feel like these are more water-saving efforts, and there's a conflict internally, I personally would like to kind of hear both sides and say, you know, well, why do we feel that it's different? What are we pointing out that there is a difference here before I can feel like I have the information to make that decision? So for tonight, if we need to pass this in order to try to find some relief for our small business members, I think we agree on that. However, I think all of us really feel like with these 2 weeks, we have to make those connections. We have to make sure we're dotting those i's, crossing those t's, and maybe we do hold one more public session because it's a new document and get that information out. So thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Just want to do what we can to provide some relief to the landscapers and small businesses. And if we got to work twice as hard, if you're going to ruin my bike rides on the weekends, then I'll do it. We just got to get this done. And I don't mean to overlook the details, because that's usually where all the issues are. But man, I feel terrible about those guys and want to move forward if we can.
Thank you, Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, the only thing I might want to add, that something that Bob has indicated, is that, yes, I think the thing is that we need to look at it for the standpoint from the high volume water users that didn't agree to the surcharge. We need to ensure that they understand that there should be a cost associated with that, because they didn't pay it. They're not paying it on the front end. They're not good partners, and they chose to be exempt from it. So then we need to make sure that that reflects in that. That's one of the reasons I brought up that it's going to be very difficult for them to get to that level. So that's my 2 cents. If the rest of the council agrees with it, then so be it. If not, I understand. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Real quick, because I think there's some confusion here between landscapers and irrigators. I think we're already helping landscaping companies, but we're not helping the irrigation companies. Is that correct?
In the current, in the revised plan or the current plan?
The revised plan. Because I think irrigation companies, I mean, what I heard the biggest complaints from were irrigation companies. The 360 company, the Haymir's.
So they would be both would be helped in the new plan. The irrigation companies would have a 30-day chance for a 30-day variance on any new construction.
Well, that's new construction, right? But I mean,
right.
If you can't use your irrigation system,
right,
you're not going to be calling for service.
The irrigation companies that we met with, Councilman, were okay with this. It sounds like
I didn't hear that when they came up to public comment.
That one gentleman did say that, but the other one, the 360 company, was fine with
There was 3 companies that came up, irrigation companies.
Yeah.
And the 2 of them that I heard were, or 2 out of the 3 were they're hosed. They're going to have to let go people. They have, no contracts have been done.
Based on today's plan.
Based on the current plan.
No, that's not what they said. That's not what they said. And how does this relieve the irrigation companies beyond that 30-day reprieve for new construction?
For new construction, they would apply for a variance, and they would get 30 days of watering.
Well, you talk about it in terms of irrigation for turf, right?
Right.
For when you put in install new turf, and I know this is where the builders also have an issue with, because you want to have this turf in, you want to allow it to take hold, and it also protects your foundation, right? So there are some real reasons to have that in place, but that doesn't save the irrigation companies. I mean, they're hosed.
Them a little bit.
I mean, landscape is different. They're the one. They're like the Gill's Nursery and stuff like that. They may not be in irrigation, or they may be in it.
Yeah.
But the irrigation companies this isn't going to help them at all.
It's going to help them. We shouldn't say it all. It'll help them a little bit.
They're connected. I mean, if you're putting in landscape, you're putting in irrigation. There's
not necessarily.
Not all the time, but there's a relationship between the two. So these businesses that make their money in irrigation, they want landscape.
So did you engage? I know you engage with landscape companies. Did you engage with irrigation companies?
Yes, we did. So 360, that was here. The gentleman, he left a little bit ago, but he was dressed in the suit.
The bald guy?
Mike Garcia.
I don't know what his hair was like, but we met with him several times with Councilwoman Vaughn.
Just him?
No, not just him.
Scott Hodge, Mike Garcia, Jesse Jenkins,
right.
Stan Turner. I've got a list.
Those are Turner's Landscape, right?
Landscape.
They were both landscaping and irrigation companies that we met with.
Okay, so I want some clarity here with your engagement. Which ones are landscape companies? Which ones are irrigation companies? And explain how this helps them. Because in reading it, I didn't see any real help for irrigation companies. And then secondly, I expect some different language for number 5, if you want to exclude the emergency case where you have a catastrophic event, that's fine, but all the other ones should have received authorization from council. But without that, I still can't, I understand we want, that we want these things to be kind of seamless, but we cannot usurp our own authority as a council on everything. So
The council has to decide on that, Councilman, but I have the names here. So Sean Christopher, he's from Seascapes. He's a landscaper, does irrigation as well. He's the one that does the custom build. Scott Hodge is from Frog and Toad Landscaping, so he may do a little both. Jesse Jenkins is from Gill Nursery. Mike Garcia from 360 Landscape and Irrigation. His company is pretty much irrigation. And then we have Stan Perkel, he's from Turner's Landscaping. And then we have John Holzenbeck, and he's Heber Irrigation. So of the 6 people, 2 of them were irrigators. One was a combination of the 2, and then the rest were landscaper / nurseries.
Okay, so when you come back, I mean, obviously you're going to have to come back, but I'd like to see how this, addresses that.
Right.
Because I don't see it.
Okay.
Okay.
And then also the language on number 5.
Okay, Councilwoman Dumples.
Thank you. Wow, this is the longest so far. Woo, marathon. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, Councilman Vaughn, that we do have exemption. I mean, we're helping out businesses. As a matter of fact, isn't the, Type B, yeah. Type B going to be meeting tomorrow to address some of that. But anyway, the point is that, that if we have, I know that our park, we applied for an exemption. So I would imagine that these businesses that are suffering, that, we don't want them to go under, that they would be applying for exemptions. Is that not the case? Or how are you doing that?
Esteban, he's the one that gets the exemptions. I don't think they are because
they're not applying, or you're not approving, or what's?
We're not approving. The discussion was about when your organization, you made an argument of this is a food garden. So public health and safety, you made arguments on that in your application. That's why we agreed to that, compared to, remember how it is under the current plan, it is prohibited irrigation, so for landscape areas. So it is more, you're not gonna, so we didn't approve that activity that they're asking for. But the new plan, the new proposed, gives them opportunities that they don't have.
Okay, so under the current plan.
Irrigation, and also when I was talking about the ability to hand water, and they agreed to that. We talked to them, they saw it, they said, yes, we do need to conserve, but if you allow hand watering, that could save. So that's when we listened, we heard, we implemented those suggestions.
So what you're saying is, under the current plan that you have, they don't qualify for the exemption?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Okay.
Okay, Councilman Vaughn.
I just want to clarify so that Mr. Hernandez understands. They agreed to this. They were thrilled, the landscapers and the irrigators, that it would help them.
Yes,
so they were thrilled over it. They met with them, staff met with them 2 or 3 times. I was there 2 times.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was more, but they were thrilled over that. It's not helping them tremendously, but it helps them to be able to keep their businesses, and that's what's important. So we're not sitting here saying we're not going to approve anything else on this thing, or we're not going to change anything. We are. But this gives them the opportunity to save their business.
Right.
And that's what we should be doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes this topic. Thank you, Drew. Thank you, Esteban. Moving on.
Okay, we just need to complete the vote, Mayor. Yeah, so, no, we stopped at mid-vote because we did not do public comment, so now we need to complete the vote so everyone can vote. Okay, and it's on as amended. Okay.
Please submit your vote.
Sylvia?
Are you voting? It's 7:30, ma'am. 7:30 p.m. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 30 is a motion, right? Motion to hold public alternative water supply workshop in council chambers on February 4th, 2025 at 11 a.m. Okay, now who's, let's see, this was requested by council members Silva Campos, Eric Cantu, and Gil Hernandez. So, who would like to speak on, Councilman Hernandez?
Motion to approve.
I'd like to ask, so what is this going to entail specifically, Peter?
Well, there's a couple of things. We did include a memo with this item. Normally, we just, we don't add any attachment or anything, but unbeknownst to the council members, the city staff, most of CCW, on this date that was selected will be in a 2-day workshop for the Inner Harbor desalinization plant with Kiewit and Friesen Nichols. There's probably several dozen persons who have already made flight arrangements. Location has been reserved. It's a critical juncture point in the desal project that we hate to move. This is an important step in advancing the project. It's a workshop, so that's one issue. There's others that were listed in that memo to include. We hate to, that would take some time to put on a workshop like this. Our job as city staff is to make sure materials presented to the council are accurate, and they're accurate and we can substantiate them to some extent. So the same team that would be doing that review are the same team that's working on the Inner Harbor desal plant, that's working on the emergency water sources, and we're afraid that, and we want to disclose to the council that if we take on any more work, like a workshop, it could cause a delay in the well project and the Mary Rose pipeline. Basically, it could cause a delay in the new water that we're trying to bring on by anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks as an estimate.
So you're saying that date is not, I mean, you're just talking about maybe the date?
I'm talking about two things, the date and then the work effort. So the date of the 4th of February, city staff already approved weeks and weeks ago, I think a couple months ago, had already scheduled a meeting with our desal project team that brings all the sub-consultants, all the prime consultants, all the city staff working on it together for 2 days to talk about how we're going to communicate the design and the construction of this plant. So to reschedule that. Yeah, staff's not available.
Okay, so we need to talk about
Yeah.
a different date. Councilwoman Paxson.
That I was going to ask it. So what 2 days is, can we do the day before your, because here's my thing.
Here's what I recommend is that because we're scheduled on that date, that the city secretary could work with the council to pick a date that works with all the council members. This is not unusual where the council has a special meeting, and the business process is the city secretary polls the council and picks a date that can fit the majority of the council and makes sure the key staff are available as well.
I get that. That makes sense.
Yes, I don't think we can answer it tonight. Yeah.
I think, though, you know, I don't want to, when I read this, we have so many constituents that are reaching out to us daily asking for an update. The presentation that Drew did tonight, you know, that's a good overview, but when I saw this come across, when I read this, I think that the community really wants this information. So, I think there's a lot of value in it, and the sooner we can get that scheduled.
Yeah, we don't disagree, Councilwoman. We did want to add, though, there are the 6 items that were listed on that memo. I'm trying to find it here, just one moment. There's 6 items listed, and let me see this thing, thank you. So we've already provided a lot of dialogue to the community on these new projects. In fact, there's a written memo that's been on our website and was distributed to everybody, even the state legislature, on the well project, on the Mary Rose pipeline, on wastewater reuse. On the 11th of February, we already plan to come to City Council on an update on the Dr. Mintz project, the EV Ranch project. And so that really leaves the Port of Corpus Christi, the CC Palmer's one we can't really discuss in public because we've all signed a non-disclosure agreement, and we can't really tell any more than what we've already said. So there's really 3 projects that the community might want an update on, based on our opinion, which is the Corpus Christi one, the Port of Corpus Christi, the 7 Seas, and then the Nueces River Authority. Just to add that context.
So the 3 that you mentioned,
right,
I think those are the ones that we've heard the least information on.
We would agree, and we haven't seen much on it either.
Yeah, so maybe all 3 of those could be included, because here's another thought. I mean, yes, we had an update on some of those projects that we've been working on for a while.
Right.
But I think that this agenda item piece has been out there for a while, and I think we did see a lot of interest in it. So I would like us to appear, that we heard and now we're responding with the information requested. So I would keep this as a pretty high priority of making those three presentations. And I don't think it adds, I don't think that it's meant to be encumbersome on staff, because I think, asking, maybe this is something that those orgs can come in and present themselves.
Yeah, you said the 6 item, number 6. You talking about the 7 Cs one? Is that what you said?
You mentioned the 7 Cs, you mentioned the Nueces River Authority, you
Right.
mentioned the port, and you mentioned the Dr. Mintz project.
Yeah, the Mintz one, maybe. Yeah, the Dr. Mintz one, based on another council member's request of me, we already planned on bringing that to council on the 11th, so that's going to be on the city council agenda on the 11th. And so those other 3 then that we're talking about, the Port of Corpus Christi, Harbor Island, Nueces River Authority, and 7 Cs, you're right, there's really 7 Cs, we don't really know what that even means, what the presentation is. And the NRA, I mean, that's pretty nebulous too. We know there's information on the Harbor Island.
Well, it looks like it lists seawater and brackish options, and I think the thought process behind this request is just to explore, or at least give a state of the nation on these other potential projects.
Well, we wouldn't be, it would take us more than a week to figure that out unless 7 Cs.
On the 7 Cs, so maybe we come back with that one and do the other 3?
I think 7 Cs would have to present on that one.
Sure.
We don't know anything about it.
But that's what I mean. Maybe we come back on that one, but there's a little bit more tangible information with number 2, 3, and 5.
2, 3, and 5 we're already going to bring on the 11th.
Sure, I'm just kind of lumping them all together.
Right, okay.
Do them all on that day, maybe.
Yeah, we could. One thing, though, is staff wants to make sure you, the policy makers, the governance body of the city, is getting good information, and we do suggest that part of our job includes, if somebody's presenting from that dais, we've generally looked at the data, we support it, it makes sense, because what's presented from there, you all should believe. You generally believe, and so if a 7 Cs comes in and we haven't even seen the information and they're talking about pricing and timelines that we're like, what? Where'd that come from? We can't substantiate that.
So maybe we pause on that one.
Well, any one of the 3. I'm just laying the scenario out that somebody else could come in and present. You all should expect us to review the material to make sure it's accurate. Otherwise, you're going to be misled, and then
I hear your point. I absolutely hear your point, and I mentioned that a minute ago, and we said we have some conflicting opinions, so I hear your point, but I think between now and potentially what looks like the 11th, they could submit their presentations to staff, and it'd be prepared before then. I think that's plenty of time.
Well, I mean, that's what we thought on the drought contingency plan, but we almost didn't pass it, So it's not a lot of time necessarily because we're working on all these other things. We'll be willing to work with you, Councilwoman and council members. I think we need to pick a date. It was the 3rd, now it might be the 11th, so I'm not sure where we're at.
Okay, so you're recommending, I mean, you know what is going on with all of these projects. You're saying, yes, if that's what the council wants to do, we just have to work on a mutual date.
Right.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Councilman Scott.
Yes, so to me, the $64 question to those of you that signed this, is this an and conversation or is this an or conversation? Do you want to have a conversation, a workshop on the 4th that says, we don't want to do Inner Harbor, we want to look, or is this a conversation like, hey man, let's get Inner Harbor, whoop, move it here, what else? Because that's clearly not enough. So that's my question to council members is the 4th, number 1, is the 4th an and conversation, which is awesome. I think I'd love to hear where Alice is, and I think we invite South Texas Water Authority. I think they might be the ones better to present their 7 Cs project. I'd love to hear something about Lavaca Navidad's off-channel storage project, which I just happened to stumble across. I think those are all great, but I want to know, is this an and conversation in which Mark is your champion, or is this an or conversation? Because I think that has. I think it has, I told myself I wasn't going to close my eyes in the council meeting. That has profoundly negative consequences, stunningly negative consequences with our relationships in Austin and Washington, D.C. So that's my issue, right?
And if we're going to have an or, then let's at least be honest about it, or maybe let's at least have a conversation. And I don't know, because I didn't sign the document, so I don't know what the will is.
Councilman, no, good points. And I think that today, in hearing some comments, it made me start wondering, wait a minute, what is this all about?
Well, and I love the, I apologize. I'm all in for the and I said it 2 weeks ago. I said it on the radio. We got to get Inner Harbor done. It'll prove we can do it.
Right.
You know, we got to do the pilot that proves that the pilot works before you can even actually do it. So there's those protections. But then, and in Austin last week, they said that Inner Harbor is the beacon project for the state of Texas. And so I'm desperately trying to avoid, you know, kind of a conversation. And the second part, and then I'll stop talking, I promise, is that I just want it done right. So maybe it's, you know, if it's on the 4th, fine. If it's the 3rd Thursday
Well, the problem is,
just
guys,
do it right.
Y'all have to have faith in what, if he is saying, we don't have the capacity, and now respectfully, hey, let's throw in Navidad, or, you know, maybe we should ask about this water source or that water source. Now you're making it even bigger. Now you're coordinating even more, you know, schedules and calendars. But that aside, back to my point and to Councilman Scott's point is if this is a workshop about what we are doing, the thing I've never heard, I mean, 7 Cs, I don't even know what that's about. That has never been a part of this council's conversations on water or alternative water supplies ever that I can remember. So I'm starting to get very leery about what this item is about. And so if we're talking about the path we're on, as was mentioned, word gets out to Senator Perry that Corpus Christi is really not serious about the path we've been on for the last many years, it's going to cause some serious repercussions. So the 3 people that signed this memo is who I specifically would like to hear from, because I think there's some confusion with what was the intent or is the intent. And I guess the 2 of you, let me, Councilman Barrera, you have a quick comment?
No, I'm going to take 10 minutes.
Okay, well, you signed, Councilman Hernandez, you're next anyway. And then Carolyn Vaughn. Do you want to go or no?
I'm ready.
Okay, go right ahead.
Here, I just want to echo, thank you, Mayor. You know, what's the purpose? What are we trying to accomplish? Who are we trying to serve? Who are we trying to serve? I agree. A workshop is a great idea. In fact, Drew is planning, from what I understand, a water summit. And I think that would be the ample time for anybody that deems that could go in and talk specifically about any one of these issues. I mean, this issue has been discussed at least the 6 years that I've been here, with the exception of EV Ranch, which is brand new, which is a funding issue. You know, I've always thought it was curious how a developer says, hey, I got this great idea and I got this opportunity. But I want you to pay all the engineering fees. I mean, if Barter Moses came in and said, hey, I want to build 500 homes and I think it's going to develop some revenue and solve some problems, but I need you to pay the cost of the engineering. You know, I think that's something that I find it difficult. I've been asking a lot. I've had a lot of briefings. So I just kind of wonder, I mean, I think any one of us, that the port is open to allowing any one of us to go and speak to them. And I think that's a separate thing where we can ask our commissioners, hey, would you provide a briefing for us so we can get up to date? That has nothing to do with staff. They could do that over there at their facility, you know. You know, we've talked about, we just visited one well, we've visited in the last 2 meetings about well water along the Nueces River. I've seen it in the news already. MRP, we've talked about several times. Wastewater reuse plant, we've talked about it already. Any other water opportunity, I think that's kind of ambiguous. Somebody needs to determine what does that mean? What does that mean? So, once again, I talked about the Port of Corpus Christi. I personally think, I agree, it's got to be an and. It's got to be an and. The challenge is with the Harbor Island initiative, whether it be the NRA or the Port of Corpus Christi. What is it? There's no electricity. There's no transmission line infrastructure. There's no distribution system. I think in 2018, now granted I've been around, in 2018, a pipeline from Harbor Island to Sampat Water Authority was $250 million, around there. Yep. Let the record note that the man from San Patricia Water Authority is not in his head. So we're looking at a very, very expensive opportunity there that may be way down the future that could be an and. Nueces River Authority desalination plan, I can tell you in every meeting that I've been with that had to take place and everything that I've heard, it seems that they want to do their own thing and they also agree with the and, but they have no desire to work with the city of Corpus Christi. If you talk to, and I've talked to their chairman, there's no desire for them to talk to the Corpus Christi. Now, if we want to have a water summit and they want to come and speak to the merits of their project, because I would think that we'd invite all people from all over the state. CC Polymers, as we just expressed, we're in an NDA. There's only limited amount of information. EV Ranch, as I indicated, is very new. I don't know why 7 Seas is on here. I mean, and you go back to then South Texas Water Authority, might as well have them come over. But once again, they're for a different board. That would be no different than the port, and of which we have no authority for have them to come over here. Nueces County Water District, once again, they're a different board. But you're in contact with them. Staff is in contract with WICIT and South Texas Water Authority on a regular basis, so that way we could try and work together as much as possible. So I don't know what it is that we're trying to get. Now, once again, if it's, and I caution, with regard to our specific project, and ooh, I got 5 minutes left. And another time that I could speak. We're watching. I want to reiterate that now I was in Austin last week and I want everybody to know I was there for an insurance conference. I had a meeting with TDI on the health insurance side, but everybody wanted to talk to me about water. Everybody wanted to talk to me about, I went to go see Luis Moreno, Chuy's chief of staff, because we've been friends for 20 years. Just wanted to come by. Hey, brother, I'm in town. He says, hey, come in. You got a minute? You know? And so we talked specifically about water. He wanted to talk about water. Wanted to talk about our project. We talked specifically about Senator Perry's recommendation. At that time, the budget wish list came out. And in that time, I can tell you that the Inner Harbor Desalination Project is supported by Governor Greg Abbott. Governor Greg Abbott. It's supported by Senator Charles Perry, chairman of the Water Resources Committee, a CPA. Now, he's a Texas Tech grad, but we won't hold that against him. He's from Lubbock. It's supported by a senior Democrat in the Texas Senate, Senator Juan Chuy Hinojosa. It's supported by Senator Adam Hinojosa. It's supported by Chairman Todd Hunter. It's supported by State Representative Denise Villalobos. It's supported by former Chairman Abel Herrero. I've got another page. It's supported by the Texas Water Development Board to the tune of $750 million in low-interest loans, of which the state of Texas has bought down the interest for $130 million. Okay? It is the recommendation of the executive director of the Texas Commission of TCEQ, and it's supported by the EPA. I mean, you know, I think it's very difficult, so I don't know what it is that we're trying to accomplish. Now, granted, I've been involved 6 years, I've been able to hear all that. And so here, let me tell you another quick story, and I'll end with some other time, and I know Gil is enjoying my soliloquy. You know, I was sitting around, and Mark was in Austin, so we drove together, and I was done before he was. I said, hey, when you get here, I'm sitting outside the Capitol Grill, let me know when you want to come by. So I I was sitting down in a bench out there, and this gentleman says, "Hey, are you David?" I said, "No, I'm Roland Barrera. What is it, from Corpus Christi?" "Well, what are you here for?" "Well, I'm here for an insurance conference." "Oh, yeah, well, what are you here for?" "Well, there's an energy workshop that I'm here for that I'm specifically, an energy workshop that I'm here specifically to speak for." And I said, "Oh, that's interesting. What kind of energy?" "I'm from Corpus Christi. I sit on the city council." He says, "Well, is it electricity or is it petrochemical fuels?" And he said, "Well, it's electricity." And I said, "Oh, that's a huge deal." I said, "Water is very close to it." He says, "Oh, man." The guy said, literally, I kid you not, he said, "Man, you guys got a great project out there. You have a great project of what you're doing. I know the desalination that you have, really, it's everybody's looking at it from all across the state." And I said, "What do you do?" He says, "My name is Michael Mayer. I'm a PhD at Rice University. Senior Program Advisor, Center for Energy Studies." So my point is that we have all these experts that are reviewing us across the state. We have all this support, money that is being supported. So I just want to know, what is it that we're trying to accomplish? If you want to have a little public setting. Now, there's been some times where there's been some special interest groups that have come to me and said, "Hey, we want you to come visit." I mean, Jake Hernandez, I think that's his name, he came in, and it's like, okay, but at that point, there's a biased group of what they have the very specific questions, and I would question that their agenda is to derail desal. It is not for us to provide an additional water source, and it's not the state of Texas that's supporting it for our economy, to provide water for all the citizens of Texas. So once again, I say all that for you, Mr. Council, and my colleagues here, is what is it that we're trying to accomplish so we can move forward? Because everybody supports this the majority of the individuals that are in the know and have done the science support this project. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure where all this thing came about on Inner Harbor desal. I don't think that's on this agenda memo. It's specifically to discuss other options. We made the mistake in 2020 not to pursue any other options, and so we have nothing but all our eggs in the Inner Harbor desal basket, and so now we're scrambling for other stuff. The community knows nothing about the other stuff. We got the well water stuff in executive session. I understand there's some pricing associated with that. You don't have to talk about that, but we should have probably had some of that in open session. Wastewater reuse plan, there's no discussion on it at all. We haven't heard anything from that. Mary Road's pipeline improvements, yes, we've kind of got to say, but we're not all on the same page. We have 4 new council members that haven't heard anything on that. Any other water plan associated with that, that was just to give you our staff an opportunity to do anything else that they could provide information on, maybe pie in the sky stuff, I don't know. The other ones are things that our council members have not heard from, the Port of Corpus Christi, the Nueces River Authority, who seem to be working together on Harbor Island, CC Polymers, obviously we talked a little bit about them already. Dr. Michael Minsk with Groundwater Opportunity, 7Cs, because they did a deal with Alice for brackish water that they had just completed. They signed a contract with the South Texas Municipal Water Authority, I believe, in Claybird County. Like to have some understanding of that. And I reached out to each one of these entities, with exception of CC Polymers, was not able to talk to them, and each one of them said that they would be able to come on the 4th and provide us a presentation. Now, the reason I asked them directly is because I found a lot of times the information I would get from staff and the information I would get from these other entities didn't always match up. It was filtered through to either omit information or leave out key details. So I don't mind that you review their presentations, but I'd rather hear it directly from the horse's mouth. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust you. I've always said that. So I understand what you guys are concerned about, but there's also a kind of a look at how we're doing it. Obviously, we are in an emergency situation right now. We need short-term solutions. Well, water wells is a good short-term solution. Make sure the community knows about that. A midterm solution, maybe wastewater reuse is a midterm solution. Obviously, we're still many years away from desal, regardless of where it's at. And plus, you yourself, Peter, had said when you visited California and visited a desal facility that we need multiple options, multiple sources of water, not putting all our eggs in a single source that are lucky to last us 10 years. So it is short-sighted not to look at other things and be presented that to the community, and this is asking for that. We shouldn't close the door just because, you know, somebody talked to somebody in Austin and said we're doing a great job. That's ridiculous. So I want to make sure that when we look at this, that we have this opportunity. Like I said, I spoke to these other entities, and they said the 4th was a perfect day for them, that they had no issues. Like I said, the only one I didn't talk to is CC Polymers. Obviously, if you have a non-disclosure agreement on, I'm not sure what, but
on everything with CC Polymers.
Obviously,
you guys talk to everybody except the city staff, and we'll book that day.
Yeah, and I'd like to hear Drew. Let's talk about.
Okay, so if
I'm sorry,
all I'm asking for is the information.
Drew, I'd like to hear the alternative water sources that the councilman just said we've never talked about, we've never considered. In all the years that he has been on this dais, he has never spoken, as early as 2 weeks ago in executive session, on alternative water supply. So let's talk about those water source resources that we absolutely have looked at. Matter of fact, one of them walked away from us after a year of negotiating with them. An entire year, they walked away. So please,
I would say a couple things. So I think I would absolutely agree. I think if you talk to other utilities like we have done, you need to have multiple sources of water. And so the city of Corpus Christi has done a great job securing very diverse surface water supplies, but we only have surface water. So to your point, we met with Evangeline a year and a half ago. We spent a year talking to them, and they were the ones that walked away from that negotiation, unfortunately. There are other water supplies that are out there. We just met with, as was mentioned, Dr. Mintz. One of the things that I've said, and I've said this to the council last year, is that there are some things on that project, the EV Ranch project, that make some real sense. One of the things that I've been very clear on is the pipeline costs associated with that project are completely underrepresenting what the true cost of those pipeline costs will be. That's okay, because even if you include the pipeline costs, in our opinion, what they are likely going to be, there's still a potential that this could be some competitive water pricing. And so ultimately, I think the reality, and we all know this, any new water supply is going to take time to develop. I mean, we know that the desal project is a couple years away. It's going to be here. We totally agree. The and statement is a big thing. We need and. We don't just want to stop at desal. We need to keep going. And so ultimately, I think it would be unfair, in my personal opinion, to characterize staff as not having done the work that we need to do to try to find the next supply. You know, it was unfortunate with the Evangeline that it didn't work out. But frankly, at the end of the day, maybe there's an opportunity with this other groundwater supply that we're going to be talking about in February 11th. There's reuse. We've talked about reuse. We've got a project that we're going to be briefing the city manager on for a reuse project. Reuse isn't something that's going to happen quickly. It's going to take time to do that, but we'll be prepared to come talk about reuse as an option as well.
And I will also say that in regards to all of these alternative water supplies, we just sat in a room with our delegation, with the director of TCEQ, with 5 members of the governor's office in the city of Corpus Christi. And we asked the director of TCEQ, we let her know that we are going to need their help. For example, whether it be the wells, whether it be the reuse, with expediting permitting. So we are trying, we are working towards, looking to see what is going to work, what else can we do to diversify our water sources. Anyhow, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm getting very frustrated because every one of you have a right to put it on the agenda. It's your right to do it. You should not be chastised for doing it. And I don't care who's in the who, Roland. I could care less. What I care about, because they're not going to be paying for the bill, the taxpayers are. So y'all can drop all the big names you want to. In the end, the citizens need to know what's going on. And I don't think there's an ulterior motive here. What I think, I think they did. Take them at face value, Mark. Y'all are accusing them of stuff and you don't even know what it is. Let me finish. I'm not done. They came up here and they want to hear the water sources. I want to hear the water sources. The people in the audience, our citizens want to hear what the water sources are, what the choices are. We're saying here, y'all have to look at the presentation before you get it. I don't want you to look at it. I want them to feel free to come up here and give us the truth. For all I know, the staff's not telling us the truth. And I wasn't going to say anything, but I feel like they're being bullied, and that is wrong. The citizens want to know the truth. They want to know what's going on. Their rates could go up so huge. It is only fair that we present a workshop, and I don't think you're against a workshop, Mr. Sinoni. And I'd like to include Evangeline with that. We've got to have one. You have new council members on here that don't know all the sources. We have to find immediate sources right now. The desal's down the road, and we all know it. What we're looking for, and y'all have been working towards that, and I appreciate that. But there are others that we want to look at, and I think that is all they're trying to say.
Yeah, that's what we said in our memo, Councilwoman. We just need a day that works with the staff because we're already booked. We would really not recommend delaying that.
So what are you saying, Mr. Sinoni? How soon can you do it?
That's what, we can't answer that right now. So Rebecca would poll the council and see when are you available, and then we'd pick a date. I would say after not next week, maybe the week of that 11th or the week after in February.
Let's just, I'm going to get some of the other comments so we can, finish with people's
comments. But not
comments
the 4th, because we already have that day. We have the Monday, which is the 3rd, and the 4th already booked. The same people that would be here presenting and should be here listening are already booked from months ago with consultants who have already booked plane tickets, almost 24 people. Nobody checked, unfortunately, with us. We would have told people that. But so at some point, maybe after the 11th or the week thereafter, there's no rush necessarily. All these projects are going to be longer term. We're working on the shorter term. The desal's in progress. So it could be, the 3rd week in February, could be March. So we could be prepared for us to present if the council wants to hear this again, the community, okay. It does take a little bit of time to freshen up the presentations. If you all are saying, you know what, anybody can come up here and present, we're not going to hold staff accountable, okay, we can do that. But we're here to help make sure you get good information. We would recommend,
Whatever they've got to say.
Yeah, that's fine. That can be that's a new paradigm for us, and that's fine. So if somebody says something, just don't blame us later when they're like, well, that wasn't right. You guys should have caught that.
And just February 12th and 13th, that's the CB to ATX.
Rebecca, I wouldn't recommend, that's true. But I wouldn't recommend trying to get a date here.
No, I was just bringing that up as an aside, but
Rebecca would poll the council, see when there's look at the schedule. Many people in the council are going to Austin to Corpus Christi to Austin trip. So we got to check the calendar. There's a process for doing this. Rebecca's done it many, many times before. Yeah. Get a date that works, and then we schedule it. That easy.
Okay, Councilman Roy.
I've sat here and listened to everybody and their comments, and one of the things I just want to make sure address the individuals that put the item on the agenda. Are you requesting with the agenda request to just discuss the 3 different types of water sources? 7 Seas, the harbor, inner harbor, and what was the other one? I want to make sure I understand that.
Nueces River.
Nueces River? Or are we looking at all options? Or just want to Gil, were we just wanting to discuss 3?
Okay, there was the Port of Corpus Christi giving their presentation on where they are with their permits. The Nueces River Authority on their plans with the Harbor Island. Obviously, we haven't had any visibility to that. Dr. Minsk with groundwater. I know
Well, that's
we had-
coming up.
We had talked
on the
about
11th.
Yeah, that's coming up on the 11th.
Okay, but he had offered to, like I said, I spoke to him. He was willing to come on the 4th to give a presentation directly where we had time, and it's not part of our regular council meeting.
Well, he knows he's also going to come on the 11th, but.
Well, he could do that too, but I mean, we want to give him enough time to be able to give full details on what he's doing. I know Councilwoman Vaughn had mentioned that she'd wanted to add Evangeline, folks from Evangeline to come and give their side of the.
So let me, okay, that's fine. I asked you a question, and that's kind of what I was wanting to understand, is that if we're going to create this meeting, is that meeting set up so that anybody that wants to come that may have a viable water source can come and give a presentation, or would they have to, maybe go to the city staff and say, I want to give this presentation, this is how much time I need, whatever the case is.
Well, there is a precedence for this, right? We did this when we did the RFI presentations, where they came in.
That was a lot different.
You've had your time. Let me finish.
Okay, all right.
I just wanted to ask a question. So, I've sat down, I went to dinner with 7Cs and talked to them, or I've met them and had conversations wherever, and here in the building. As council members, of course, we're always seeking information. We're looking at trying to do our best to get informed, because we have constituents that want to make sure that we have some type of idea. So I think it's good. I think a workshop, I'm not against a workshop. I just want to make sure that it has structure and that it's reasonable in terms of the number of people that are going to present, so that we're not sitting here, at some point in time, if we've got too many presenters, then you get that mind dump. I just want to make sure it's well thought, it's put together, and my time is not wasted, or the constituents that join us, that their time isn't wasted and that it has some value. So I'm not against that. But if we're just going to limit it to 2 or 3 companies that maybe an individual has an interest in, then I'm not for that, and I won't vote for it. But I think we do have to take some time and make sure it's well planned and well thought, and because it is important. The other thing is that we do have to be careful. We're here as a council, even though we're a new council, that we have to make sure that we do send a message that we're putting thought and that we really are trying to go through and do the right thing in terms of making sure that we look at all aspects of whatever we're looking at. But when we are sitting there and we look like we can't make our mind up in terms of things, there is a danger of that, because I think it does confuse the community. I just want us to be able to put thought in what we're doing, make sure that whatever we decide, when it's appropriate for all council members, because each and every one of us are busy people, and we might not be able to make that date on the 4th. And that's really all I have to say, is that, but I would encourage people, if you want more information on a subject, is contact city staff, go directly to the source. One of the things I could sit here and say is that I heard 2 or 3 weeks ago that I think there's a company in Africa that has a huge dehumidifier. They sit there and they basically put it in the middle of the desert, right? They plug it in and it provides water for an entire village, right? So maybe I want to have them come and talk to us and bring 1,000 of those dehumidifiers, right? And then dump it into the Nueces River. No, I'm joking. But at the same time, we got to make sure that we're not wasting our time. Everybody's time is precious. So that's all I really have to say, is that I think a workshop's good. We just got to make sure that we put some thought into it and we do a good job.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. Councilman Scott?
Yep. Carolyn, I'm all in. I want a workshop. But I want to be able to communicate to the world that in addition to the projects we have underway now, we are looking for additional opportunities for water. It's an and conversation, right? That's a beautiful conversation. Oh, City Hall's got their act together and they're looking for the next, so that's all I'm getting at. If you don't mind, if we could communicate it in a manner that says, in addition to the current water projects we have underway, we're having a workshop to learn more about other potential additional projects. And I'm all in. I don't know why I feel like I'm the bad guy. everywhere I go, I say, it's an and conversation. Man, let's go to the port. What can I do? Where do I sit, you know? I don't know the I met with them 2 years ago, but that's, it's old history. And I think it's an interesting concept that we do in our harbor. It's the cheapest, fastest way to do desal, and we build a product around that's 30 MGD, but then we have a conversation to have a different entity, and that's a different rate structure, and if industry wants to pay that new rate structure, God bless them, right? So that doesn't affect our ratepayers, and so, I'm all in. Hopefully it's communicated as, in addition to the projects we have underway, we're having a workshop to look at additional opportunities.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Oh, I didn't mean to hit it.
Oh, okay, Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know about this and/or business, but, when we brought this agenda item, here to the council, to allow for the rest of the council to hear the options that are being presented. Really, we haven't been presented since, let me see, 2 years ago. It was before Gil had brought up the other alternatives. So the point being is, no, I don't think a lot of us have been presented like all the alternatives, really. Every time that we say that we want to hear from the port, there's some conflict. I mean, they're supposed to come and report, but they never do. And then we also hear that the port is doing their own thing, that they're going after their own water desalination. So yeah, there's still a lot of things that do need to be discussed. And so all we're saying is, okay, we have a workshop, we have new council members that maybe just all of us, that need to hear it. But I do resent, being told or demanded that we have to say and or. No, I don't think that's required, and I'm not going to, agree to that. So.
Thank you. Councilman Barrera. Yeah.
It resets.
That's it?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, go.
Okay, I'm going to keep it short. First off, Councilmember Vaughn, I hear you. I think we need to do this. In fact, one of the first meetings I had with Peter was that I said that we do need to have a workshop specifically on water to get everybody up to speed, to get everybody focused on what we're doing. We can do it at the American Bank Center. We can do it up on the 6th floor. If we need to have people out there, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. I just question, as indicated, my colleagues to my right, with the exception of you, the one directly to my right, she is not in favor of desalination whatsoever. And she has done everything she could to ensure that we do not move forward in that project. Now, I respect her to do that. So then that's one reason why I ask why. What is it that we're trying to accomplish? What is it we want to do? Do we want to keep the public informed? Do we want to find out where we're at? I think it'd be difficult to get some of these. The colleague to your left, however, has abstained on every desal project, every desal vote that we've had. He has. Says, I support desal, just don't support the inner harbor. So I just question, once again, it's important for me. So what are we trying to accomplish? What's our mission? What's our vision? What are we trying to do? I agree with the workshop. Peter, correct. Once again, if you'll just acknowledge that I did say that we should have a workshop specifically on water so we get everybody up to speed. Because 2 years ago, or 4 years ago, when we had a new council, 4 years ago when we had a new council, all of a sudden we put on the brakes. Now, at that time, we were a lot more flexible. Our reservoirs were above 30%. So once again, we did have that conversation.
Yeah, we did, Councilman. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So I just want to ensure that's very important to me, so that way we get everybody up to date as quickly as possible. I just want to reiterate, and that was the thing, and I know I get my theatrics, or the soliloquy as Councilman, I just want to ensure that everybody understands that everyone is supportive of this. And my question, I agree, the ratepayer is going to pay for this here. The ratepayer is going to pay for this here. And I was just trying to say that the ratepayer is supported, the financing is supported by the Texas Water Development Board, where we're getting favorable financing to the savings of $130 million. The chair of the Water Resources Committee, who's a CPA, supports this. He's reviewed it thoroughly. So I'm just trying to ensure that the public knows that we've got a whole bunch of experts, individuals that are cognizant. The most conservative legislature the state of Texas has probably ever had supports this project. And that's just what I want to convey, that I know, once again, I know particularly this, my council member, once again, to my right, directly to my right, does not want desalination.
I don't.
I mean, and I would argue no matter where it is, you know. So I just want to be conscious. What are we trying to accomplish? Are we trying to derail this project? Are we trying to put the brakes on it? I just want that to be very clear so that way we understand. And she just said right now. So, but I want to have a workshop. I do. And I think 2 weeks is way too soon. I think we really, particularly with all the challenges staff has, that it's too soon. I would think 60 days maybe. And that's just enough to get the information out. That's it. We want to have something meaningful so the public knows exactly what it is that we're trying to accomplish. That's all I'm trying to get across. And my apologies if I came over aggressive.
Okay.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez, you've spoken twice you've spoken twice. Rebecca?
I made a motion, that's not speaking on the line.
Well, you spoke during that.
Rebecca, yes.
I just made a motion.
Councilman, you spoke twice on it. Okay, Rebecca, you're the parliamentarian. He spoke twice.
I made a motion.
Okay.
The motion to speak.
Councilwoman Paxson.
From what I'm hearing across everything, what I'd like to do is make a motion to move forward with the request for a workshop, working with city staff and the council in a timely manner. I disagree with the 60 days, I do, but with a timely manner for the workshop.
I support that. We have a motion to amend. We have a motion to amend, correct? Okay, to work with the staff and the council to find a mutual date that works. Please submit.
And can I add to that and a list of items that you want, because we heard several things that weren't on the 3 signature memo, like Evangeline.
You're right.
As an example. So we need to determine the date and what do you all want to hear? You know, because Evangeline was mentioned, the Lavaca Navidad Reservoir was mentioned. So
How would you like those submitted?
just that, the date and the topics of the workshop.
Okay, so my motion to approve.
Yes.
Mayor, we have a public comment. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's good. The date and the topics. No, we're good. I think the
Okay.
council gets
Date
it.
and the topics.
You'll submit that. All right. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 30? Okay, just please come to the front. Mr. Hale?
Make a motion, does that mean I talk through?
Okay.
You spoke, you made a motion.
Hello, my name's David Penny. I live in District 5.
She asked me.
There's a little confusion here from me here. I've listened to this all day today, and I'm not sure if this, I know it's been asked several times and we're not getting a clear answer. Is this a motion to derail the current project, yes or no? That's basically the question. If it's not, then can we separate, make sure that that's clear that this is not a motion for that and all we're looking for is alternate water sources? If so, that's the key here. We need all the water sources we can get, but to me it seems like it's a motion to derail an ongoing project. So I just need clarification on whether it is or not.
My motion would just be the verbiage on this agenda item that was submitted. It says a motion to hold an alternative water supply workshop. So it doesn't have any verbiage that's trying to derail anything. To my interpretation is it's just a motion for a workshop to discuss other water alternative sources, period.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, we can't ask questions, but either way, yeah, it's okay. I allowed it, so.
That's all I had. Yeah, it was clear there. The initial motion was kind of hard to understand, so that was kind of what I wanted an answer to, whether it was yes or no, and that's basically it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Jason Hale, District 2. Just want to clear the air that the experts, like the Hart Institute, like West Tunnel, in a study that Freese and Nichols hired the Hart Institute to do, looked at La Quinta, Inner Harbor, and Barney Davis offshore. For La Quinta and Inner Harbor, West Tunnel, the expert, said that a large-scale desalination facility is not recommended for the Inner Harbor and the La Quinta plant because it will lead to hypoxia. Dr. Kristen Nielsen from the Estuaries Program is an expert, and she says desalination in the Inner Harbor, whether it's Corpus Christi polymers or the Inner Harbor plant, will lead to hypoxia. You have Dr. Hodges, you have other doctors from the Heart Institute. The experts say that desalination in the Inner Harbor will lead to hypoxia. I think to everyone's benefit, we should be talking about all feasible water supplies within reason so that we have the most up-to-date information. That way y'all can make the best decision for everyone, because the ratepayer is going to pay for this. If y'all build $1 billion Inner Harbor plant and it can't function at full capacity, that's going to take a $10 per 1,000 gallons rate to $20 per 1,000 gallons, if not more. This could be really terrible if we don't have data-driven decisions. Now, Friesen Nichols, I feel like, misled us by saying we don't need modeling, and now Kiewit is saying that there are two very concerning issues. One, the brine getting into the intake because of low tidal flushing, and two, the modeling showing that there needs to be a reconfiguration and permit modifications or plant modifications, both. So I think, I think we just need to know the facts so that we can make the best decisions for everyone, because, it's good to have all contingencies available just in case we need them. And that's it. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Councilwoman Ramos, do you have a comment?
I'm a little confused. You made a motion to what again? What?
Her motion was to
basically approve this item with the amendment for working with city staff and council to schedule a date that will work in a timely manner, and a list of precisely what we'd like at the workshop.
Yeah.
All right.
But that list is to be sent, correct?
What's
be
that?
set. I think
We
that
don't have one now.
I think the list that we had here, there was some discussion that we needed to add like Evangeline or something. So I think that's what I'm referencing.
Yeah, right. So the 3-signature memo that was submitted had a prescribed date that doesn't work with folks.
So the only then comment or motion that I would like to add to the amendment is to have a set date. So it would be for the 4th.
So
We don't know what
that's
the date is
problem,
yet,
though,
yeah.
Councilwoman, you have to, I need to look at my schedule. Everett needs to look at his schedule, go down the line. We all have to coordinate. And so that could be 2 weeks from now, it could be 3 weeks. Well, it's not going to be 2 weeks from now, I don't think, because that would be your date. It's going to be a coordinated date. I mean, you have to have us all there.
I agree. So this is very important. So I would think that everyone would clear their calendars. I mean, it's an important workshop. We are about to make the decisions for, thousands. 500,000 people.
Councilwoman, we don't disagree, but I can't do that. 9 people can't do that, and they're plus staff. So the motion was to work with staff and the council through Rebecca.
So it's already, but Mayor, we've already, again, we've been talking on this for how long, I don't know. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that this information was presented, I guess, last week, and this is the way, y'all have been doing it to us. We get
What have we been doing?
our agenda, we get the agenda on Friday, 12
You
o'clock.
get the agenda whole week
No,
before.
and then we get the updates on Friday at 12, after 12.
Minor
Or even
updates.
later than that,
The
5 or
minor
6
updates,
o'clock.
Councilwoman. Yeah, the minor
So,
updates.
again-
Yeah, we've got to be clear.
Okay, well, Councilwoman, I hear you.
So we get these agenda items late in the evening, and yet we make, accommodations for that. We do this all the time. So I don't see any difference with this. You had the recommendation. All I'm saying is just give us the recommended date that I'm saying on the 4th.
Yeah, Councilwoman, as we've said in the memo, and as I said today, the staff already has a meeting scheduled on the Inner Harbor desal plant on the 4th with 2 outside consultants, and it's a 2-day workshop, a critical path in delivering the seawater desalination plant. We've reserved the room. People are flying in from all around the country. It's with all the sub-consultants. It's the primes. It's to talk about how we're going to work together to design and build the plant. It would be detrimental to the plant, and to try to reschedule this thing and probably delay the project ultimately.
Can I call?
We don't recommend it. Yeah.
I've already gave a second on what she said. So if we already have a second, don't we have to vote on that?
She can make an amendment.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think she's making an amendment to include, but there's no second to her amendment yet, but she's proposing one.
Well, then, okay, so the 4th is an issue? How about let's make it on the 5th?
We have to.
We're not going to have time, Councilwoman, to get it ready by next week is the other issue.
Okay, we have one more public comment before we close it.
Yeah,
Mr. Rice.
Connor Rice, District 2. You know, I actually support Councilmember Paxton's amendment, but I believe that it should be tweaked in the sense that you should set the date prior to you going to Austin, because if you're going to be asking the legislature and the governor's office and everyone for money, the new council should at least have all of the options that have even been considered presented to them prior to y'all being asking for state funding. Because currently you're being asked to go up there and lobby for funds for this one site without the new council ever being given the opportunities to know and the information. So I would agree with the council member's motion, and I think it should be tweaked to set the deadline prior to you going to Austin, because if you have an opportunity that, let's say, is a viable, that we should be pursuing both, why would you not take that as an opportunity to already be up there and ask for funding for both of those options? So I would encourage everyone to support that motion and for the workshop, and to set the deadline prior to this council and city staff going to Austin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Is there anyone else that'd like to make comment? Okay, I'm closing public. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm closing public comment. Go ahead.
I'll second her motion for the 5th. If that doesn't work, we'll do it for next week to his suggestion prior to us going to Austin.
Yeah, so I would also like to say going to Austin that's not the only opportunity. That is that's an event day, that it's an event day. Coastal Bend to CB to DC, or no, it's DC. Coastal, I'm sorry, council member, use your light, and I mean, okay, well, we'll get right there because we've had people before you. But I want to make clear that Austin is not the only opportunity by any means. And that particular day is a day planned through the chamber. Ryan is there every week, so it is not by any means. The most important thing is that we coordinate it so everyone can be at this meeting, including all the people that they want, they're requesting. But more importantly, guys, if the city manager is telling you that people are flying in for another meeting they already had planned, I don't understand why we're arguing. That's like saying, I don't believe you have an appointment to see your doctor tomorrow. Change it. I mean, yes, it's important, but we have to be respectful of, if there's already something on the agenda for staff and the city manager, then we just coordinate to find the next best date. It's that simple.
Mayor, can I just remind the council again, we work for you all. You all hire me, and we have a professional team. This shouldn't be this difficult. We know how to schedule a meeting. We know how to get content working with the council. There's consensus amongst the council you want to do this workshop.
Sure.
Let us do our job and work with the secretary. Let us do our job. Pull your calendars. Let us do our job, and get the topics you want to hear about, and let us do the job and come back to you. It's not going to be months or years. We're going to get a date that works. I don't want to commit to anything today. We're going to get it. We're going to get a date. We'll do a workshop. We'll make sure the presenters are available as well. We want to make sure what you want to hear, because we've heard different things at the dais compared to the memo. So let us put together the workshop. This is easy stuff for us, frankly. So trust us. I know some people don't trust us. Trust us. We're staff professionals. I'm the city manager. We have lots of teammates that can help schedule a meeting, determine content, put together a presentation, and come work with the council.
Okay.
That would be my final thing to say.
Thank you, Peter. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Kaylin, we're looking really disorganized up here. Maybe if you give him a window instead of, I think their concern is that you're going to say 6 months or something like that.
I mean,
Maybe
do
if
it
you
within the
can-
next 30 to 45 days.
Yeah, just make a motion to give you,
Yeah.
within a certain window time
Yeah,
frame.
no later than 45 days, you know, depending on calendars, we could probably do it in
Guys,
30, but,
I know y'all are frustrated,
yeah.
but I'm in the agreement that Austin's going to be there for a while. I don't think we have to have it before Austin, we go in 2 weeks.
No, we're not
I
going up
just
there to
don't.
ask for money either.
They're going to be in
That's not
session
incorrect
for a
statement.
while, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not even our trip, it's the Chamber of Commerce's, it's an advocacy trip.
Yeah,
It's not
but
a
we need to look
fundraising
organized
trip.
up here.
Right.
Okay. Where are we?
So we're
I
so
think
on.
Councilwoman Paxton's going to add an amendment that
gonna add the
puts a
amendment.
Well,
parameter.
there's an amendment on the floor for the 5th, so.
Okay, so you want to withdraw yours, and we're going to go with what Ms. Councilman Vaughn mentioned?
Okay.
We already,
Okay, within 30 days? Okay.
30 to 45 days.
Schedule around our council meetings.
Okay,
I'm gone next week. I'm
Okay.
gone 3 days.
I know, that's what I'm saying. There has to be a sense of,
The week after that.
there are 9 calendars y'all have to coordinate with. Please, can you make the amendment? We have to move on.
45 days then.
So
Go
within
ahead.
30 days?
45 days, Kaylin, go.
Golly, y'all. Okay.
Let me write this down.
It sounds like I'm going to add to that. Do I need to say the whole thing again?
I just have motion to hold a public alternative water supply workshop on a timely basis with a list of specific topics is what we have right now. So you're going to change to
The
within
timing-
35 days or something?
Right,
Okay.
right.
Within 45 days.
Within 45 days, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 4 or 5.
Okay, great. I will second that. And let's,
I thought she withdrew it. That's what I understood. Okay,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
that's
thought I
what I
understood you withdrew it.
do you want to withdraw it?
No, I would like to change my motion amendment to 2 weeks. How about
Hold on.
we agree for
2 weeks? No, the city manager is letting you know that he's willing to work, but they need time. We all want the workshop. Workshops are wonderful.
But 45 days?
Yeah.
Within, it could be 2 weeks, but we don't know people's calendars. We got to figure that out. So it's saying no later than 45 days, but as soon as possible.
Okay,
That's it.
right.
Yeah.
Hold up the water.
Okay, so are you withdrawing are you withdrawing, Sylvia? Are you withdrawing?
Or modifying?
No.
So what's your motion?
2 weeks.
Okay, we have a motion for 2 weeks. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Please submit your, you know what? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. No. The motion fails. Councilwoman Paxson.
I would,
How many people voted aye? How many people voted aye? 2 people. Okay.
You said aye?
Aye. Okay, the motion fails. Moving on. Councilwoman Paxson.
I make a motion to approve the agenda item, adding the workshop on water to be held no later than 45 days in a timely manner.
Right, and topics
I
to
will
be...
second that.
Topics to be determined with staff working with the council.
Yes.
How it was sticky.
Yeah.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say no.
No.
So we have 2 who voted no. The motion passes. Moving on, item number 31, discussion and possible action on future preparation for severe weather emergency operations, review of current issues and complaints associated with temporary homeless shelter use at the natatorium. Councilman Ken Tu.
I'll make this real quick.
right.
The slideshow, Peter, that you guys showed, it was very nice, lovely. I don't disagree with all the people that helped, city workers, fire department, police department. I mean, they did a great job. But when I went there, the first day I opened, it was a mess. And I saw Ramon Ice. I saw people getting dropped off at Carroll High School walking with their kid. I saw a gentleman inside the shelter with crap on his pants. And your people said that there was no showers available because you guys didn't put that in your business plan. Point blank, your people, your own people. And it made me upset. I mean, we have to let these people take a shower. We're going to house them for more than 24 hours. I mean, there's showers there at the center. You know, and I get it. The next day after I raised hell about it, it got fixed. And what I was told, because you guys were on TV saying that this is already on the business plan, there were showers available, which it wasn't. It was showers available when I made a deal about it, big deal about it. And even with the shelter that you guys sent them in a bus to take a shower, supposedly from 3 people from that shelter I talked to, y'all gave them like 45 minutes notice. How true it is, I don't know. I guess all 3 of them are lying. I have no idea. But I'm not here to argue with you guys. I just want the next time do better, you know, and we need to let the public know, hey, we mess up. We got to own on to it. You know, we can't show these pretty slides and say everything was great, because it wasn't. I was there. I saw Ramon Ice. I was there for at least 3 hours. You know, Madi from the free store, she was there too, giving away pillows, blankets. Sunday, I think it was Sunday night. Everything was great. They let her inside. And then the next day, y'all left her outside in the cold weather to give away that stuff because of a liability risk. We have a risk of having those people in there. I mean, there's risk everywhere. And to keep her outside in the cold weather to give away stuff for the homeless doesn't fit well with me. And, you know, I get it. She comes in here and, you know, she talks and, you know, she voices her opinion. And maybe that's part of the reason, one of the reasons why y'all didn't say thank you to her on that slide. I mean, she's a partner too. So, you know, I put this on the agenda because I wanted to discuss that, and also I want to fix this problem. You know, we took money away from the budget from the homeless people, right? So what can we do to be better? What can we do to get a shelter, a city-run shelter all year long? San Antonio has it, Houston, all these different cities have it, but we don't. And I don't want to be, I might be wrong, but what's our budget for that? 50,000, 100,000 a year? For the homeless, like to help them out, to do whatever.
We don't have a general fund budget, so we have about 250,000 from state grants for homelessness, and it goes to other nonprofit agencies. So we don't have a homeless service operation.
I just feel like we need to do more for them. You know, we're in the business for gas. We're in the business for the water. We're in the business for people too. That's, right. I mean, that's where we get elected.
Yeah.
So I feel that we need to do more as a community. We can't keep the burden on the shelters. I mean, they're at capacity. They need help. And I talk to every one of them. And they need help. They really do. And it's a big problem. You know, and I just, you know, when I went into that shelter, it broke my heart. Because I knew I was going to go home to a warm home. I drove around that night. They're having campfires on the sidewalk across the street from City Hall to keep warm. You know, having a shelter in Saratoga, most of the population is downtown. Why can't we use American Bank Center? You know, is it too nice for them? Like, why not?
Space wasn't an issue, Councilman. We had plenty in the bus stations right across the street here, and our police officers.
So that was the reason, you know. And I think we had this conversation before, Peter, about a homeless shelter, and you told me that you were not opposed to the idea,
yeah.
but you told me at peerage councils never talked about it. You know?
Well, they've talked. Yeah, that's true. We have $0 in the budget. So coming up soon is going to be this council has to deliberate on what are the priorities in the budget. If there's 5 council members that think homelessness is a priority, then we have to figure out how to fund it.
Yeah, and I agree.
So,
and you know, and
yeah.
I think it should be. I really do. I mean, we find money for a car wash. Didn't we were about to build a car wash for us in a drought?
Right, it's a capital project, yeah.
I mean, we got to find the money somewhere, okay? I mean, we got to do something. I mean, do you guys agree with me? I mean, we got to do something with the homeless. Not just that, our small businesses, they're falling asleep in the front of their doorways. I mean, it's bad for business. These people need help.
Yeah.
So that's all I was saying. But when I did go to that shelter, for the record, I saw what I saw. I did give you a call about some issues, but it wasn't in the business plan. We gotta. Unless all those people are lying to me, but it wasn't in the business plan. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
I visited the auditorium every day that we had the shelter there. I know Jennifer, I ran into Jennifer, I ran into our esteemed emergency coordinator, even got him directly in contact with the person in charge of the auditorium for CCISD. I think we did the best we could with what we had. It was a miss with the RTA having them drop them off over at Carroll High School, that if you do it on Google Maps and walk it, it's a half a mile from that spot to the entrance of the auditorium where the gym's at. Probably could have done that better. Lessons learned. So these are kind of things that we want to make sure that we have plans for in the future. Obviously, we went through this with Winter Storm Uri. We may have to do this again. Do you think you just need to have plans in place? Hopefully, we'll have the Ben Garza open by that point in time, because it'll have the showers. I know we had the situation with them not working or being renovated.
Yeah.
But I think there's, he's new. He's just got here. So, sorry, emergency management. Billy Delgado was here the last time we went through this. So I think just take the lessons learned, putting them outside in the cold, trying to give away stuff was probably not the best decision. That should have been, you should have figured out something to work with them. I know she's hard to work with. She's yelled at me for turning on my light before. I get it. So it's just, you got to try and work with these individuals. I do my best to work with you guys. So.
Yeah, we need to hear about how we did.
Yes, if I can, on the showers, even there were showers at the gym, there's showers at Ben Garza. We won't recommend showers. We don't have the staff to manage people with disabilities, mental and other disabilities, to take showers. You're talking male, female, kids. The three shelters that we use for showers have professionals. And here's some important facts. They have toiletries, they have towels, and they have clean clothes for the patrons to put on, none of which we have, especially the human capital to help people with mental disabilities take showers. I wouldn't recommend it. We don't have that type of homelessness team or expertise. But the two shelters that we used, and the third one came on, the Dismas, they have that expertise. They have people that are trained to help people take showers. They have clean clothes, they have towels, they have toiletries. That's why the business plan that we had utilized them, not ours. Yeah, we won't recommend that. This is not a shelter. It's a key thing. This is just a refuge. The last time we did it, just a week before, was only for a day and a half, 2 days. This event turned a little longer, but we had shower accommodations appropriately for that clientele. We're listening to the experts, that deal with homelessness. It's a very tricky population. Tricky is not the right word. It's a very complicated population to deal with. And unless you're professional at it, you can wreak some bad havoc on a lot of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the coordination, obviously, like I said, putting somebody outside to give out.
That's probably because the lobby at that point was on overflow. That's where our food was. We had the food in the inside and all the games and TV.
That lobby in the auditorium is pretty wide.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, that's not. There could have been room made for them.
Okay.
Okay. Like I said, lessons learned. like I said, the people there, that I think they did the best they could with what they had in the situation they were in.
We appreciate that, Councilman.
I'm not, I'm not disparaging anybody. I
Right,
just think
thank you.
Let's do the lessons learned and figure out how to, if we have to do something like this, let's take the, let's just make sure we don't have to go through something like that again.
Right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Something that I'm really thankful for, in 2019, I actually served on a committee that the city had. It was, it's such a long name, I always get it in the wrong order, but it was basically a committee on alcohol, substance abuse, and homelessness. And at the time, I was asked to sit in a call across the country with mayors, and we looked at strategies, because in 2019, it was a super hot topic across town, was our homeless population, and how do we grapple with this? Because you have such a myriad of needs. You've got chronic homelessness, you've got temporary homelessness, mental disabilities, emotional disabilities. There's so many things at play. And so there was a lot of good information that came from that. Ultimately, that committee kind of disbanded because the recommendation they made to the city was this tiny home schematic. That was the most successful to date. We had some issues with identifying locations for this project, and that kind of stopped everything at that point. I say all that to say, when we're looking at emergency management planning, and I happen to be doing my PhD dissertation on the freeze from 2021. And so something that is crucial is those after action reviews of the whole scenario. So I'm curious, I know that you guys have yet to finish that, and I totally agree, this was a big operation to have to stand down. Is there any kind of interest, or was there a survey perhaps taken of the patrons that received service? Not necessarily like, did you like lunch and dinner? Just kind of, what was your experience? Because that's going to give us the most real world explanation of what did the picture look like for our patrons. And we as administrators will have a much different experience than the ones who are actually receiving the services. Another thing too that I think would be pertinent for us to evaluate. Recently, we renewed agreements with WellMed as partners for senior services.
For the one center, right?
Mm-hmm. At the time, in 2019, we had 44 different local agencies that provided aid to this demographic: poverty, homelessness, and substance abuse. 44 organizations, and we still had such a huge need. And so, I know that at the time we didn't really have a completely designated coordinated entry organization. I think the Salvation Army still functions as the most close entity to that.
I think so, right.
But similarly, perhaps, if we're in a situation where we're needing to stand up this type of a shelter, or shelter's not the right word, but
refuge.
Yes, thank you. Maybe we can pre-identify agencies that we can partner with that can facilitate those things, such as assistance for handicaps. It wasn't too long ago I had to stand up one of my properties for a fire and a freeze, different scenarios. We had Red Cross reaching out to us and saying, basically, do you need our services? And we had the option to turn them down or not. Right. And they were able to facilitate. I said, come on. And what I did was I utilized them because I didn't have the personnel. I did not have the personnel.
Yeah, there's extensive coordination with agencies all around the coastal Bend region, not just Corpus.
And I'm not discrediting.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking in terms of these are the critical points that I'm hearing from the different sides. So these are things that might be helpful if we predetermine some agencies that represent those.
Yeah, and we do that, is what I'm saying. We do that. Exactly what you're saying is what we do.
Well, I'm not saying that we don't, but it does appear from a couple of council members who went to the shelter, and maybe they just hadn't gotten there yet. I don't know. I didn't go there myself personally. Unfortunately, I couldn't. Perhaps we can include maybe some council members in that after action, or have some kind of. You see what I'm saying,
Councilwoman? I was there, and I think what needs to be clarified is everyone needs to understand how you all coordinate. how it is extensive, and it is a lot of work, and they do it all. And it is, a shelter or a refuge center doesn't just pop up. There's a lot of coordination that you all do.
We had 9 days
So
of coordinating.
maybe what you need to do to simplify things is send the council a, here's what happens. Here's what happens from point A to the day it's 20 degrees outside. We're ready to go. And here's how that looks. That way we can all understand. Oh, wow, okay, this is who they contact. They work with everybody, I mean, before you got here, we didn't do this. Peter?
Well, that's another important point. So we've only been at this for 4 years. And
Yeah.
the city's been around for over 100. So this is another one of those legacy issues that just doesn't get corrected overnight.
Yeah.
Or in a few years. So we're
I
lucky.
understand. It's a big operation. And like I said at the time, this was 6 years ago almost. There was 44 groups.
Exactly,
It's a huge
yeah.
effort. I'm absolutely not
Yeah, but
discrediting
having it,
that.
right.
I'm saying that in the communication of the process,
Right.
there could be some improvement there.
Of course, but would you send that to us?
Yeah, we'll work. on
I
it.
want y'all to send
Jason's
us
saying yes,
what it
he's
looks
got it.
like. Yeah, go ahead. What was I going to say? The other thing is, and I'll leave the comment at this because I'm not disparaging anybody, but Councilwoman, there was one shelter that opened their doors. One. We do not just have one shelter in the city of Corpus Christi, but there was one, and that was Carol Murphy with Good Sam. So there is, I have some questions for the agencies that are over, I know we don't have that many, we have very few, but still, my point is there was one. And so some comments were made about that in terms of, where was everybody or what part did they take? Salvation, I know, gave us, meals, but typically they're taking people overnight. They're in overnight shelter. So anyway, that's more to come on that. But anyhow, gentlemen, go ahead.
So just to clarify some of the stuff, you're right. Well, we can always send out how our planning goes. We essentially lined it out to show you it's 9-10 days before anything that happens. If you go to a hurricane, it's a couple weeks before, the moment it starts, even looking like it's going to come our way. So we can let y'all know and line that out. But a lot of the stuff that we're talking about, I don't disagree, Councilman, that you may have seen that. Those are moment in times. And what I could say is, because we don't bring it up, there's moment in times that there's somebody that is overdosing on drugs. There's a moment in time that somebody is sneaking alcohol. There's those moment in times, but we're not going to judge the whole thing by that's the entire population that's there. So it's not a disagreement that you may have seen that, but there's complexities that come in when you bring a refuge center into play. As we spoke about showers, I don't know if you've ever had to bathe somebody with it. It's not easy. And when I talk about being on the floor and having to do that in Hurricane Katrina, it is a rough thing to do in trying to help people. So most city places usually don't. I can't say all, but I know some that all they provide is baby wipes. Because of the complexities that come into when you start dealing with showers and populations of privacy, of security, and all of that comes into play. So there's definitely challenges that we have to address and determine, are we going to go that route or not? Because you're talking about a completely different direction in operations. Absolutely, an after-action review is what this office is going to do, and looking at that, we can definitely get you the planning with it, and there's always room for improvement. When we talk about the bus stop, that was a miss, but from the very beginning, it was people will be transported right to the center. But if you take one step in a communication, which communication is usually the #1 thing that comes up in any incident, it takes one miss, and someone may have thought the bus stop over there, and that was the closest one. But the moment it's identified, it was very quickly corrected. So those are the misses that we want to identify. So next planning meeting, we have it in there to ensure that it goes to the curb. And those are the things that we will work on to improve, because we want our operations always to be better and better. But we weren't joking and trying to paint a pretty picture. We could paint a lot of negative pictures, but that's not the goal of it. There was so much good stuff that went on there and corrective actions that took place to help a population. And we do thank you for the support, and we do appreciate the comments, though, so we can be better, because you hear it as well. So we thank you for that. So, and I don't know if, Jace, if you have anything else.
Yeah, I would like to share just for a minute. And so, just so you know, I hear your heart. I got 20 years of working all around the world in places and with people in situations that I wouldn't want to wish on anybody. And so I'm with you. I would ask that for a moment, if we can separate the compassion and all that we have for that moment over here, because I agree with you 100%. That's there, and that's for every situation. But let's talk about the operation just for a second. That it's emergency response, and in those moments in time, we do the best we can with what we have, and we do have a plan. We had a plan printed out. We have a plan that our team operated on. With regard to after-action reports, everything that our organization does, we always do an after-action report, and we take and do lessons learned from the response that we had the week before. We had lessons learned that weren't in an after-action plan because we haven't even had time to think about it, that we already as a team, leaders, took over into this operation that we just did. I do want to address some misunderstandings, because I think they're important. And one of it in particular is a really good example of what Chief was talking about in a moment in time, is the individual that was being referred to that has soiled his pants. Okay? So that gentleman on that evening, that moment in time, we have to understand that the individual that we're talking about is someone who has serious capacity issues and was prone to hostile outburst. Once the soil pants and all that was noticed, we went out with our own credit card and bought him pants and a shirt. That we weren't able to get pants and shirt on him without a violent outburst. And at that moment in time, in that bad weather during this emergency response, there was nowhere else to go for that gentleman except for to a hospital or to the police station. And so in that moment in time, the decision was made. He's sitting there in that chair, watching that TV, eating his food, and it was better to leave him right there in that moment. Because remember, we're in an emergency situation. Is it optimal? Absolutely not. Is it heartbreaking? Absolutely it is. And eventually it got itself taken care of. And in emergency response, like it was also mentioned, we realize as we go, hey, that isn't quite working. We need to change this, and we need to adjust on the fly and make sure that we get things right, but also make those changes for the future as well. So all I'm saying is there's more to the story, that everybody that's there had their heart into what was going on. We've done it before. The team that we used, our refuge teams, they do this as a second, that's their second hat that they wear. And so they take it all very seriously. And so, just to back up, I'd be willing, would love to spend more time with you and let you know what our processes are, how these things work. We do this every springtime, getting into hurricane season, how our office operates, getting into hurricane season, just to give that confidence level. But also I want to point out too that even I spoke with Marilena on the phone at 6 o'clock in the morning, during that incident, and I let her know that we can't do, there's processes that we can't have her in at the moment in time, but I would make sure myself personally that I get those resources handed out to the folks in that center. Looked right in the eye, even in person when we were there that next morning, and she said that was not good enough. She was going to do what she was going to do. But we agreed to disagree, and we are going to get together in the future when we can, because, as mentioned, she plays an important role, just like all the other providers in the community, that we want everybody to participate and play that role, but there are processes. And again, do we get it perfect every time during an emergency and chaos? Absolutely not. But my heart is there is to work with her. We've communicated. We will communicate again in the future.
What's the reason behind that? For not having them inside, to give away clothing, pillows, whatever the case is.
So where does it end is what I would ask. So that's one, but depending on the emergency, what you see is where does that end? It could be one person wants to do pillows, one group wants to do this, and you can end with a plethora of stuff or a whole lot of unauthorized people in there. And that's the challenge. So a lot of times, depending on the emergency, if you can't manage the volunteers or the donations that are given, like there's things, and I get it, this is not a hurricane, but you can go to some places where a parking lot is full of stuff because people just came and said, I want to give. And I understand that. So that's why when we talk about the process and it being controlled, and Jace, I think, tried to control that, is if you can bring it to us, we can give it, because do we turn away the next person that comes up and they have a basket that they bring up? So that's where in the emergency management side and running shelters or refugee centers or evacuation centers, one of the biggest things is managing the volunteer stuff with it. And if you don't have a coordinated setup already with it to say, if you're going to bring donations, usually it's in a site that's away from where you're dealing with the people. As I go back to some of the operations that we've ran, we didn't let anybody unauthorized go into the place. And it would have to be either a city employee or somebody that's already been pre-approved in a process. Because again, you're responsible for the people inside, and you can't have that come and go. So that's the challenge with it.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I think maybe she got upset because she was allowed to go that one night for 2-3 hours. And then,
Mayor, his mic's not on. We can't hear you, sir. Your mic's not on. So I don't know if the mayor's recognized you.
She's going to get you. There you go.
test, okay. I'm sure she was upset because she went Sunday night, I believe, and put her table up, and everybody loved her and allowed her to be there. She goes the next day, and she wasn't allowed to. So I'm sure she got upset with that. You let me go last night, but now you won't let me go today. And and those people do it because they have a heart for it. They know these people. They go and travel the streets and talk to them. I followed her for like 2 hours that night, and she was checking on everybody on the sidewalk. Throwing them blankets. Covering them up, and just you don't see many people doing that. And my other question is, why didn't other shelters help out? If y'all planned this 9 days ago and y'all reached out to every shelter, what was their excuse for not helping you guys? Only one helped y'all.
All the other shelters are at capacity.
Okay.
So you have Good Samaritan that all the other shelters have programs, right? And they have residents that have reservations, basically, that stay there. Everybody was above and beyond that.
Yeah.
As an example, I believe the normal full operation for Good Samaritan, as an example, is around 202, 205 full capacity. At one point, they were running 311 people, right? That's on floors, on mats, no breathing room whatsoever. That is what made it an emergency on our part, that we had to take care of that overflows the city. And backing up to speak with Marielena, I let her know that first night that, hey, let's do what we can, but it was 64 people that night. The next night, it was 120.
Yeah.
There was no room. We were moving out into the hallways. And yes, there was a little bit of room, but we're logistically making those decisions. And that's when the post came out, and I talked to her at 6 a.m. that next morning, and I said, hey, I apologize for the confusion. I will personally see that these things get in there. And before that, I even said, please take those resources to Good Samaritan or to one of the other shelters, right? So there were some options that were there. It wasn't no options at all, right?
Okay.
And so I did communicate with her. The answer was not liked.
Yeah.
Right? And so again, it was one of those doing the best we can, but we agreed to disagree, but to get together later on, and it wasn't anything personal, it was very professional. And again, we need all of those relationships.
One last question. Do you have a count, Peter, or you guys have a count of how many houseless people we have in Corpus Christi today?
We do. In fact, it was just being updated the last couple of days, so they call it a point in time count. We don't have the number right now, but we'll get it for you.
What would you think on top of your head, more or less?
It's a couple hundred. The 300 was the last count.
No.
No.
1,000 was the last count.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
So that brings up a good. That brings up a good point too, as well as, remember,
is that the number?
Everybody that had reservations as part of a program, they were all in those places. And then we had the overflow at an example like Good Samaritan. And then the 168 or whatever that we housed, that was everybody else.
Understand.
That's not in a program, that, you know, because of a variety of reasons. And that was part of the things that we have to take into consideration as the emergency response big picture.
And we have to note, though, Councilman, the point in time count is, it gives just some sort of, the number is not by any means
Exact number.
It's not exact, but that 1,200, which was a year, 2 years ago, I think last year, it was like 12 some odd hundred. That is people in a shelter. Those aren't people on the streets, houseless.
Yeah.
It's everybody. Or they try to include.
Going back to what I said before, you know, we do have a problem in Corpus Christi, and we need to fix it. We need to figure a way to fix it because people need help, and I thank you for your service. Thank you, Chief. I mean, you guys did a great job, and I wasn't going after you guys, okay? But at an outsider walking in, I'm like, what the heck, you know? And upsets me, but I understand, you know, and I'll ask more questions next time. But I think my concerns were valid, and thank you for fixing them. The RTA fixed them overnight. Thank you. You know. I think he was waiting here to see if I was going to talk bad about him, but awesome. So, but thank you. Thank you for the RTA. Thank you guys, you know, and you know, next time we do a little bit better, you know.
Always. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Awesome. Yeah, so I wasn't there the first night, you know. So I just did, you know, my point in time was just different, right? Thought it was extraordinary. That was people helping people. It was really emotional to me because you see these people in need, and that was heartbreaking. Then you see these people helping. It was heartwarming. And you, Jennifer, you are my first draft pick. If I ever need help, you're the Michael Jordan of our warming facility. You were amazing. I saw her reach down and she would talk to these people, and you know, I'm thinking, man, I probably shouldn't even be here. But she says, sir, you know, now I know you want to go here. I just have to ask you, have you been in jail before? And she was kind of working through where she could get him based on where he wanted to go. And then the next person wanted to go to Social Security, and the next person had a medical issue, and you were just turning. You guys were amazing. And then to sit in on your emergency operation phone call, which I thought was very cool, right? Because those are, I don't know how many organizations I did until the big screen went out, which, you know. But it was just amazing to listen to you kind of work through, and you had them all organized, and this person's talking. Nobody's talking over each other. Like, let this person say where we're at, and then this is what we're going to do based on that. And I did have a chance to talk to a couple of our customers, and man, they were happy, you know, they were appreciative. So, you know, the side joke is I tried to talk Carol out of going to church Sunday because I saw it. I saw Jesus. I saw good people helping people. It's a beautiful deal. So, I wasn't part of the day before, so, you know, my sense is, you know, so anyhow.
I'll fix it after.
It's all you.
Yeah, it's all
I'm just kidding. I appreciate, and I was going to tell you, I appreciate your comment. I appreciate your heart. Appreciate your heart. I just want to say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Chase, you know, we didn't get to say anything after your presentation, you know, earlier, 9 hours ago. But I did want to, yes, this agenda item was brought up. I was one of them. But I did want to say how much same as everyone is saying here, how much we appreciated what was being done and what y'all did and how they were treated. Yes, you know, of course, could we have done better? Yes. But the minute that I did see Councilman Cantu's post, I called Peter right away, and I called the RTA. So Mike, yes. So I think it is about communication, and you're right, we're not always going to agree on something, but I'm glad that you've got that mentality that I mean, you've been around, you know that you're not always going to agree, but I love your approach, and I congratulate you for that. How many people are exactly on your immediate team, Chase, and your emergency? Like, how many are in your staff with?
We have a team of 3.
A team of 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, okay. That's amazing, okay.
But if you let me real quick, it's all a team effort.
Yeah.
It takes all of us, and it takes all of the city employees and all of the organizations that we have in this community to make this happen. And the 20 plus that you saw up on that screen, all of us made it happen together at the drop of a hat. And so I say kudos to Jennifer and Lisa Oliver and Scott Green and all their teams that help us make this happen. And I'm just very thankful of them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will say about the freeze in 2021, when we did have it at the American Bank Center, we were able to, at the time, this is the way we were doing it. We were there assisting as people were dropping off blankets, just like what Mari was trying to do, and we also had the houseless there at the same time. Well, in that situation, the heat went out, and so we had to transfer all the people then to another facility. So yes, I mean, things do go off, and we do, I think, learn from each situation. So I think things are getting better, and I think they will. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Appreciate y'all, your hard work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilman Biden.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, Peter, I think, we had talked about, and I know you've talked about having a goal-setting session, and I think that's the opportune time to discuss things like this instead of litigating it for an hour or whatever the case is. I understand your passion, I understand your concerns, and I just think there's a better way. I know right at that point, probably wanted an opportunity to be able, I got to fix this. What's the best way, course of action for me to do? Okay, let me spread it all over the place. I want to commend Mike Rendon. I was with his chairman like a spoiled brat watching the national championship. And And I know Mike Rendon was out there with his team of about how many people, Mike? If you don't mind, come to the front, because I want to hear from you. And Mike, you've been here since what time?
Well, I had breakfast and I went up to I'm ready for dinner now. My name is Miguel Rendon. I'm Deputy CEO for the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority. When I got hired about 10 years ago, my passion was, number one, was people with disability, and number two, the on-house. So I can see, I felt your passion when I was sitting back there. But our team is a team of 350 people that work for the Corpus Christi Regional Transit Authority. And we have passion for what we do. We're the workforce that move the workforce in this community. They're the people who work at restaurants, hotels, mechanics, people that clean your house, cut your grass. Those are the people that we move here. Some people say it's a social service. Well, I don't see it like that. I see it that we're moving the people that work in this community. So in the last week when we had that cold front, that there was a concern that we were dropping off people at the Carroll High School bus stop. Mm-hmm. That was not a point of drop-off going to the warming center. We had a dedicated bus here across the street that was moving people from here to the gym back and forth. And I want to commend law enforcement, fire, and the emergency center. We were working as a team to make sure that we did our job well, as best as possible. When there is chaos, like there was at the beginning, it's controlled chaos. Things do go wrong. And when they go wrong, we don't point fingers. As a team, we try to fix it and move forward as quick as possible. So once I found out that some people were getting off and going to the warming center at the Carroll High School, I immediately put a supervisor to transport just to go across the street back and forth.
Right.
And then I put an ARBOC, because sometimes there are people with disability in a wheelchair. So I immediately put an ARBOC. ARBOC is a small bus that would have to, and then the mayor goes, Mike, you said you were going to send the bus out here, and I don't see it. And I go out there, and I don't see it. It's like point A to point B is there. And where is this damn bus? Well, it was going down the street to Holly to Ayers, and then back on Saratoga. That was the route, okay? So we did our very best to mobilize these people. Yes, and then all of a sudden, we had to open one in Robstown, and then another one at the Dome. So we were working closely with the emergency center to make sure that we moved our route to go drop them at the front door, right? So overall, I think we work very well with the fire, the police, and the emergency center. And it's all partnership, right? Being a good partner, building a good relationship that I've done my best in the last 9 years working for the RTA is building a good relationship with the city, with the mayor, with the council. I think everybody knows me in the council, maybe not the new elected Paxton District 4, but I'll meet you person. But yes, and I'll end with this. At RTA, we think as one team, one dream. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for that. And I just want to, and like I said, Peter, I mean, man, when I first got elected, I wanted to solve all the world's problems. I know Mark says he's ending the water restriction and fixing the dang roads.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
He did
so
say
there
that.
he is. He just took care of it. So, you know, I know that, and I just encourage you. I'm sure Peter will tell you that I've been one of his harshest critics over the last 5 years and still one of his strongest cheerleaders. And I've said all over and over and over again, I've never met anybody that can handle emergency management. And I said it one of my comments when we first were, when we had her swearing in. He's been through a pandemic, he's been through a hurricane, he's been through a winter freeze. What is it? Meanwhile, the organization keeps going. And so I have to commend you and your team. I think, you know, I mean, when stuff like this comes up, I remember I was reached out to, and the first person I said is, well, let me call Peter. You know, let me call Peter. I had Art with me. He called Mike. He called Derek. You know, and so we followed that so that way we can figure out and we get a debriefing on what happened. The other thing, I just want to mention something real quickly. You know, Jennifer, you're a crusader. And it's not just during freezes, you know. I know you dealt with a friend of mine that had a drug problem, tried to get them with MHID, and her sense of urgency is just amazing. She loves everybody that she deals with. Everybody when it comes to that. I can tell you that. I called her last week because there was an unruly 90-year-old gentleman that wouldn't leave City Hall because his electricity was disconnected. And, you know, security was getting really frustrated with him. He was just being unruly. His wife didn't know what to do, and they were very confused. And, you know, he basically said, I'm not going to leave till anybody helps me. Can anybody help me? And so I went to him, and I said, sir, but how can I help you? We don't do anything with electricity here. Jennifer popped into my head, and I was shocked that she answered the phone after all the things that she'd been doing probably for the last 72 hours. And she literally said, give me 45 seconds, I'll get somebody on the line to see if we can help you. So then I saw Sony, and I saw Sony, and I said, hey man, I got a big ask. I need your help. I need your help so we can diffuse the situation. I'm picturing, you know, security, paid security, not city staff members, throwing out this 90-year-old gentleman and thinking about how terrible that's going to be because he wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave, you know. And so Jennifer called me back a little bit more than 45 seconds. But Jennifer White and Monica Martinez went through the process with that man to call Reliant because he didn't have a bill, he didn't have his account number. They needed to get him. They connected him. They paid for his taxi so he could get to HEB where he had all this information. He could pay his bill. And so that's the thing I'm saying. You know, here's something that's not really our responsibility. And man, God bless you and your team. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to spit out there.
Thank you, Councilman. Jennifer, you want to take a bow?
Everybody's all one team.
That's right. That's right.
We are. Yeah, no, we are. We've got one more comment, Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, I forgot to mention this. Whatever we decide is going to be the location in the future, I know Jennifer had mentioned to me making sure that we have a backup generator, a gas generator at whichever location we decide to go forward with in the future. I know during Winter Storm Uri, we had a lot of power outage issues. So, and then we had to move people from the convention center to other locations, and it was a big rigmarole.
Yeah.
So whatever we do, if we're going to have an emergency operation, we want to make sure we have all the necessary requirements so we don't have to do that. So if that's not in the capital improvement plan for Ben Garza or whatever location we decide, please make sure that that's in case. And Peter, you know, when you made your comments and did your presentation on this, we had a full house of people, we had cameras from everybody, and you scheduled this at the very end of the council meeting where we have 4 people, thank you for being here, to determine any criticism. I think that's disrespectful to Councilman Cantu to do that to him, to where he doesn't be able to get that same presentation to the public as you did. And I think for the future, if you have council members that bring stuff on the agenda or ask to be put on there, to bring them earlier, especially if there's something like this.
Yeah, Councilman, if you look back over the years, the CCRs, the 3 signature or 4 signature memos have always been last on the agenda, so I didn't do anything.
But that was, I mean, who made that decision?
If I can finish, so I didn't do anything different in this case. The city manager's report is always first, and the CCRs are always at the end, so I didn't do anything different, just so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't do anything different. Treated this the same way. You
purposeful.
won on consistency and fairness, so that's what I did. I treated this as fair as we do all the other council meetings.
Well, I suggest we look at doing something a little bit different because, you know, we had, you know, great coverage of all the great things and no coverage of the things that were criticized. So, and it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
It sounds like it was, but yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is criticism isn't a bad thing. It's to learn from the mistakes and go forward. So I think that when you have those things, don't throw us in the back.
I just explained it.
I understand. I heard what you said.
I'm not, but you're using words that are unfair. I'm not throwing anybody in the back. I'm doing what we consistently do on the agenda. If council wants to change the placement of items on the agenda, you can all do that. We can help make recommendations to do that. I didn't do anything different here than what we've always done for 6 years.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to, well, the last thing I'll say on this subject is communication. Communication is key. And I know, you know, there are some brand new members on council. I mean, 2 brand new. Mark's, it's been a while. Carolyn, it's not been that long. But especially for the brand new people, you know, communication is really key. Because if you pick up the phone and call Peter and say, hey, I got a problem with this, or even either of these gentlemen, because they're key in this in emergency operations, then I think it would have, we could have just gone a whole different route, right? When people start sharing, hey, what is this that's out there? And we're your team. This is a team. And we are entitled to we're entitled to, and I love it. Everyone is so different up here, everyone. And that is a good thing. It's a good thing. But communication, Peter has given everyone a liaison. He just talked about you can call the directors, you can call the fire chief, you can call the police chief directly. I mean, you will get an answer for absolutely anything you need. And that way, remember, we also have a perception for our constituency. And that is, we're a team. We may, you know, snip and snap, but we're a team at the end of the day, and we move forward together, you know. So I think that a lot of good has come from this, and I think that we're going to move forward, as mentioned, you know, continuing to do better, because that is never ending. And our partners aren't just people listed on a piece of paper. Connor sitting over there is the one who called me and said at I don't know what time in the evening, Yeah, and said, hey, this is happening with the route. I called Mike and it was fixed like that. Because I could have said, let me call here, there. I knew they were super busy and we took care of it. A whole lot of little things. So anyway, partners, thank you for being a partner because that's exactly what you are. So, Mr. Cantu.
I 100% agree with you. However, we got to be transparent with the people. I mean, if we mess up, let them know. That's why the public doesn't trust us, because we always show them the good stuff, but the bad stuff, we got to show them the bad stuff that we're fixing it. Like, we're going to fix this issue, and this is what we found, we're going to fix the issue, and in my campaign, I ran in transparency. I'm letting the public know everything, because all you see on Facebook is they don't trust us. They don't trust the council. They don't trust the city manager. We got to be open with them and let them know what's going on. Even if we mess up, let them know what's going on and we fixed it. We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes.
Yeah.
So, I agree with you, Mayor, but I just, I'm going to be outspoken. And I'm going to let the people know what I see and what we fix. And that's just the bottom line. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, but go to him first. That way you've got good information.
Understand.
Yes, sir. Councilman Roy.
The last thing I want to say is that I agree, transparency is important, but at the same time, sometimes we have a tendency to want to just show the negative and not show the positive. We have to spend equal amount of time showing the things that happen in this city that are positive as well as the negative. We can always find negative. One of the, I think the smartest things that my wife told me early on is choose your battles. And so every day because you can battle all day long. You can sit there and battle everything, every subject, every time. But in life, you have to choose your battles. And we have to also make sure that we are looking at the positive as well as the negative. So that I just want to remind everybody that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, so item number 34 and item number 35 will be moved over to the February 11th meeting. And
Those
so
are
there
two
being
executive session items, right?
two executive session
Right.
items. Yes, thank you.
We'll move those on the 11th.
Yes, so there being no further business, it is 9:27. We have not had a meeting this long in years.
Okay, thank you.
This meeting is adjourned.